Good morning and welcome to Lloyd's.
Good morning and welcome to Lord's for the start of the fifth and final day's play in the third test match between England and India. Lord's is a sellout, and it's a glorious sight as well, as people are still filing into the gates, taking advantage of a significantly reduced entrance price today for what could be a memorable finish to this test match. Jerusalem being played over the PA system. See England players gather in a group on the outfield just in front of the pavilion. We assume that KL Rahul will be accompanied by Rishabh Pant, with the night watchman having been dismissed in the final over of play yesterday evening just before 6:30. And our fellow commentator Steve Harmison ringing the 5-minute bell in the pavilion on this day. I think he's had to go and buy collar and tie in order to get into the pavilion to perform that ritual. Many people in the ground this morning won't have experienced Lord's before, and there was a very different vibe amongst the crowd. There were clearly a lot of excitement, and first timers at the home of cricket. Alongside me for the first half hour today, Coney and Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, no, great moment for Harmy. I personally enjoyed all the conversations about how he didn't want to do it because he didn't have a shirt or a tie and he hadn't packed one with him, but no, really great to see someone like him. Professionals, of course, manners have existed at Lord's for a long time. I'm not sure in the old days if they allowed them to go near the bell, see the bell, touch the bell. So it's great to see that. But it is that kind of day as well, isn't it? This is, I think, the best crowds in the UK are day 5, specifically for the London test, because it's so hard for, you know, working families. I don't want to sound like a politician when I say working families, but working families to afford tickets in to test matches in London specifically, where they are so expensive. And so, this is the day where they come out. They're proper cricket fans. They absolutely love the game. There's going to be a lot of Indian fans in here as well. Really, really exciting, and a great honour for Steve Harmison to do it on. This is a Steve Harmison kind of day, I think, as well, Manners.
In his heyday as a player, or
just, I mean, this is a day of Test cricket for the people, and he's very much of the people. I mean, he walked into the ground carrying 7 cookies and 2 sausage rolls from a well-known bakery on the high street, of which you and Sam have already eaten one of the sausage rolls.
I don't know whether Mr. Harmison is going to be very pleased about that.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, Sam Allard wasn't when you plucked it out of his hands as he was mid-bite.
58 for 4 is Rishabh Pant, who's come to the crease with KL Rahul. I mean, we shouldn't have expected anything else. He's not been fit to keep wicket in this Test match, but or apart from the first 30 overs of England's first innings, but he has been fit to bat. And Ben Stokes will open proceedings with the ball because he has 2 balls remaining of this over, but Jeremy Coney, it won't be a surprise if he carries on, and if he picks up another wicket, I wouldn't be surprised. Harmy said yesterday that he thought he might bowl throughout the rest of the innings.
Yeah, good morning, Manners and Jarrod, and of course to all the listeners. It could be a very exciting day today. That potential awaits us. England, of course, can now benefit from batting first when they won the toss instead of bowling. And so the surface is probably as deteriorated as it's going to be. The ball is still newish. It may swing, and there may be some variable bounce for perhaps 10 to 15 overs this morning. So they'll want to try and take advantage of that.
Did they heavy roll though? Because Indians don't always heavy roller, do they? They're not as automatic as some other nations.
Ben Stokes round the wicket to Rishabh Pant. First delivery is defended out on the onside through square leg. Ollie Pope can't prevent the single from being taken. Ben Stokes is going to treat every single run as a priceless commodity, and I'm sure that we're talking about the rituals in cricket and the ringing of the 5-minute bell. There is also the ritual which Jeremy's particularly fond of, the team huddle on the outfield before the start of each day's play, sometimes before the start of each session.
Sometimes after drinks.
Thank you, Manners, setting that up so nicely. Yes, I don't think that's a necessary thing to do. If you've forgotten what was said in the shed 2 minutes before you arrive on the field, you actually don't deserve to be a cricketer, frankly, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I've certainly never met a cricketer with really bad memory.
I mean, it's all done for show. I mean, it's the story of how the huddle on the outfield originally started is actually quite interesting. Here is Stokes again, then bowls, beats Rahul outside the off stump, and well, that was a tentative prod from KL Rahul. Massive responsibility on his shoulders. India will be looking to him to steer them home.
That was very much the caught behind push, wasn't it? It was first ball, he just wanted to get some bat on it. It wasn't a particularly brilliant ball from Ben Stokes either, and he really pushed hard at that ball, something that KL doesn't do all that often, and he's lucky he's got away with it. See how close, yeah, he's pretty close to it in the end.
It's actually a very bad defensive stroke. That I haven't seen KL Rahul do that before, because he was also pushing very square to the ball, and all that you could have got is the face of the bat, and it even would have been an edge through to the keeper as well.
I'm not sure that carried to the keeper. I think it might have just pulled up short as well, so it tells you a little bit about the surface.
Now, Jofra Archer, I think his report card after yesterday's play, or his first 4 overs yesterday, was could do better, perhaps even should do better. He was a bit full, wasn't he? He then asked his captain if he could have a sweeper on the cover boundary, and received a thunderous glare in response. Didn't actually get any words, just a stony face from England's captain. So, well, as I said, every single run going to be treated as a priceless commodity, and so therefore England are protecting him. Just 2 slips and a gully. Archer in bowls. Rishabh Pant pushes this out towards square leg, and then takes his bottom hand off the bat, top hand actually, and Ollie Pope does the fielding, just shaking it.
Very full again though. Him and Cast from that end. With Cast, we thought there was a chance that India just wasn't picking it up in the late lights, perhaps something to do with the pavilion, or just some sort of fluke. But we have seen Jofra also bowling very, very full. Oh, the conquering hero is back in here, taking off his coat and tie.
Here's Jofra Archer around the wicket to Rishabh Pant, and that's flicked away down the leg side. It's too full, it's too straight, and it's whipped away for 4 runs off the face of the bat. And rapturous applause from the Indian supporters.
Dreadful delivery. Dreadful. That's a half volley outside leg stump from around the wicket, Jeremy. It might have been 5 or 4 byes, even if it wasn't 4 off the bat.
Yeah, it's not a good start. You've got your fine legs very wide as well, so there was no chance. As soon as it beat Smith, the keeper, it was going to be 4 runs.
Here is Archer, as I say, must do better, and that is back of a length, and Rishabh Pant defends it out on the offside, and there's no run. There are always different versions of how things start, rituals or habits, but Graham Gooch tells a story in 1987, a one-day international against India. He was captaining the England team in Jodhpur, and it was the first time, or it was a very new international venue, and they were still renovating the players' changing rooms in order to host it, and they hadn't managed to finish them, and in fact one of them was half built and was unusable. Here is Archer once again, and bangs it in short. Rishabh Pant turns it away out towards square leg. Ollie Pope does the fielding, and so the Indian and England teams were required to share the one dressing room which was usable. And apparently they were still sort of painting and decorating and finishing building the one that wasn't usable. And so he wanted to give a few pointers to the bowlers and discuss strategy, because they were going out for the second innings, and all the Indian players were in the same room. So he said, listen, let's have a chat on the outfield. And here comes Archer again, right up into the block hole. Rishabh Pant digs it out. That's better. It's a better line. He's persisting with mostly the full length delivery, and because there were 40,000 people in the stand all making a lot of noise, he sort of said, could you gather round, and so this huddle formed naturally, and apparently the television producers loved the look of it, and so that is a potential birth of the huddle, which is now become so de rigueur for international teams. Archer in again, bowls. Pant defends once more. He's so calm and almost demure when he plays defensively that you kind of forget the explosiveness with which he attacks. 63 for 4.
Well, we'll blame the decorators from Jodhpur for the huddle. Okay, that's good. See if we can find them.
Jarrod's a much greater historian than I am. He probably knows whether is that the birth of the huddle?
I mean, it depends what you mean by the huddle. It isn't as if that was the day we invented talking to people on the field, is it? It's probably more a moment of a different shape of it happening, and also maybe it being a little bit more formal from then on in. I think you'd have to go back through old games to have a look if it had ever happened before, but that's certainly one of the most accepted.
Here's Stokes, and that's driven away. It's full and just outside the off stump, and KL Rahul not hitting that very hard at all. Didn't want to, deliberately. Just a little push through the offside, and Zach Crawley's gone back to his England cap now. No sun hat for him today. He fields 2 runs.
Now that is a good shot. Completely different from that poke that we saw in the last over. He got his foot out to that ball. He had a straight bat, and as you said, Manners, he wasn't trying to overhit it. He just wanted to make good contact. Probably thought he'd get 1 or 2, and he's ended up with a second run.
England bowling very full this morning.
Incredibly full.
Just the 2 slips and a gully. No short leg. Here is Stokes again. He's got a deep backward square leg. That's driven up towards Bryden Cass at mid-off. Don't think it'll be too long before we see Cass back into the action.
Yeah, well, he was the man yesterday, wasn't he? Certainly from the pavilion end. I thought he had a good spell there. But of course, whether they're looking for swing, I don't know early enough, and so whether they're trying to do that, England. But you're kind of also taking the pitch out of play by pitching it as full as they have so far. So I think you'd say really they haven't quite found that just back of a length that seems to be responding to the medium paces here.
Here is Stokes again, bowls once more. It's full, it's inviting the drive. Rahul though leaves it alone. Sweeper on the cover boundary. It's again just nice common practice these days in almost any situation. But it's a long leg and a deep square leg. And again, I find that slightly perplexing. I cannot, in my wildest imaginations, picture KL Rahul top edging a hook up the hill to the fielder at deep square leg in front of the grandstand. Can't quite understand why he's there, but anyway, Stokes has got a plan. He usually does. He always has, actually. That's clipped away past Chris Wokes at mid-on for another single by KL Rahul.
Our special MCC Bell correspondent, Steve Harmison, has said that the heavy roller was out there this morning as well. So it could be, Jeremy, let me give you this. They struggled with the full ball last night. They're trying the full ball again now, knowing that hitting the pitch for the first half an hour may not have the same impact as it will in the next half an hour.
Yeah,
if we're being friendly to this theory. Yeah,
it does quieten things down a little, the heavy roller. So, and it usually has a limited lifespan, I guess, 20 minutes to half an hour. So the first 4 to 5 overs. Of course, the game will probably be done in 30 to 35, either way, if it lasts.
Here is Stokes around the wicket to Rishabh Pant, tucked away out towards square leg. Ollie Pope does the fielding.
And so in that case, with 4 seamers that England have, it's about 8 overs each. Don't think they might. I mean, if we look at how many wickets have spinners taken in this test match, 5? Certainly Bashir got 1, didn't he?
And Sundar got 3?
4. So
Jadeja took 1 in the first.
Yep.
Right, okay, so 6 out of all the wickets that have fallen, so that's 34 at the moment. So it's pretty much it's been a seamer's kind of success rate in this match so far.
Here is Stokes once again around the wicket, bowls to Rishabh Pant. Again, just tucks it off his pads. Ollie Pope's very quick to run round from mid-wicket to square leg to prevent the run from being taken. I dread to think, well, I can't help thinking about how many knives are being sharpened for Rishabh Pant amongst Indian supporters. Just waiting for him to get out to a rash attacking shot.
Well, if he has 4 big overs, he might also break this game completely in the other direction. Just on that, though, Shoaib Bashir was injured for a long period of time. So I think if India was bowling now, they probably have their seamers on, but I think spin would play a much bigger part just because they have the better spinners. Well,
it depends if they would like to use Wokes as a spinner, so that they'll try, I think, Cass and Stokes, and we've seen Archer so far. Do they want to use Wokes and bowl the others from the other end and keeping them fresh and that sort of thing, or whether, I mean, they really need wickets, don't they, in the first 10 to 15 overs of this if they're going to break open this Indian batting lineup. So I think Wokes, I'm not sure whether he'll be there.
You mean actually literally run in and bowl cutters?
Well, yes, exactly. Yeah. Just bowl his style, but as if he was a spinner, holding up one end while the others rotate up the other end.
He doesn't mean like Lance Klusner in India.
Well, Wokes has done that job, hasn't he? He's quite comfortable with it. Here's Archer again outside the off stump, and there's no run. I can tell you that Steve Harmison has now immediately stripped off the shirt and tie. Jarrod was talking about how there was a time, Harmy, that working class heroes of the people like yourself wouldn't have been allowed in the pavilion.
Here he is, he's up on the big screen again. He doesn't look like that anymore, does he?
Did you buy that tie, Harmy, or were you given that? Did you find it?
Is that a clip-on?
He said the collar was a bit tight. It looks like he's being strangled by that tie. Here's Archer again, and steered away by K.L. Rahul behind square on the offside. Ben Duckett runs in from gully to do the fielding. They've gone through for another single. It's quite a selection of bell ringers in this Test match. And we started with Sachin Tendulkar, Cheteshwar Pujara,
Really working our way down, aren't we?
and Harmy saved for day 5. Anyway,
the people's man, the people's ringer.
The shirt and tie are off, and he's back into a comfortable T-shirt, and he's preparing himself for his commentary stint with a sausage roll and coffee. Here's Archer again. Oh, Pant on the charge. He was actually, I think, looking to take an extra step down the wicket. As it is, it's just half a step, and he's thrashed it through mid-on for 4.
It's the sort of movement, because he went just leg side, didn't he? He's charging leg side as if he wanted it to go over the offside. He was looking to hit there, but it was very full and closed him up a lot, and he had to change the stroke, and that's why it became almost a one-handed shot, didn't it? Straight down on the onside of the stumps.
There are T-shirt makers in India who are already printing out the image of his holding the bat up one hand above his head.
Amazing shot. Here's Archer again around the wicket, bowls, panters forward, this time playing defensively, almost apologetically. That's how it looks. I mean, you're absolutely right. He was looking to carve it over extra. It was so full and straight that in the end, his premeditated carve over cover, it turned out to be a glorious straight drive, and as Jarrod said, he loved it so much that, again, the bottom hand off the bat, and he held the bat up aloft, almost in celebration of the 4 runs. 71 for 4. Here's Archer again, bowled. Bowled him! Off stumps out of the ground! Kept a bit low, Archer has his man. England have the early wicket, the man they wanted, Rishabh Pant, has been clean bowled by Jofra Archer. He's stuck with the full length. That was his plan, and he stuck to it, and he's knocked the off stump out of the ground, and India are 71 for 5.
Yeah, it's a very good delivery from Archer. He's been concentrating on the leg stump and that leg side that we've been talking about. This one was better directed. It's gone on the outside of Pant's bat, and so he hasn't picked the line of that quite so well. It might have even just held its line and just straightened slightly as well, hitting the seam. And Archer celebrates as he goes in his follow-through, giving a little bit of advice to the batsmen as they depart as well. And all England congregate now in another huddle behind those disrupted stumps to just talk about things and how this has started. It looked as though India were coming back, and they had lost the uncertainty that we saw towards the end of play last night. But no, it's come back again.
Yeah, I mean, looked at that ball 3 times, Jeremy. It doesn't seem to hold the line. Maybe it just has slightly, but he's just blasted through him. He was defending quite stoutly on that sort of off-stump line, wasn't he? And he was very careful with a few of those defensive shots. And you could see why. And this one's just gone straight through him. And we change again. And Jadeja has come in ahead of Reddy. Yeah, did he in the first innings as well?
He did.
Yeah, he's been batting. He's been batting at 6. He's coming in at 7 because of the night watch last night.
No, I just wondered if Rahul had gone out, if they'd sent they might have sent the right-hander in. Gautam Gambhir loves the left-hand right-hand combination, but Jadeja's in anyway.
And he's looking around. He's surveying the field. There was we reached a new decibel level in the commentary box there, with me and Sam Ellard both screaming our heads off at the same time. Here's Archer to Ravi Jadeja. Turns out behind square on the leg side. Sam is doing updates for talkSPORT and happened to be on air just starting an update as Rishabh Pant was bowled. He started off quite mellow, didn't he? And then suddenly raised the roof between us, Sam.
I have a thing on my watch that tells me if I'm in a high noise level area. And every time Sam does an update, it comes up on my watch. Yeah, 90 decibels.
They'll give him a microphone one day instead of just opening the window.
It did straighten there, Jeremy, so that was a brilliant ball. Just moved away enough. We're just seeing that now.
Yeah, and what a celebration for them too, because he's such a dangerous character. They'll feel so much better because there's an unknown quantity about Rishabh Pant's kind of play, isn't there? And so he's a dangerous player that could suddenly open up, as you mentioned, the game.
Also, for England now, they can control the strike rate a little bit more, right? So Jadeja, I know he has played one or two more attacking innings in this series, but generally he goes quite slow. KL Rahul, when there's any issues, usually slows down, so they can put a bit of a grind on England, even if they can't break through straight away.
Stokes has dispensed with the gully. He's just got the 2 slips now as Jadeja pushes this one up to Bryden Carse at mid-on. The other thing to point out is that the only cartwheels in the whole series so far that we've had from either side have come from Harry Brook.
Yeah.
Until that.
You mean physical? He's done a physical cartwheel.
Well, until Rishabh Pant's off-stump cartwheel. Yeah. There's something intensely pleasing about a cartwheeling stump, isn't there? I mean, you need to be pretty quick for a start.
Yes.
Did you ever cartwheel a stump, Jeremy?
Never. Well, it did move once when someone obviously had watered it heavily overnight.
Stokes in again, Jadeja defends, and it's 72 for 5 India.
Day 5 and the hole was a bit loose.
It is just one of the most pleasing sights. It doesn't matter who does it.
Is it South Africa where we get the most cartwheels, isn't it? Because they water the ground around the stumps a lot more.
Well, it's very hard to get the stumps into the ground unless you water the holes.
But they do that in Australia. It still doesn't seem to cartwheel much in Australia. There is something about, if you go back and you look at highlights of South Africa, there is, I think, a high percentage of cartwheeling from the stumps.
Here's Stokes again around the wicket, bowls bouncer to Jadeja, who ducks it and then plays the most aggressive hook shot as the ball has already landed in Jamie Smith's gloves, as if to say, next time you're into the tavern stand.
There was a bit of a chat before the game began about what the percentages might be for this game. And there was a feeling, I think, that India were just in front. But you think with that punt wicket now, I think it's probably evened up. And we're going to have a very interesting period of play here for the next sort of half an hour. Can India resist and also keep getting runs? You can't just play no shots whatsoever. You've got to keep trying to get runs and pick up runs as you go.
121 more they need, 121. Here is Stokes again, bowls. Jadeja struck on the pad, and Stokes is momentarily interested in an LBW appeal, but knows that that one is heading down the slope and would have gone on to miss leg stump.
Yeah, the market currently has the teams as equal favourites or evens.
Right, I'm not surprised.
Is it really literally 50-50?
I mean, not exactly, but as close as you need it to be.
Right.
So Jadeja gives me the feeling, guys, I don't know about you, but he's just playing across. He's getting the front leg across the line just a wee bit and then playing around it. He's done that twice in that over, and that's what's made Stokes very interested in an LBW. He's got a bat to them so far.
He's got the gully back in for KL Rahul now as he's in, bowls. Rahul on the back foot, opens the face of the bat, steers it away towards third man. It'll be intercepted by Zach Crawley, who runs around from sweeping on the deep point boundary. Listen to the cheers for every run, and there was obviously a vociferous outpouring of celebration when Ben Stokes bowled, when Jofra Archer bowled Rishabh Pant. But I mean, there's talking of even splits. I think that the crowd support is probably pretty even for India and England, I guess.
Just on Jadeja, I was just looking this up when you said this because I remembered something looking at him before. He averages around 43, 44 in the first innings of Test matches. He averages 23 in the third innings and 15 in the fourth innings. And I think he struggles a little bit more playing across the line.
Here is Stokes. That's very wide. That one's come out wrong of his hand, and it's taken behind by Jamie Smith. Stokes is frustrated. Harmy called yesterday and said that he thought Stokes would was in danger, if that's the right word, of bowling himself into the ground here, just bowling and bowling, because he backs himself and he wants that responsibility, he wants to lead from the front. That's it's more severe than normal, that deterioration in average through the innings, isn't it?
Yeah, Ollie Pope, I think, and Steve Smith both have it as well. So players who tend to get bowled in LBW a lot in the fourth innings are going to get bowled in LBW more because the ball isn't bouncing as much. So I think that is a part of it. But yeah, it's very rare that you would average over 40 in the first innings and 15 in the fourth. I think it tells you he's a very good player, but he has limitations with his batting as well.
Are there practical reasons why some players appear to excel in the second half of matches? There are sort of fourth inning specialists. Here's Archer, bowls to Jadeja, forces him onto the back foot, plays it away defensively up towards mid-on. I mean, it's peculiar. There are some players who just, maybe it's a temperament thing, I don't know. You can't measure that, can you?
There's a couple of players. There aren't that many players with great fourth innings records, because generally everyone makes less runs.
Graham Smith and Matthew Hayden as top order player openers.
I'd have to have a look. I can tell you that Yunus Khan, I think, is probably the best fourth innings player that's ever existed. And the other one that's really interesting, I don't know why we're mentioning him twice in this test match, Manners, but is Bruce Mitchell, who's a South African opener who's brilliant in the fourth innings as well. I think it's probably to do with players who are better handling the ball when it's bouncing low, would be my guess. And then, as we said before, if you're constantly playing across the line, you know, players like Steve Waugh, who would, quite often was very crease bound, those sorts of players might get trapped LBW and bowled a little bit more in the fourth innings.
There is a sight screen on the middle balcony of the pavilion, and there are people sitting in front of it, and there was some complaint from Jadeja about movement behind the arm. He now is beaten outside the off stump, I think. He brings the bat inside the line, but I think he's played at that first. I mean, I have to say that there was a time there was no sight screens at Lord's, but they are, well, they're see-through. There's probably another better word for that. Translucent, is that what is it? Got lots of tiny holes in. So if you're in the long room, you can see straight through that sight screen. But from outside, it does a job. I wouldn't say it does a perfect job.
No, I don't think it does. I think they're quite difficult.
Here is Archer again. Edge, gone through third slip. No one down on the boundary. 4 runs. Harry Brook did his best, diving across from second slip. Jofra Archer is distraught. Stands and rues. I don't think it carried, did it?
No, it wasn't a chance.
That's one big advantage I would say that Jadeja should have in the second innings, is he uses such soft hands. I'd be shocked if he's going to get caught, certainly at the wider slip positions. Obviously the wicketkeeper and first slip's slightly different, but that bounced a long way ahead of Harry Brook. He almost did a cartwheel to try and get that.
And then because of some very, very tall bowlers like Curtly Ambrose, there's another subsidiary sight screen above the main one. Here is Archer again, bowls, bangs it in shorts, pretty much a bouncer Jadeja has to play at, sort of armpit height. But there are people sitting in front of that sight screen, and the cameras, the TV cameras, are behind it. Anyway, it all seems extremely imperfect at that end.
Yeah, well, it just shows you how important the members are, doesn't it? As long as they can see through from behind, I would have thought that the players might take precedence, but however, it's a bit different here.
That you'd block off, I'm guessing, at least 100 members if that sight screen wasn't see-through. Here's Archer again. Jadeja forward, pushes it out towards extra cover, and there's no run as Stokes fields. 79 for 5. Jadeja has 5. KL Rahul has added 6 to his overnight score. He's 39 not out. India still require another 114 for victory. And that's the long room that sight screen's in front of. It's a very long time since I've been in the long room. Jarrod, you must be a regular visitor, I would imagine.
Do you know, they probably won't like me saying this, they showed my movie recently and they kind of forgot to invite me to the long room.
Here is Archer to Jadeja, turned away nicely towards mid-wicket, and Wokes fields, and they go through for a run to the end of the over. What on earth were the MCC showing your movie for?
It was quite deliberate.
Well, I mean, technically I was in the long room, I assume, because my image was in the long room.
On the credits.
No, I mean, Death of a Gentleman, my face is there.
What were they showing? I mean, you've hardly got a good word to say about the cricketing establishment.
Maybe that's why I wasn't invited. I mean, we sometimes you have to read between the lines. I was invited at the last minute, to be fair. I think they said, "Oh, it's tonight. Can you make it?" And I was like, "No, I have several children. Life doesn't quite work that way for me." But it was lovely that they showed the movie. But I don't know the last time I was in the long room for anything. They did allow us to film during the movie, Manners, in the long room. And at one stage, I had to not change a nappy in the long room, but I had to readjust my son's undergarments.
Here is Ben Stokes, bowls a short one to Jadeja, nudges it away on the onside, no run.
My son must have been about 2, and he was, a typical toddler. So he kept running out on the ground, and they've got radars that go out on the ground, so alarms go off when you go too close to the pitch. So he kept doing that. So the groundsmen were not particularly happy with us being here. And then, because he was mucking around so much, something came loose, and it was snowing around that time of the year. So I had to take him inside it was too cold to do it outside, and this woman ran over, and I thought she was going to tackle me to the ground because she thought I was changing a nappy in the long room. But I was adjusting. I'm pretty sure the members adjust occasionally.
I'm sure they do. Here's Stokes around the wicket, continuing to Jadeja outside the off stump. When I began commentating, my commentary position at Lord's was in the south turret on the 4th floor, and in order to access the commentary position you had to wear a shirt and tie and jacket, and it's in the sunshine, so the first thing you did was dress appropriately for commentary by stripping it all off.
Harmison style.
Yeah, and at one point I had to run out of the commentary because I could see a player I needed to go and interview, and so I ran and interviewed him, and they wouldn't let me back in because I was in my commentary kit rather than my pavilion kit. And I said, "But you know who I am. This is day 3. My shirt and tie's upstairs." "Sorry, sir." Here's Stokes again, pushed away out on the onside, and Ben Duckett can't prevent the single running in from cover. In those days, you got the impression that they took particular delight in saying regulations, rules are rules.
Yeah, and I think that's why so many people don't always look so favourably on that end of the ground, is because of that. They've got it a lot better. I remember I was allowed to go in without a suit and tie to film, so they started letting camera operators. They used to make tradesmen at one stage.
What, someone come to fix the plumbing in the changing room?
That's what someone from the MCC told me. So if you had to go in the long room itself, you had to have a shirt. But they're much more realistic on all that sort of stuff now. How long can the players continue to walk through them after what happened in the last Ashes is a different conversation.
Here is Stokes again, bowls, KL Rahul again, just solidly behind us. He doesn't mind tiptoeing. If he needs to tiptoe across the line, he'll get India over the line however he can, however he has to. He won't mind it going to tea, Jeremy.
No, he won't mind that at all. And I don't think the players and his teammates would worry about that either if he's able to get them there. I remember actually when we were playing, we're on the right-hand side, of course, when we were playing at Lord's, because we're the visiting side, and it is quite unnerving to go to the lavatory just before you're batting and find 10 or 12 members already in position and asking you to hold their walking sticks and things like that. That can be quite off-putting. Yes, I will, but could you hold my bat?
Oh, there are some realities about the Lord's Pavilion, aren't there? Here is Stokes again. Oh, there's a bail for leg before wicket. It looked a bit high. Stokes is imploring. He's down on his knees. He's begging the umpire, Shafadullah, but not out, he says. And now Stokes is seeking reassurance from his teammates, and he's saying, Jamie, tell me it was hitting. Shall we review? And he has.
Looked high, and umpires call for off stump to me. He loved it, obviously. That was one of the best questions of an umpire I've ever seen. He really gave it full throttle. But
it wasn't a question, it was a demand.
A demand,
definitely.
Yes. But I don't know how you felt, Jeremy. It just felt...
I thought high.
Yeah, and a little bit just outside off stump perhaps as well.
Yeah.
maybe off stump is okay.
Let's have a look and see.
I think it's just inside the line of off stump, but it's very high.
So at best, it'll be some clippage on the bail, won't there? Maybe just touching the bail.
His feet are actually off the ground, and it hits. We're just waiting for it to hit. It hits right on the top of the knee roll with his feet off the ground.
Oh my goodness me, it's hitting! It's hitting! Ben Stokes has reviewed and KL Rahul has gone. It's a match-turning moment. Shafadullah has to overturn his decision, and Stokes is beside himself with triumph. His teammates are in disbelief. He knew, though, the England captain absolutely knew, and it was hitting the top of middle and leg. Well, KL Rahul has to go. India have lost 2 wickets. They're 81 for 6. Still 112 runs needed for victory.
Well. It was a good delivery. It actually beat the inside edge, and Rahul realised the danger and tried to go with it and turn the face of the bat into the leg side, because he could sense it was coming in at him all the time from outside his off stump. But he's missed that, and it's hit him, as you say, just on the top part of the knee roll. It looked higher, the initial place looked higher, but it's just hitting the top of the stumps.
I mean, if he's not the bowler, I'm not sure England would have gone for that review. I think it was because he was the bowler. He was so much more sure than everyone else on the ground that was out. He celebrated the review as if to say, I told you so, and everyone else was in surprise that it had been overcome. So we thought at best it was going to be umpire's call. It didn't look like a terrible review, but wow, that changes absolutely everything, because they could crawl to victory with KL Rahul there. Now things have to change quite a bit.
They do. Those are just 2 very, very large wickets for different reasons. The first one because Punt could actually score so quickly, and the second one because Rahul would just quietly work you and skewer you gently and slowly. But he's now no longer there either. So Washington Sundar, the last of the recognised. I know we've got Nitesh Reddy as well, haven't we? But Washington Sundar's out there with Jadeja now, the 2 all-rounders, and Stokes with his tail up.
I've stolen a ball from Manners. There's actually 1 ball left in this Ben Stokes over, and he comes in, herring in, and it's defended by Washington Sundar. 81 for 6 then, India. They've lost both overnight batters. England's game from here, surely that target, Harmy, seems miles off. 112 still needed, and they've got Reddy, Bumrah to come, and the 2 batters that you felt would have to get them close have both gone without too much damage done. 58 for 4, 81 for 6 now.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, this morning coming to the ground, I was confident England were going to win. I really was. I seen an England win, just because in this series the lack of belief that India have shown, especially as front runners, not having a great deal of belief to defend 350 on day 5 of Headingley. Coming here this morning, I sensed, even last night, that India they've got the talent to go and chase it, but have they got the bottle to do it?
Archer continuing. He picked up the wicket of Punt earlier on today, and Jadeja just clips onto square leg, 4th single. He moves to 8. I overheard Stuart Broad last night, just as I was leaving, saying he would have brought in Jadeja, because of course that wicket with the last ball of the day meant there was only Rahul still out there. He said, well, it might not be the worst idea just to bring Jadeja in ahead of Rishabh Pant. And that isn't what occurred. And of course, on another day, Rishabh Pant's 28 not out now, targets under 100, and it's England with all the trouble. But boy, oh boy, it's really difficult to see. And England are going to have a handle on the scoring now for quite some time, because Jadeja and Sundar are not going to be able to do what Rishabh Pant, dare I say, even KL Rahul, if he was losing partners at the other end, could do. So, advantage England as Jofra Archer comes steaming in from the pavilion end, and Archer thinks there might have been a little bit of bat on this ball, which is down the leg side and taken by Jamie Smith. None of the fielders are interested though, and he starts to turn to walk back to his mark. Yeah, these looked as though there was a little tickle. I'm not sure if it was a little bit off the thigh pad, but Archer's looked in good order this morning. You know, I agree. I didn't hear what Brodie had said last night, but I'd have been either Jadeja or Sundar to come in ahead of Pant. You know, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't in them situations. But Pant running down the wicket and charging Archer got him going. Archer again, and this is a thick outside edge which is fielded by Ben Duckett. Gully. Washington Sundar, who picked up those 4 wickets yesterday, and the feeling was if England were to win this match they were going to have to do it. Well, there was only one way they could really do it, and that was to take wickets with the new ball, and for their pace attack to make the breakthroughs and put the pressure on India, and that is exactly what has happened. 25 overs in now, or 24 overs. This is the 3rd ball of the 25th over. If this ball is about to go soft, well, the game might be over by then. Yeah, it will be. You know, it will be over by then. Archer again, and he's caught and bowled! A leading edge from the bat of Jadeja. Sundar. And it's just been plucked out the air as nonchalantly as you'll ever see by Jofra Archer, who's picked up his 3rd wicket in this Indian 2nd innings. It's an absolute horror show for India, who are now 81 for 7. Brilliant from Jofra Archer. The ball before, I think, put a seed of doubt in the mind of, or 2 balls before, a seed of doubt in the mind of Washington Sundar. It was in and around the rib cage. It's in excess of 90 mile an hour, and there's never ever an easy caught and bowled. You just asked Chris Wokes yesterday against Keir Rahul. That was brilliant from Archer. He's had to change direction, he's had to go and dive down the hill, and he's managed to grab it with one hand. And you see the raw emotion, not just in Archer but in all the England team, that now they believe that they're going to go 2-1 up in this series. 40 minutes of drama added to the 30 we had last night. After 3 days of slow-burning Test cricket, the destination of the Test and potentially the series has swung in little over 60 minutes of Test cricket. India 1 down with half an hour to go, and since the dismissal of Karun Nair, they've lost 6 wickets and added just 40 runs. Another collapse for the ages for India. They fell away horribly at Headingley. They're falling away horribly here at Lord's. And I'm not sure we're even going to get another commentary stint from Neil Manthorp, let alone seeing India push this match close. England are all over them. Nitish Reddy and Washington Sundar. But it's still saying, that's what's done me, the scoreboard's still saying Washington Sundar. It's incredible turnaround. And Archer is set to continue. Is ready, facing up the right hander with 2 slips in place. Oh, short delivery, ducks out the way. And he makes sure he follow through, takes him all the way up to the new batter. He's within 1 or 2 yards of Reddy. And there's a little word in the ear. Archer's loving this. England are loving this. 92 miles an hour bouncer. First ball, I'm not sure Reddy is. I'm loving it as well. I mean, this is brilliant from Archer. Last night, understandable. You know, understandable. He was tired. 4 overs last night. It was a bit floaty. Can't throw that any accusations against him because of the amount of cricket he's played. He's got a night's sleep. He's refueled his body. He's got his legs pumping. He's at the pavilion end. This is brilliant from Archer. Archer again. And this time Reddy comes forward and just places this out to Gully. End of another extraordinary over here. Washington Sundar's been dismissed for a duck. A brilliant caught and bowled from Jofra Archer, who earlier today picked up the big wicket of Rishabh Pant. Siddharth Munga is with us in the commentary box, ESPN Cricket Infos, and it is just... Well, India are falling apart, aren't they? It's just a huge collapse again.
lovely, irresistible bowling this morning from England. Jofra Archer might have just bowled the ball of the series, 90 miles an hour, angling in, and then it seems away to take the off stump of Rishabh Pant. It was an unplayable ball, and we saw that projection. If it had gone straight on, it would have hit the middle of the bat, and it just did enough to miss the outside edge and top of off. That set the tone for this morning.
Stokes continuing from the nursery end. He's in now, and his runs here, just a single. As Ravindra Jadeja, who's been at the non-strikers end for all the carnage, just moves to 9. India still miles off, 110 runs to win, and England need 3 wickets with just Siraj and Bumrah to come. I mean, it's incredible that Bumrah has played 2 tests out of the 3, and India looks like they're going to lose both of them.
I'm just amazed. This is such an awesome spell of bowling. They've kept the stumps in play all the time. And Stokes to Rahul, another unplayable ball. It seemed up the hill against the slope, and it seemed so much. And I also wonder, are the stumps also sloped? Is the leg stump higher than the middle and off stump?
It's way too late to be asking such questions. Targeting the pads is Stokes and Nitish Reddy. Well, has he ever? I don't know his IPL history, but has he ever played in such a high-pressured game as this, in a high-pressure situation as this?
No, he hasn't, but he has a century at MCG.
Yes, he does. Yeah, that was a draw, that test, wasn't it?
No, India lost that match.
At the MCG?
Yeah.
What was the one with the rain?
Brisbane.
Ah, that was Brisbane. They mucked around with the order. Plays with your mind. Stokes again, and Reddy comes forward, and Duckett scooping in from Ghali, doesn't pick up the ball cleanly, otherwise would have been interesting to pick up and throw if accurate. Jadeja, I think, probably would have been home, but it matters not. 84 for 7 then, and India still require 109 runs to win this test match, and England need 3 wickets.
We have a strange order this series also, starting at Headingley. We rarely ever start up at Headingley. And yeah, we'll end with the customary Oval Test.
Yes, the Oval Test is nearly always the final test of the summer, isn't it?
Also, it takes some careers with it.
Here is Stokes. Short delivery, and this is ridden well by Jadeja. He just gets up and pushes this into the offside for a single. Stokes walks past Jadeja. A little word exchange between the two. Haven't even seen Bryden Cast today. Haven't needed to, of course.
No, we haven't needed to. I obviously, Archer's done brilliantly, and you go to your Premier fast bowler. I said this morning I would have gone with Bryden Cast just to get some miles into the legs of Archer, get him in the field and get him going, see if he can pump his knees, but he's hit the ground running as soon as he bowled his first ball this morning.
85 for 7, Stokes is in. Oh, that's a good leave by Nitish Reddy, who actually has shaped up very well at the start of his innings.
Both of them have right now in the middle. Jadeja has barely played a false shot. He's getting behind the ball, he's riding it well when it's ball short.
Were you not surprised, but there was a thought that maybe Jadeja could have come in ahead of Rishabh Pant? Was that? Do you think that was ever a possibility?
I don't think it was a possibility in the dressing room, but I did flirt with the idea of promoting Sundar ahead of Rishabh Pant. He's actually a proper batter in domestic cricket. He's got everything going for him as a batter.
Over the wicket now to Nitish Reddy. Here comes Stokes, and again Reddy just glances this, just wristily places this into the gap at cover, and Stokes has a word in his ear as well as he walks past. Intensity is not dropping. It hasn't dropped at any stage of this India innings.
Ben Stokes just putting deep point out, deep square leg out for that last ball there to get ready on strike for Jofra. Ben knows that Jofra's probably only got a few overs in him left in this spell of the 90+ miles an hour and the threat that Jofra possesses before he's going to have to take him out of the attack and not so much look after him, but look, there can't be too much left in Jofra's legs, and then Bryden Castle will be coming on from the pavilion end.
Here is Archer, and again British Ready gets behind the line of the ball, and it's a shorter delivery. It's not targeting the stumps this time. He just drops it down into the offside.
Tell you what, India, now that Pant and Rahul are back in the dressing room, I wonder if they're looking back at the third afternoon when India, everything was going for India. They were looking at a big lead, and then they played, and they took that single for the milestone just before lunch.
Well, it's similar to the first Test match, isn't it? They should have taken they kind of felt like they'd done the hard work. As Ollie Pope running in from point, picks up the ball. Jadeja is home, and anyway, Pope misses the stumps as he often does.
Yeah, and I think you can look even further back than that, Sid, in this Test match, and look at the night when we had all the histrionics about the new ball. In that sort of 45-minute period, I think Shubman Gill lost his way a little bit, India lost their way a little bit, and Bryden Cast, they put on 50 or 60 runs more than you would want them to put on, and that in the context of this game is a lot.
Yeah, those 8 overs when India would, like, every ball was looking like it could get a wicket, and then the ball changed, and those 8 overs produced nothing.
India might win this yet, you know. Here is Archer, struck on the pads. There's a big shout for leg before wicket, but it wasn't as believable as an impassioned appeal like the one we got from Ben Stokes a few overs back, and whilst the fielders join in, there's no real interest in pursuing it or taking it upstairs.
No, I think that's going up the hill. I think that is going up the hill. I think that's going down the leg side. Good from Archer. It is. It's good. He's dragged his length back a little bit. England have pulled their lengths back in the last sort of 15-20 minutes, as opposed to the first 15-20 minutes of the day, where the ball very, very full, hitting the deck a little bit more now, using the inconsistency of the surface.
Archer again, and Jadeja trying to run this through down to third, fielded by Duckett, and he'll have to stay on strike. Jadeja's 10, Nitish Reddy is 3 not out, and we've had some extraordinary drama already this morning with Rishabh Pant losing his off stump for 9, bowled by Jofra Archer, running in from the pavilion end, an absolutely beautiful delivery, which Pant was trying to play defensively. And then that was followed up by Rahul, LBW for 39 on review. And Washington Sundar has just been brilliantly caught by Archer, who is in again. This is a bit too short, and it sails over batter and keeper and down to the boundary. Wide's not called, I don't think.
Yeah,
it was wide.
Yeah.
So 5 runs added.
Getting a bit excited, Jofra. Going for the short ball again, Jadeja. And just a touch too short. Good speeds though, it was a good direction as well. It went straight over the top of Jadeja's head.
He didn't have time to duck it.
No, exactly, yeah. It was quick, it was lively.
It's still going at 92 miles an hour,
Yeah.
almost an hour into his spell.
We've missed him. This time, this is just pushed to the leg side, fielded by Jamie Smith at square leg. He beats Ollie Pope, who's back on the boundary. 1 ball left of the 27th over. Oh, it's so good to not have to talk about balls going out of shape, and we haven't had a single stop in play.
We had no high vis today.
No high vis. We've had no magic spray, we've had no massages, we've had no wringing of the hands and the gloves being flown to the floor, and
because you can't delay this game into a draw today. You will get a result either way, so may as well get it sooner than later.
Here comes Archer, and this is blocked by Nitish Reddy. Up to mid-off. They are really in the ear of the youngster. This is going to be quite a passage of play for Nitish Reddy.
What a lift in intensity from Archer from last night when we were all both on air and it was just floating up half volleys. And today you can see these are effort balls. Even when he's bowling full, they've been banged into the surface, and they've never been really long half volleys.
I think if anybody,
the plans in place as well.
But also if anybody, thinks that this game been fast bowling is played by done by robots, it's done by human beings.
True.
Jofra Archer hasn't played a lot of cricket. He's fielded more in this game than he's fielded in the last 5 years. He's bowled more in this game than he's bowled more in the last 5 years. It's 6 o'clock when your head's telling you one thing. Unfortunately, you're looking down to your legs going, come on, please, just wake up a little bit, and they weren't there for him.
Stokes continuing. A little tempter for Ravindra Jadeja. Touch wide, but he lets it go through. India have lost 3 wickets this morning. They lost 4 last night. The scorecard looks a mess.
All the more credit to Archer for coming back the way he has done today.
Absolutely.
Playing his first test in 4 years.
And that's the difficulty and the managing process from Ben's point of view. Do I sort of front load him and flog him now, with a view that he's not going to be able to come back like that in an hour and a half's time? So do I just keep him going to win the test match?
And it's England's to win as Stokes comes in. He's targeting off stump, but Ravindra Jadeja just clips this ball fine to deep backwards square leg, and again just eases off strike.
I still think, John, though, the turning point was Rishabh Pant running down the wicket and belting Jofra Archer for 4. It woke him up. You poked the beast and you woke him up. And next ball, it was floaty. He had a couple of floaters, bang, got clipped a couple of times, and he got whacked down the ground. And then, like all fast bowlers do, the fighting quality and instinct comes out in you, and bang, right, hit this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't a short ball. That's usually the comeback delivery, is it? It was the ball of the of the series. Skills pitched up, and an attempted drive from Reddy. But it's a little toe end on the bat instead of heading towards extra cover. Somehow, and I've seen the replay of it, and I still can't work out how that's ended up at backward point.
Think toe end.
Even then, I mean, it is a toe end, you're right, but even then he's done well to get it there.
Soft hands.
Soft bat, soft ball. Oh no, we're talking about the ball again.
Talking of ball, two balls of the series, actually, 2 really, really unplayable deliveries to get two of the best batters in the Indian lineup back in the pavilion.
Chasewell, first innings. Pitched up again. That is as good a forward defensive shot as you're going to see from the top 6 batter, let alone Nitish Reddy is coming in at 7.
We've seen some good ones. I mean, Akash Deep's to Harry Brook when he was on 155 at Edgbaston, that was unplayable. I defy anybody, even Harry's on 155. I defy anybody to hit that when it nipped back, went through the gate and hit the stumps. Yeah. Archers, I mean, you talk
Archers
about
in first innings to Chasewell.
Chasewell
that
first
pitched
innings.
outside leg.
Yeah, in the blind spot.
Yeah, and then hit the outside edge around middle and off. Ready it is, and he opens a face a touch but can't get the ball through that slip cord. There's 2 slips and a gully fielded by Duckett.
All test long batters have looked for runs there, especially Root and Pope also, and they've got no dividends for it because the square is soft. It is a lush square. Unlike Edgbaston and Headingley, it's not running off the square, and the gully has hardly been tested with the open face shots. So both sides have lost out on runs because of that, and it contributes to the lower run rate.
Archer averaging 91.7 miles an hour today. As Stokes continuing, and he's still angling the ball in on off stump on the pads, bringing Nitish Reddy forward, but resolute in defence, and he blocks out another. 99 runs to win. The target's under 100. Stokes still in the ear of the youngster. Archer's in his ear. This is a proper examination, but he's still there. He's faced 13 deliveries. He's 3 not out. India, they just got to get through. Break it down to 10, 20-minute sections, blocks. Can they see off the next 20 minutes, half an hour without losing a wicket?
That's the process that they have to be going through and thinking, I like this, I like Reddy. He's got something, he's got character. He really has. He's got a bit of fight. He's got a bit of Jadeja fight in him. He's got some arrogance in him as well. Good arrogance. I like that. He wasn't shy of giving it back to Archer in the first innings. He's solid in defence against Ben Stokes. Ben's given him some big questions outside off stump. Remember the one that he got in the first innings, the ball he got, the bounce, the brute of a ball he got, and he shaped up well in the first innings as well.
Archer's continuing, feeling that might have been his last over. Jadeja wants a single there. Reddy's not going anywhere, and Reddy is exactly right. Because Stokes coming in from cover. And it might have even been enough time for Jamie Smith to get up behind the stumps as well. It was never a single.
I think both of them heard what you've just said before. Jofra Archer's averaging 91.4 miles an hour. Nitish Reddy's sitting on his bat handle going, I don't fancy going up that end.
So that was not good calling, but
No.
self-preservation.
Yeah, good game management. I slipped. Sorry. I just slipped there.
Archer is in. Jadeja, he's beaten past the outside edge. A ball that didn't go too far from off stump as well.
How's this missed?
Just the perfect length. Can't be forward, can't be back. Caught on the crease and just holds its line against that angle. Not much you can do about it, but hope that you just don't nick it. Did well to not follow the movement though.
94 for 7.
Yeah, played just down the line and not with the movement.
Nitish Reddy's at the other end going, yeah, you just stay there for another 4 balls, Ravindra. And again, this is played better from Jadeja. Again, just withdrawing the bat, playing off stump, the line of off stump, and withdrawing the bat as the length of the ball.
Yeah, slightly shorter than the last one, so easier to leave.
Wow, this is terrific. Imagine if it was 49 runs to win. I mean, it's tense enough as it is, but
Imagine if it gets there.
I mean, this is why we love Test cricket, for those close finishes. They don't happen that often. And as things stand, England on top here as Archer comes in again, and this is just defended into the offside by Jadeja.
He's done well against the shorter balls than the good length ones and slightly fuller than the good length ones.
It's not the fastest pitch you'll ever see, is it?
Exactly why.
Yeah, but I think what he's got a simple game plan, a simple technique. He's not trying to chase anything that's outside his body parameters, so it's outside sort of fourth stump. See, he's taking his bat away and he's playing and missed, but he's playing and missed down the right line for him. He's playing for his off stump. And the shorter balls, that's not sort of, that's sitting in the pitch. It's easier to defend.
Here comes Archer, and again draws. This time Jadeja can come forward and blocked out to cover. Possibly 1 ball left of what's been a terrific spell of fast bowling from Jofra Archer. 91.7 miles an hour on average. It hasn't had the batters ducking and weaving and trying to get out the way. It's been more accurate and probing and skillful than that. And it's kept everybody here, and it's another full house. Scenes outside the ground were so excitable as Archer comes in, and Jadeja takes a quick single to mid-wicket, and Wokes it is, with Reddy just caught on his heels a touch, running in from mid-on, looking at the wicket, and if he'd picked it up and thrown it down, maybe, that would have been a very, very tight single. As it is, we've got 1, 2, 3. This is how it should be at a proper drinks break. 3 fielders running off for a little break. 3 high vis sauntering on. Everyone's going to catch their breath. And after a word from Sid, they'll be returning Neil Manthorp to take up commentary duties with India, 95 for 7.
India have sent only one extra with the drinks. There won't be too many messages. I think they will leave them to their own devices. Jadeja, as I've often mentioned, is the most old school batter in this Indian lineup, in the sense that he just watches the ball, reacts the ball. If it's short, he goes back. If it's full, he goes forward. And he scores only off the bad balls. That's something that you don't often see in modern batting. You see people premeditating, trigger movements, a lot of things. Jadeja, just simple, plain old batter. And you can see the most instructive example of that is how he is not even adjusted to new LBWs on to spinners. His technique is still the old one where he plays with the bat beside the pad and not in front of the pad. It has got its disadvantages, but it has also got its advantages where he does not leave himself susceptible to good bowling. And we have seen that in his stats in the last 5-6 years. He's come along as almost as a specialist batter. And as I welcome Neil. Hello, Neil.
Hello, Sid. I still, I have to say, I can absolutely imagine Nitish and Jadeja tiptoeing their way. I think they're temperamentally both, Jadeja particularly well suited to this, and you know, I'm sure that he'll be, or I'm not sure at all. I imagine he'll be.
You can't be sure of anything in this game.
Well, exactly right, exactly. But I imagine he'll be saying, reminding Nitish, you know, that the ball's 29 overs old, and you were talking about it, and you know, we've batted through. You've batted this long before, and all we need to do is bat. We can survive. The ball will start to behave more predictably. Just guard against the low bounce, and you know, and we'll get there. And you know, one run at a time. And I can see a situation, but at 2:30 this afternoon, where it is, as you and John were talking about, 30 needed. I mean, I'm not saying that will happen, but I'm saying it's not hard to imagine.
No, it's not hard to imagine. They might be the last recognized pair, but they are handy batters. They are not your usual number 9s. Reddy is not your usual number 9. I could see a future where he is number 6 when India are touring abroad.
Well, you and I agreed yesterday he's going to play 50 Test matches for India. Or how many at home?
Well, if we can see India through here, we can be sure he'll play 50. But again, let's not get carried away. England still hold all the advantage here. It's just one good ball, and then they're into the tail where they can block off the scoring for the specialist batter with in outfields, 2 slips, 1 gully, and 6 on the boundary. So that person will then have to do it in singles, which you imagine then will take 30 overs of great discipline and character then.
Jasprit Bumrah made, was it 38 or 43? Mohammad Shami and Jasprit Bumrah 4 years ago at this very ground added 89 together for the 9th wicket. So unbroken, by the way. Drinks is now complete, and Ben Stokes is continuing, and he bowls to Jadeja and pushes it out towards cover, sets off for a single. Nitish Reddy was calling him through for the single, and Jadeja very happy to respond. No such thing as seniority in this partnership. They both have Test hundreds and both know exactly what they're doing. So I always like to believe that Jasprit Bumrah is capable of batting. He hasn't looked particularly, he's applied himself in this series so far, but I've seen him bat for quite a while. I think he has a method works for him. Here's Stokes again, bowls, and Nitish Reddy pushes it defensively out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And that's what will frustrate the Indian team management, that the lower order, the tail, has not applied themselves. Getting out is one thing. The kind of shots that they've got out to in the first test and here, that's something that will be disappointing and frustrating for the team management.
Ben Stokes bowling unchanged. He bowled 4.4 overs overnight and has bowled unchanged so far from the nursery end, and it was pushed away by Nitish Reddy behind square on the offside, Crawley Fields. What did you make of Mohammad Siraj's 15% match fee fine for, what was it, inappropriate behaviour, making physical contact, and no sanction against Ben Duckett? And we felt at the time that they'd both sort of held their line.
Yeah, I think going by the history, this is consistent with how the ICC match referees have been, and they frown upon anything that happens after a batter is dismissed.
Here is Stokes once again, and Nitish Reddy pushes that one up towards mid-on, fielded by Wokes, who's been limbering up. He might be inside. Yeah, I mean, it's apart from a sanction, it's almost, I think 15% is almost a way for the match referee to signal that, it's almost apologetic. It's almost like I'm sorry about this, but I have to be seen to be doing something.
Yeah, but the money doesn't matter. It's the one demerit point that matters, which will stay on his record for 2 years.
Here is Stokes once again, running in as hard now as he was last night, and first thing this morning it's driven by Nitish Reddy again to Wokes at mid-on. Does he have any existing points on his record?
So now he's got 2, and if he concedes another, or if he is caught with another serious offence and he gets 2 more, that will make it 4 demerit points, which becomes 2 suspension points, and he could lose it. He could be out of the next Test match. So he's on 2 now. And that's what matters more. I think in-game penalties is what matters more than the money.
Here's Stokes again, running away from us, up to the crease now. Bowls to Nitish Reddy. Again, he's forward. Solid in defence. Bat and pad tucked in close together. 97 for 7, India. How old is the existing point? When does that drop off? Anyway, I suppose people will just say, well, don't get another one. Obey the speed limit.
So he got one in Adelaide, December 24, 7th December 24. So he's on notice till 6th December 26. There's a lot of Test cricket coming up.
Yes, indeed. If it was a football tournament, they'd say, well, just get a yellow and serve the ban now before it.
Yeah, during a T20, bilateral T20 series against Bangladesh.
That's right. Oh, that one goes past the outside edge. Nitish Reddy beaten by Stokes' late away swing. Steve Harmison called it last night. He said Stokes will bowl until he can't walk. He reckons he'll just keep going. 97 for 7, and that one almost brought him another wicket. Extraordinary review earlier by Stokes to get rid of KL Rahul. The appeal, he was down on his knees, imploring, demanding, begging the umpire to raise a finger, and he didn't seem to have a great deal of support from his teammates for the review, but he went for it. Got it.
Yeah, which is when we were discussing, because it went up the slope. I'm just wondering if the leg stump is slightly higher than the middle stump. Because the pitch is on a slope. Yeah. Unless they dig the stumps a little more to make it flat. Oh, talking of confusions, this is confusing verbiage. I'm just quoting from the ICC release now. It says when a player reaches 4 or more demerit points within a 24-month period, they are converted into suspension points and a player is banned. 2 suspension points equate to a ban from 1 test or 2 ODIs or 2 T20Is, whichever comes first.
Bryden Cast into the attack now. That one is steered away by the left-hander Jadeja into the gully, Duckett Fields.
Now it does not say what is 1 suspension point equal to. Is it equal to 4 demerit points or 2 demerit points? We don't know. It's very confusingly written, and the consensus from this confusing thing is that 2 demerit points usually equals 1 suspension point, but they don't start to get you bans until you reach 4.
There's a loophole in there somewhere. Here's Bryden Cast around the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, and up onto his toes he goes, steering it away down to the sweeper on the deep backward point boundary, Zach Crawley, and it'll just be one. That's the way India need to do it now at the moment. England are guarding runs with their lives, so treating them like the most precious commodity. Every single one is completely precious, and India, you get the sense, aren't going to get too many bad balls, and they are going to have to tiptoe their way towards this target of 193.
I foresee an altercation coming. Since this morning I've been seeing the bowlers have not got out of the way of the batters when they're running, and there's been almost 2 or 3 collisions.
Oh, there was one right there.
Yeah. So I know every run matters today, and it's just taken that extra bit of intensity.
Bryden Cast thundering in from the pavilion end. That isn't a great ball. I said there wouldn't be too many bad ones, but it's just a single. Nitish Reddy nudges it off his hip, is heading down the leg side, and that's the run that I thought India had got to 100. In fact, they're 99 for 7. It's extremely tense out there, and there's a 2-1 series lead with 2 to play to be had, and it puts you in the driving seat. Go up to Old Trafford, makes it very hard to lose the series, you would think, if you go 2-1 up with 2 to play.
Yeah, you can go back to the pitches that you had for the first 2 tests then, if you are 2-1 up. No, yeah, but these are England won't mind it,
I suppose. 2 slips in a gully. Here's Bryden Cast again, but edge doesn't carry to Joe Root at first slip. Banged it in short, and it's just died, isn't it? It's landed like a used tennis ball. Actually, do you know, that was pretty well played by Jadeja, wasn't it? Soft hands.
Yeah. And it's a slow pitch, and he's been playing the short ball really well today. Something Cast maybe needs to learn from. Yesterday when he bowled, he got that brief period where probably the batters were struggling to side the ball from that end, and he bowled 63% balls full of good length, and today he's bowled everything short.
Cast once again, the crowd getting in, cheering in behind him now as Jadeja is striding forward into the defensive push-up towards mid-off, and fielded by Stokes, who's really lifting his team. He doesn't need to. I don't think they need very much lifting, but the crowd also getting in behind Bryden Cast now, urging England forward for another victory. I think were you aware of a very different atmosphere? We spoke about this in the first half an hour, Sid, but on your way into the ground, very different sort of crowd, isn't it? I mean, those who couldn't normally afford to come to Lord's are here today. Just £25 for adults, £5 for kids. It's a terrific atmosphere. Here's Cast again, wide outside the off stump, left alone by Jadeja. 99 for 7. I wondered whether I was imagining it, but you obviously experienced it as well.
Yeah, and you could sense the anticipation anyway, coming into the final day as close as it is. But yeah, there's more vibrant crowd today. There's more noise today. Although on the first 4 days, on the 3rd and 4th evening, we saw something similar. But otherwise, it was difficult to arouse them into this kind of frenzy, which we see today.
Less men in...
It's more raucous.
Yeah, less men in purple trousers with orange moccasins.
And fewer egg and bacon ties?
Well, I haven't been over to the pavilion, but I'm sure there's a few hundred in there. Here's Ben Stokes continuing. Nitish Reddy pushes it out on the onside. Jeremy, can you see? Jeremy Coney's alongside us as well, obviously. And I was just saying, it's not hard to imagine that with the ball now in its officially in its soft stage, that India could tiptoe quite close to this target still.
Well, Jadeja's playing pretty solidly, isn't he? He's got a good forward defence going at the moment. He's avoiding the short ones as well as he can. Nitish Reddy, I don't know quite so well as a player, but he seems...
Stokes in again. That's a lovely looking off drive from Nitish Reddy. It's gone straight to Bryden Cast at mid-off.
I like it when you get players using the front foot. They get a good stride and they get a good strong leg side, left side. And we saw it there in that stroke, didn't we? A ball that was well up to him, but he was into it and hitting it quite comfortably through to Cast at mid-off. So Stokes is obviously really going to try and single-handedly drag his team over the line.
Here's Stokes once again up to the crease and bowls. Ready is forward once more, pushes it out on up towards mid-off. There will be some who say, I don't think they'll be able to get there in first gear. They actually do need to try, because
Got to keep scoring.
yeah.
You can't just do it by defensive occupation, this sort of target. The ball will eventually get you. So they do need to keep scoring. I thought it was smart with Archer to the left-handers. He's a much better bowler to left-handers than he is to right. That's shown, I think. And he got Punt, of course, and then he got Sundar.
Stokes in again, bowls to Ready. It's full and wide outside the off stump and left alone.
Big stride every ball this over. He's watching out for that ball that seems back up the hill that got Rahul. He does not want to be caught in the crease.
So I mean, it's quite a test of temperament for a 21-year-old.
Absolutely, and he's just got to watch out now for Stokes, who's going to bring him forward, and then one a little bit shorter and quicker to go at him. That's the only time I think he's got to watch.
That's the way they got him in the first innings.
Here's Stokes again, bowls, and when it's short, Ready jumps up onto the back foot and nudges it down defensively.
Yeah, just a little short that time, gave Reddy a chance to see it and get back in time. It's more that kind of just back of a length and beyond that I'm thinking of, that you're still looking to come forward to, and it beats you before you can kind of react the way he had the time to do then.
I wonder whether Chris Wokes was limbering up a little while ago on the instruction from the changing room. I mean, Stokes is just not going to give this ball away very willingly. He's just going to. He's bowling beautifully. He's doing exactly the job that his team needs. He wants to do for his team. Turned away by Nitish Reddy for a single behind square on the leg side. I think he was playing that shot, although it did hit the inside half of the bat, and it trickles away down towards deep backward square. And the cheering for the Indian supporters for the 100 up, 100 on the board. Still a long way to go. They're only just over halfway. 93 more needed for victory, and what a drama we've had. England had India 4 down, of course, overnight, and it was the wicket of Rishabh Pant that set them on a roll. Bowled by Jofra Archer, magnificent delivery, just straightened enough to cartwheel the off stump out of the ground. Rishabh Pant gone for 9. Next to go, KL Rahul, trapped LBW by Ben Stokes, who was down on his knees begging for the LBW appeal, and it was not out. He reviewed it, and even on the second replay it looked like it might be a bit high, but Hawkeye had it crashing into the stumps, or top of the stumps. Carson now continuing. Nitish Reddy steers it into the gully. So KL Rahul, the man designated to anchor this run chase. We'll call it a run chase. It's not really a chase. It's a gentle pursuit, a run pursuit. Anyway, he was gone. LBW to Stokes for 39, and then Washington Sundar, 4th ball, pushing it back half-heartedly, really uncommitted stroke back towards Jofra Archer, but it didn't appear initially close enough to him to catch, but a diving, tumbling, one-handed catch for zone bowling by Archer saw Sundar gone for a duck. Nitish Reddy drives now, thick outside half of the bat, squirts out to backward point to Jofra Archer, confirming his athleticism, not only with that return catch, but the fact that he's now fielding at backward point. 100 for 7. Hello, Jarrod Kimber.
Manners, that went incredibly slowly. That was a full-blooded drive, and that was off the toe. So maybe there was an element of the toe being involved there, but that went so slowly to point. This ball is getting soft very quickly, isn't it? Which means it is not going to be particularly easy for England to get a wicket or India to score runs. Let's grind it out, fellas. Let's grind it out.
Here is Cars again, bowls, and it's blocked by Nitish Reddy. It is it is perfectly conceivable that we go at this pace, we'll still be playing at tea. And then England have got a problem, because then the 8 overs you were talking about, Jeremy, you were saying at the scoring rate that we've had throughout the Test match, the 4 quick bowlers will have to bowl about 8 overs each.
Yes.
They will have bowled 8 overs each, and they could still be 40
And
runs
more.
required.
Well, Ben Stokes is only 1 over away from that, basically, isn't he, at the moment? Because they start at 17 point something or other overs, and look, we're 33 coming up.
Carson driven by Nitish Reddy to backward point. Good diving stop from Jofra Archer. I told you that England would defend every run with their lives. Defend every single as if it's 2 or 4.
Is he using a celery stick instead of a bat? Flopped off his bat, didn't he? When he played that big full shot, and I was waiting for the ball to race away, and in the end it was good effort from Jofra, but it wasn't racing away from Jofra, was it?
The confusing thing is that it's made the sound as if it had been middled. It was a really crack, wasn't it? But as you say, I think it came off the toe.
Yeah, it's been sliced, really. Cast bowling a little fuller, so we're seeing drives now, aren't we? We're seeing forward defensive shots.
We've got the slips alongside the keeper now. They've all taken a step forward, you know. Here's Cast, bats short and wide. That's the problem. They get into a defensive mindset. That's short and wide outside the off stump. That was begging for a slap through the point, wasn't it? He's left it alone. That's what I'm saying. The defensive mindset. They've got to score.
I think a young Jadeja launches that over slips. I'm not sure the grizzled late 30s Jadeja plays that shot as much. I always feel Jadeja always has to be poked into playing attacking shots, especially in Test cricket these days.
I mean,
even in T20, sometimes he'll come in and knock it around for a long time.
Here is Brydon Cast again around the wicket bowls. Jadeja leaves alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. My concern from India's point of view is that Jadeja has become too defensive here. I think he's, you can only go so far in first gear before the engine grinds. Do you know what I mean?
I don't mind it, because, as you said, that's the counter-attacking style, right? So England are going to go more and more for wickets, and Jadeja will find ways to score, because there will be balls pitched in the wrong place. You know, there will be mistakes, maybe the fields and everything else. But the problem that they have at the moment is that they're both not going anywhere, right? And that's the issue.
He's sort of playing a left-handed Rahul kind of role, isn't it, really? Well, they both are.
92 to win for India, 101 for 7. Here is Stokes again. Nitish Reddy drives up towards mid-off. Brydon Cast fields, and there's no run.
Nitish Reddy hasn't played much in Test cricket yet. Seen him play in T20 cricket. He strikes the ball very well. He's a very good player. But one thing I can notice from him straight away is he sets up very much like an all-rounder, in that he plays beautiful shots to fielders over and over again. Whereas the amount of times that he's had a ball that he's seeing, he's on top of, it's hit the middle of the bat, just not finding the gaps in the way that KL Rahul or a top order player would.
Ben Stokes hasn't had more than 3 catches throughout his spell. He's bowled unchanged so far today. 2 slips in a gully, and he's in now. Bowls, Nitish Reddy forward again, blocking this defensively up towards mid-off. We were quite polite and judicious with our selection of words at times during the first 3 days, saying that there was a good deal happening. The legs were kicking hard under the surface. Well, there were some very quiet periods of play. Sometimes we weren't entirely honest. Harmy said, "This is boring," but we didn't. We were, as I say, selected our words more judiciously. But this now really is incredibly tense. Stokes is in once again. That's defended by Nitish Reddy. I mean, India aren't moving quickly enough. Something has to happen, and you've got 2, I don't know, heavyweight fighters in the halfway through the 14th round. It's just waiting for one of them's waiting for the other one to take a swing and either swing themselves off their feet or leave themselves exposed. They're not giving an inch. They're just sort of dancing around each other at the moment, trying not to collapse. Ben Stokes keep just bowling and bowling. 2 slips and a gully. Up to the crease again, bowls. Nitish Reddy guides it away behind square on the offside. This soft ball isn't helping. As you say, it's hard to make it bounce as a bowler, and it's hard to hit it.
Yeah, it's you know, we saw the was it the edge of the gloves of Jadeja that didn't make it through the first slip before? It just died. It seemed to come off fine, and then just halfway through the air, you could actually hear, like a balloon, the air coming out, you know, of it as it got there, and then it barely even got to slip.
It looks like it should have been off the gloves, but it was off the bat.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how quickly it died as it came off the bat. Here is Stokes again. Bounce home, really good one. Surprise ball. It's the best element of a bouncer is when it is a genuine surprise, and Nitish Reddy, because it didn't bounce as much as it should if it was a harder ball, was suddenly losing balance and scrambling to get out of the way of it.
I don't know if you saw that, but just as the ball was coming in there, a cloud came over, like a small cloud that went over directly over the pitch, and I thought, oh, Nitish should probably pull away here, because it's like the colour of the pitch changed suddenly. And I think it'd be interesting to know if Stokes saw that, where, wow, he won't be expecting this, he'll be a little bit put off here, but it's brilliant bowling. Putting the fielder back out, deep back of point. So they want Nitish Reddy on strike.
Interesting that, isn't it? Okay, here's Stokes. Once again, running away from us from the nursery end, up to the crease again, bowls, and Reddy forward and plays it away defensively out on the offside. Fielded by Ollie Pope. Crowd reacting to something. There's a huge roar of cheers. I don't know, maybe Shubman Gill's walking. Maybe Virat Kohli's made an appearance.
It was Stokes getting in Nitish Reddy's face after that ball. I don't know exactly what he was trying to tell him, but he was being very forceful with it, Jeremy.
Was that 8 or 9 overs now for Stokes this morning? 17, and we're now 34.
He bowled 4.4 overnight. So yeah, he bowled 9.
It's a long spell. It's a long spell.
Army called it last night. He said Stokes would bowl until he couldn't walk. And he's bowled unchanged. Here's Bryden Cast thundering in from the pavilion end. Jadeja is forward, pushing it straight back to the bowler. Jadeja, for me, is going nowhere slowly. 14 off 37. Mind you, Nitish Reddy's going nowhere even slower. 6 off 36. But I think they need to have... Maybe they've decided to see what's for lunch first.
I don't mind them for the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes, not scoring, and just the ball's going to get softer and softer, and England will get more desperate. But Nitish specifically needs to find a way to get off strike.
Jadeja on strike at the moment. Casts in around the wicket, opens the face of the bat, steers it to Duckett at gully, and there's no run. Little dummy throw from Duckett. The crowd are, they are paying attention, aren't they? And they're watching very, very closely. It was Ben Stokes was just having a word with Nitish Reddy, and that's what got the crowd going. I'm not used to a crowd paying such close attention to the actual cricket. That's all it was.
Not a lot of corporates in today. Lazily enjoying their stuff.
There's quite a few empty boxes, aren't they? The corporate suites away to our left in the mound stand. There's a few empty boxes away in the main grandstand as well. Rent them out, people. Give them out. Don't rent them out. Give them to the people. Here's Cars again, about short outside the off stump. Jadeja leaves alone. Wouldn't that be a lovely gesture? I mean, this is the People's Day. This is day 5. It only costs £25 to get in. There are people
at Wimbledon too, don't they?
That's
occasionally.
Right. Yeah,
when they have to play an extra day because there's been rain or something like that.
But wouldn't it be nice if the people who own those boxes could have, donated them?
You're friends with all these people. Why didn't you tell them?
Not so. Although for the World Test Championship final, there were several very wealthy South Africans who one box cost £15,000 a day. It was rented by a very successful South African businessman. Outside the off stump, left alone. There are some very wealthy Australians as well who had a tremendous day out, or 4 days out. Casts his next deliveries. Left alone again by Jadeja.
I don't know why we're having this conversation, but Steve Harmison is the king of the boxers.
That's right. The man of the people went to every single corporate hospitality suite in Headingley to entertain those who've been fortunate either to buy corporate hospitality tickets or be invited on a corporate day out. Here's Cass again outside the off stump, left alone. I don't think it was as close as Brydon Cass is intimating now. Jadeja looked to be pretty much in control of that one. It's angled in towards the off stump, but
it was close enough.
Left alone. Was it as close as?
Maybe not quite as Cass made it, but have a look at it. It's close enough. It was an Akash Deep level leave.
Well, he's left it. If he's left it on length, that's pretty trusting in a pitch that is not bouncing particularly predictably at the moment. Yeah, it was quite close. 4 or 5 inches away, maybe just it passed over stump height.
See, I think there's a run there just on square though if he's playing that.
Here is Cass once again, and there you go, short and wide and cut by Jadeja. That's exactly what India need to do. They've got to start scoring. Zach Crawley runs all the way from sweeper on the point boundary, dives to his right, saves it. England putting their bodies on the line to save runs now, putting a massive value on it. Cass and Jadeja,
I think
exchanging words.
I think they clashed, and because Jadeja knew there was two there, and Cass got in his way. I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but I think they clashed when he's coming back for the second.
Siddharth Mongia predicted this 10 minutes ago. He said there's going to be a clash, and that's exactly what has happened. They've come back for the second. Brydon Cass has not got out of the way of the batsman. The batsman's run, well, I'm not going to say he's run into him. Cass didn't move. Is the bowler...
No, it was completely accidental, I think, this one. I'll be completely honest. They were both ball watching. Neither of them saw what was happening, and Jadeja went straight into Cass. It was maybe Cass put an arm around on the second replay that he didn't need to put there, Jeremy. But the actual clash was accidental.
It was. They were both, as you say, watching where the ball went, and suddenly they had collided. Cass actually, I think...
He shouldn't have grabbed him at the end.
No.
That was where Cass made his mistake.
Yeah.
But the clash wasn't from either of them being in each other's way. They were just ball watching. And then Cass made a bigger deal of it than he should have, probably because he was run into. And then Jadeja obviously wasn't very happy about being held back.
Well, Siddharth did tip this one, didn't he?
Was it Sunil Gavaskar and Jon Snow? Was that at Lord's as well? There's a precedent.
And there's pressure. I think that was just a genuine coming together.
Yeah, I don't think the hold isn't ideal.
It doesn't look good on first. Are they just... They are checking he grounded his bat. At first view, it looks like Cass grabs him and pulls him back, but actually I think he's actually trying to stop him from fall.
I think you're right.
Rather than pulling him back.
I agree with that.
It's just an instinct to...
I think that's right.
Here comes Stokes. Couldn't get much more intense than this. And Nitish Reddy playing defensively as he has so much of his 37 ball innings. Pushes this out to the cover. He's finding it very difficult to rotate the strike. A lot of blocks, and as Jarrod said, he's hitting a lot of shots to the fielders.
Yeah, Stokes is not giving too much room though outside that off stump for him to play anything much squarer than that. He's brought the man at backward point right up now. That's Crawley, and he can't get that run there. And anything wider he can get through, but he's not getting many offerings from Stokes.
103 for 7 then India, and once again Stokes, who's bowling in and around off stump consistently ever since he trapped KR Rahul in front of all three, with one that actually seemed back in at pace, went up the hill. Ever since that though, he's almost bowled wicket to wicket, probing away, constantly asking questions. There's been very few leaves, but Nitish Reddy, he's got something about him, this kid. And he's just focused on getting through to lunch, and then India will reassess. Can England get another one before the break? Stokes comes in again, and once again Reddy plays with a straight bat. pushes this out to the covers. Harmy's back. Wolf, this is good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant. It is. It's fantastic. As a fast bowler, I think Jadeja was going up to Cast to tell him. I don't think he was going to be apologising, but I think you telling him that I was watching the ball and that's why I ran into you. But Cast is right what he's saying. Cast is saying you have to go around me. The bowler's the one that the batter has to move around the bowler. You know, the bowler doesn't have to move away from the batter. It's the batter that needs to change his direction.
I'm not sure that England will mind that little coming together. Pitched up, driven, and has that been put down? It's raced to the deep point boundary. Ollie Pope flinging himself to his left. I think it might have been in the air for a second. Oof, that's come very, very close. It would have been the kind of catch he picked up against Karun Nair in the first test if he got anywhere near to it. But a much needed boundary for India. They need 86 runs to win. 107 for 7.
It was definitely in the air, it was definitely next to it, but he didn't get a hand to it. It was, what, about a foot and a half away, I think.
Finally, a shot in anger from Nitish Reddy. And this is what I mean about that coming together. Has it just broken the concentration? Driven again, but straight to Bryden Castle. Extra cover from the bat of Reddy. The crowd, you can hear them. Wow, this is incredible here. What drama as we push towards the lunch break. 20 minutes away. Ravindra Jadeja 16 not out. Nitish Reddy has moved to 10. 107 for 7. England still need those 3 wickets. 26 put on for the 8th wicket. 86 needed by India. And Ben Stokes is Freddie Flintoff again at the Oval in 2005. He has bowled the entire session so far, and he's in again. And this is left alone by Nitish Reddy.
2009 as well?
Did he bowl?
Remember, he bowled all morning in 2009 here?
Here he did, yeah.
I don't think it was quite as long, only because he got the wickets.
Yeah, he did in here, and he did against somebody else here as well. I think he bowled 50 overs here once. Is that against Sri Lanka? But he definitely in 2005 bowled the whole session at the Oval. And it was always going to happen from Ben's point of view. I think the reluctant to use Wokes means the only way I think that Ben doesn't bowl the whole session is if he thinks, do you know what, let's have 15 minutes at Archer before lunch. He looks like he's just having a conversation with Wokes there, so Wokes is getting warmed up.
Yeah, Jeremy at the back of the box just mentioned literally as you were speaking that Wokes is warming up, and he's stretching out.
He did warm up 2 overs ago as well, and then he stopped. So
this happened on day. What day was it? We said Wokes is definitely coming on.
Yeah.
Oh, he's beaten him. Flat-footed drive from Ravindra Jadeja. Bryden Castle touch wider in the crease. Oh, it's beaten him past the inside edge.
It's good from Cast. It's just that little needle's just got him going that little bit more. The knees are pumping. Action, you've just seen the replay of his action. Its action's bolt upright, perfect. Dust come off the surface as well. It's falling apart.
It kept low and it came back. Oh. He's lucky there, Jadeja, because there's nothing he could have done if that was on the stumps. He just would have been out.
I reckon Bryden Castle would possibly have ended up here on celebration if he had got the wicket there.
Castle again. Oh, just gets the line wrong this time, and fortunate not to see that disappear down to fine leg. Jadeja was actually out caught down the leg side, wasn't he, in India's first innings? Seems a while ago now. 107 for 7. India, they need 86 runs to win. 19 minutes until the lunch break. And Bryden Castle, who picked up that 2 wickets last night, has been held back quite late today. And Chris Wokes, we feel, is probably going to replace Ben Stokes for a couple of overs. Stokes picking up the wicket of KL Rahul for 39 as Castle comes in again, and this is driven. 2 Wokes at extra cover, no run.
I just wonder if the Wokes decision, you know, speaking of the Nitish Reddy, remember when Crawley was facing Bumrah and he was peppering him and the gloves were getting, he was punching it everywhere, bat was going down, then all of a sudden Bumrah comes off and Nitish Reddy a little bit slower, a little bit more accurate, and a little bit you know, there for the drive. I just wonder if Ben Stokes might be thinking just taking himself out and putting Wokes on.
Pass again, and This is certainly going to be one. And Jadeja's coming back very quickly. Could be a run out here. He suddenly sends back Nitish Reddy. And I think it was the right decision. Reddy was halfway down the track when he was sent back. But the throw that came in from the fielder running in from the boundary at long leg, it was wayward. We'll have to see it again. If that had been an accurate throw, I wonder if Reddy might have been struggling.
It's a classic Jadeja run out there. He wanted to from the minute he hit that, and he was never in a position to get to because of the way he hit it. And to be fair to Kumar Reddy, he was sprinting, and so he's gone to back up his partner, and he would have been run out, perhaps with a direct hit. I'm not sure a better throw, but a direct hit might have got him.
Right arm over the wicket is Cast to Nitish Reddy. He just clips this to Chris Wokes. And again, it's another example of Reddy just picking up the fielder. That got a touch squarer, then there's a single all day long, and could have got it through between mid-wicket and mid-on, but as it is, he stays on strike. 85 runs to win, but the first target surely for India is just to get in to lunch. If they can do that, with these two putting on what would probably be around 40-45 runs for the 8th wicket, then England still favourites, but India back in the game. 2 slips and a gully for Reddy, who defends in and around off stump, and Bryden Coss almost overbalances in his follow through. End of the over, 108 for 7 India.
You mentioned lunch. I don't think India want lunch. I think India want to keep going. England, I think, is England the one that wants the lunch break. Get in, not because the wheels are coming off, just to give them a little bit of a regroup, figure out a little bit more of a different plan, because this ball's getting soft. Get some fuel into Archer, get some fuel into Stokes. One last big push after a 40-minute rub down and a break. I think it's England that want this lunch break now. It's been an excellent partnership from Reddy and Jadeja.
Yeah, Wokes is coming back on as we thought. You do notice with Nitish Reddy, don't you, Harmy, that technique, head placement, all these things not a problem. He just doesn't have that thing that batters do, where they drop their hands to get the ball on the leg side and find a single, or open that face slightly. He's playing these shots perfectly, but straight to fielders. And England are just like, great, we're just going to have our field a little bit more deep, and for you to get the ball through, you're going to have to hit a beautiful shot off a soft ball.
Soft ball, and it doesn't seem as though he's not the tallest, he's not the biggest, so the most powerful either.
Yeah, one slip in place is quite wide as well. It's Ravindra Jadeja, the left-hander. As Chris Wokes, first delivery of the morning. And Jadeja just comes forward and pushes this up to mid-off, no run.
Good start from Wokes. Good start.
Start from Jadeja too.
Yeah, get a ball stump to stump. Try and target that off stump to see if there's any movement from the surface. Talked about the ball being soft. Jadeja's just gone down and patting it around about where the footmarks are. I just wonder if Joe Root, who's just warming up there now, might get an over before the break.
Here is Wokes again. Oh, this bounces a touch more than Jadeja was expecting, but he defends on off stump.
It's harder for seamers to do this, but I wonder, Harmy, there is a period where it's worth him just coming in around the wicket. Maybe not quite now, but maybe later on in the afternoon if this drags on, and just trying to hit that first foot mark.
Yeah, with the first foot mark. And if he was going to do that, I think, use your variations in it in the foot mark, bowling little off cutters, trying to target the foot marks with the off cutter. A little bit of change of pace.
Just starting to cloud over here at Lord's as Chris Wokes continuing in, and there's a little tempter for Ravindra Jadeja. It's too wide really for Jadeja to come forward and try and pierce that gap, add extra cover, and anyways, as I say, just a bit too wide. $85 runs to win. I mean, Washington Sundar, who was out for a duck, almost breezily saying that India would win sometime after lunch tomorrow. And if they do, he's going to be sitting there watching it as a touch shorter. And Jadeja blocks this out to mid-wicket. And then shows a kind of cross-batted flick that On another day, he would have attempted to that ball.
Yeah, just lack of pace, that's all that is. That's not me having a go at Chris Wokes. I think lack of pace in the surface, lack of pace coming off the surface with this slower ball.
India, of course, took a bunch of top-order wickets when England were batting, but they had spin at both ends by this point. This is pitched up and angled in on the left-hander. Jadeja gets forward and plays with the bat well in front of the pad and pushes it up to mid-wicket. He almost overbalances in the shot.
Yeah, it's certainly something that we talked about even before he faced the ball today when he first came out. Doesn't bat particularly good in the fourth innings generally. He's already beyond his average in the fourth innings, I think, or around it at least. But that's the one. It's the LBWs and occasionally the bolds from that front foot.
Round the wicket, continuing comes Wokes, pushed out to cover, no run.
It's really clear how much more comfortable he looks when the ball's outside off stump than sort of targeting that front pad. Anyway, I'll let you guys take it to lunch.
Thank you, Jarrod.
Yeah, good start from Chris Wokes. It was a good over. Not sure we'll see. We might see Jamie Smith come up to the stumps. If Jadeja starts to get out of his crease, that's worked for him in the did for Reddy as well when Jarrell came up to the stumps. It's going to be Cars from the pavilion end to carry on. We've got 10 minutes. 10 minutes till lunch.
Continuing and driven just in front of a diving point fielder from the bat of Nitish Reddy. Does seem like he's suddenly decided now's the time to go for a couple of shots, and that hasn't bounced too far short of Ollie Pope diving to his right.
He's getting more confident now as Nitish Reddy.
I mean, it's dropped a fair way. It was never an opportunity, but it was a hard volley. This was the when you mentioned about Zach Crawley dismissal to Reddy, it wasn't coming against Cars, it was coming against Wokes, but that was the same kind of shot, as this is a shorter delivery, guided down in front of Ollie Pope at point. No run, 108 for 7. We've got 10 minutes until the lunch break, and we all can have a little bit of a breather. Apart from Jarrod, who's got to do the lunch show. It even sounds like it's all gone quiet on the talkSPORT front with Sam Ellard. You're not yawning now, are you, Sam?
I'm not surprised he's had 4 cookies and 3 sausage rolls.
We should be hitting that half hour after the sugar rush has started to dissipate. It seems like can you just pick up the hush here as well? Because we've had different times the crowd have been up and on their seat and cheering and shouting, but just a hush here at Lord's. Yorker from Cars, and Nitish Reddy gets his bat down on the ball. Just
very good from
in and
Cars.
around off stump, that Yorker.
88 mile an hour as well.
But Reddy was ready.
Yeah,
he was ready.
He was ready. He's got some characters, this boy.
I like him.
He's got some fight. If he was a foot taller or a 5 mile an hour quicker.
So there's a song. You sound like singing Skilo song. Picked up a couple of useful wickets as well. But here he is, a right-hander, and Cars. Oh, he's got an inside edge back past the stumps, and there's going to be a couple of runs here. Sam Cook on the field for Shoaib Bashir. Very little foot movement there from Nitish Reddy, and the inside edge. Oh, it's gone past leg stump. 110 for 7. A little bit of fortune going the way of India here. 83 needed. It's a very famous number in Indian cricket history. 1983.
On this ground.
On this ground. Oof. Just keeping a little low, possibly. As this. Here the crowd, they were hushed before those 2 runs. It's the English fans, I think, who are applauding Dryden Cars.
Joe Root's revving them up, that's why.
He did that yesterday as well, didn't he? You can hear them. It's as though Beefy's running in from the pavilion, and Bryden Cars, and this is driven. Classical on drive straight to mid-on, and he's done it again as Nitish Reddy's not timed the ball better than that one today.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. Bryden Carse is just reminding him lunchtime in 5 minutes. Come on, Nitish. He's saying, come on, Nitish, keep playing them shots. 83 to win. Carse's act still at him. Nitish Reddy's turn round, marking his guard. Feels comfortable out there. He looks comfortable out there. Shown great fighting qualities along with the experienced Jadeja. Big 5 minutes this. England can get the wicket.
Can they get the wicket? They always get the wicket. Bryden Carse in again, and this is on the pads. And a comfortable single to square leg. 111 for 7. Nitish Reddy moves to 13. Ravindra Jadeja is 17.
No ball.
Oh, and a no ball's been called. So, what was supposed to be the end of the over, I think Ben Duckett's having a little word with Jadeja as he walks past and goes back to his fielding position at backward point. Bryden Carse overstepping. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. One ball left of the over then, 112 for 7. India need 81 to win the match, but they've only got 3 wickets in hand. And Ravindra Jadeja, as Bryden Carse comes in, bowls a length delivery on off stump, which is pushed out to cover, promptly falls over. His Durham teammate, is prone to do, Mark Wood. And that is the end of the over, 112 for 7.
I like this now. I like Wokes to Reddy. England have just upped the ante a little bit, you know, with the crowd and the buzz and everything that's going towards this lunch break. Reddy's played a couple of shots, I think excitable shots, going with that emotion. Young man, still only 21. Pressurised situations. He got 100 in the Border Gavaskar Trophy. And now Wokes, that little bit slower in pace. And Reddy's played a couple of big drives in the last couple of overs. You'll have to be careful here with Chris Wokes. Not coming onto the bat as quick as what it was for Ben Stokes. Not coming onto the bat anywhere near as quick as what it was for Bryden Carse. Wokes will be accurate, trying to take the ball away. And if he's just falling down the hill, this is what England will be hoping for.
He's over the wicket is Wokes, and this is defended by Reddy, who's got a wideish first slip with Joe Root there. Duckett at gully. Ollie Pope at point. There's a deep backward point, Zach Crawley. That's Stokes at extra cover.
Yeah.
With Carse, I think, at mid-off. There's mid-on. And also deep square leg. It's Archer. And then good luck working out who that is at long leg.
Sam
Cook.
Cook. Yeah.
Sam Cook. There's another substitute fielder at mid-on as well. Keeps a little low this, and Nitish Reddy just goes with the hands, no foot movement, and is pushed out to point where it's fielded. 112 for 7. These two, Ravindra Jadeja and Nitish Reddy, have combined now with good effect for the best part of 15 overs. 82 for 7, and India were on the canvas when Washington Sundar was brilliantly caught in his follow-through, one-handed by Jofra Archer. Remember yesterday, Chris Wokes put down a simpler opportunity to dismiss KL Rahul on 5. Oh, he's got him! Chris Wokes has got Nitish Reddy! The outside edge has been taken! Nitish Reddy can't believe it! He's playing inside the line, he feels, but not with a straight bat. Smith does the rest, Wokes has struck, and on the stroke of lunch, the 8th wicket is taken. Reddy's got to go for an unlucky 13. And that is the end of the session, with India 112 for 8.
Well done, Chris Wokes, you beauty. Just got the ball to go down the hill. That different approach, different pace. And Nitish Reddy's got a fine nick. He's got a bat beautifully with Ravindra Jadeja. And England now, surely, 8 down India. 81 to win. Surely this is England's test match. It has to be. What a great performance and a great first session of the 5th day from England. Archer was magnificent, Stokes was brilliant, and Wokes has just come on there to put the icing on the cake, working hard with Bryden Carse to finish that session off and back the 2 bowlers that started it oh so well. And England now on the verge of going to Manchester 2-1 up.
Well, just as you thought we would get to lunch with India dreaming of the great escape, surely that's it. With Bumrah and Siraj to come, Jadeja can't play as he has done for the last 2 hours or so. He's going to have to come out and start hitting out. England can change their field accordingly. There's going to be 40 minutes to get some energy back in the legs of Jofra Archer and Ben Stokes. And it's England, you feel now, 2 wickets away from victory rather than India, who still need 81 runs. What a session of cricket. 4 wickets in the morning. The danger man, Rishabh Pant, dismissed by Jofra Archer, possibly the ball of the series. He went for 9, 71 for 5 at that stage. And then 2 wickets in quick succession, 81 for 6, and KL Rahul was pinned in front of the stumps. It wasn't given out on field. Stokes went upstairs and overturned on review. Rahul went for 39, and soon after that, Washington Sundar caught and bowled Jofra Archer, a fine one-handed catch to his right off a leading edge. Sundar went without scoring, and that set in motion a 15-over spell where Nitish Reddy and Ravindra Jadeja just pushed the singles and played uber conservatively. But just on the stroke of lunch, and this has happened so often to India, they've lost a wicket. Reddy's been caught behind for 13, and we've got a 40-minute break. Lizzie Ammon from the Times is here. She's early, she's ready to go. Jarrod is about to come in as well with going to be looking at this series as a whole. A little bit about the evolution of Bazball. What to do about Shoaib Bashir. He's not been on the field today and isn't expected to bowl. Won't be needed to at this rate. And plenty more. So don't go anywhere. You are following us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, where at lunch on day 5, India 112 for 8.
Welcome back to talkSPORT Cricket. Jarrod Kimber here. I have with me Vish and Lizzie, and we're going to talk about the state of Bazball. Bazballomics? I don't know. Bazball 2.0. Are we on 3.0? Where are we?
I think no, we're on Bazball Classic now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's
Well,
like
you add the sugar back in.
Yes, yeah, and I think for the Ashes it's going to be Tab for a bit. Do you remember Tab? Yeah.
Has Bazball worked, Lizzie?
Has it worked? You mean in this test or ever? Ever. Well, it certainly did to start with for the first couple of years. I mean, let's be honest, it was a bit turgid watching England, wasn't it?
I mean, you said turgid, it was just bad.
It was bad. Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, I was trying to be polite, but it certainly did its job. But it was starting to irritate. It's become a bit of a cult, hasn't it? A sort of inflexible approach to playing, and it's been really pleasing actually to see in this test. Much as it wasn't thrilling for a lot of the first 3 days, it's been really pleasing to see some sensible cricket.
On the Times, do you get questions, comments from the readers? How did they take Bazball originally, and how are they taking it now?
Well, I think in that New Zealand series, when the first summer of Bazball, everyone was like amazed by it, and this is incredible, and glued to the screen. And then it moved into, are they brainless? What's wrong with them? Why aren't they thinking? Are they determined that they're going to reinvent the entire sport? And that's a bit arrogant.
What about Cricinfo? Because very different readership groups, right? Like, I would assume they would have been excited with the nerdishness of Bazball to begin with, that they were trying something new. But also Cricinfo fans quite often hate cricket.
Yeah, well,
in a passionate way.
Yeah, in a very, very passionate. Some of the Cricinfo
you and I are allowed to say that. Yeah. No one else is allowed.
Some of the Cricinfo writers hate cricket. So I think the thing I've gauged from, I suppose, our platform, as it were, was that England fans have loved it, and as England were getting better during that early period, and even the last year actually, from that India series, for example, winning in New Zealand at the end of last year, other fans have hated it. And I think that's about right. That's kind of the natural place for English cricket to be. When English cricket is going well, people hate English cricket even more. So, I think what I do find interesting is the way that other people's takes on Bazball. And I think it's really interesting, for example, that when you look at the bowling side of Bazball, and you can actually get into the weeds of it, and it's not just about, say, Shoaib Bashir just bowling constantly, going at fours and still taking wickets. It's little things like last night with Jofra Archer wanting to put a fielder out, Ben Stokes saying no, not running in and allowing two quite deep and getting told off by Ben Stokes. And then this morning, Archer bowling as he did and fielding as he did, where I've never seen Jofra Archer dive in the field before. Have you?
I remember when he was very young, he would do it.
Yeah, but I mean that's kind of the point. You could almost understand why he'd be reticent to do that. But in this team, you do have to commit. And while sometimes that is, in some people's eyes, going a bit over the top with a bat, it is just chasing the ball to the field and diving and putting a shift in. And he's probably the I suppose the most apparent version of that, because this is all new to him. Obviously he's played like 40 odd games since his last test for England. But this is the first time he's been in this environment, and he's being told, you've got to do a bit more, actually.
Lizzie, it's smarter, Bazball, and we see it in this test match where they turned it off at times, especially with the bat, than it was before. And one of the, as you said, the Times readers were like, why don't they just play smarter? It is hard because they're trying to play this incredibly aggressive style, and they're trying to change the way they think about cricket, change their DNA. But sometimes we are all sitting there just going, you probably didn't need to do that.
Yeah, and I think we saw with Brooks' shot, didn't we, that sometimes, it's entertaining, but that's just brainless. And that's irritating because this is a really talented England team who don't actually need to now prove. They don't actually need to prove now that they're really good batsmen. They don't need to prove that they're entertaining. They don't need to prove that they can be aggressive. We already know that, and all of the selections are based around that. So it's actually going to get them more kind of supporter points, I think, if you can see that they're flexible and they're adaptable. It's also going to give them much more chance in future series. I mean, I don't know about the Ashes, but next year when they against Pakistan, it's going to be different. It's going to be different when we go to Old Trafford in the next match. That's different. There are different conditions. There are different things to take into account. And actually, it is quite pleasing that they're not just. It got a bit colty, didn't it? It got
Very
a bit
Kool-Aid.
colty, yeah.
Yeah, but it's also little things. Some of these actually predate Bazball, but basically, if you telling the opposition how you're going to play beforehand, they can come up with a pretty obvious plan. Whereas if you're more adaptable, that becomes a little bit trickier. But also for a long period now, the England team has been telling everyone exactly who's going to be picked in each game beforehand, right?
Yeah, they do that, but that's all part of what they're trying to. They're trying to make everyone more comfortable. And you know your point there about people saying they should play smarter. To play smart cricket, you have to be really good. You have to be better than, say, averaging 35, 34, 31. They have an opening batter who averages 31, who scored 189 in an Ashes test, who was top scorer in that series, top scorer in India. They have a number 3 who's not a number 3, who averages 35. And I appreciate 42 or something since he's batted at number 3. But
some of that is Ireland and Zimbabwe.
Yeah, sure. Who then scored 196 in Hyderabad, yeah. And so there is an element of like trying to make them feel comfortable so that they can basically squeeze as much out of their talent as possible. And that fundamentally comes from a position of knowing that they're not great players.
Yeah.
And that you need to concoct all this thing around them. You need to make training optional and see who turns up to training, and more often than not, everyone does. You need to be like, you know what, 2 days out from the game, I don't care what the press are writing saying that, oh, you're under pressure. You're playing this game, and you're going to play the next game, and you're going to play the game after that. And if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. Obviously, the issue comes when they're overlooking certain players that you feel could do a better job. But with the players they actually have, with the players that are in that dressing room, they're just doing right by them, really.
It's quite. I mean, you're right. Like the numbers they don't look great players. Crawley is, a concern. But then the eggs are in the Crawley basket. That's that. Well, there's no point keeping saying it should drop him because they're not going to. He's there for the Ashes. Pope, as you say, shaky. But I don't know. As a group, they're quite intimidating, aren't they? A sort of. I don't know if you. It's a cheerleader syndrome, isn't it? You know, when you look at a bunch of cheerleaders and go, well, they're all terribly attractive, and then there's a real intimidation that comes with England in just based on those chases, and it's a kind of not knowing what they might be capable of, being capable of something incredible, but also something equally awful, and that's entertaining, that's brilliant, but I guess for the opposition, that's confusing.
Yeah, there was a period in the previous test when, Jamie Smith comes out, hits that incredible 100, and Brooke ticks over in his slipstream also with a big 100. And I think it was at the session break, maybe the tea break, where I looked at the score, I was like, oh God, yeah, England are 300 behind. But it was not just the way they were playing, but also just the way Shubman Gill was then captaining, the fields India were setting. And obviously, funnily enough, you fast forward a couple of days, England are hoisted by their own petard, where Jamie Smith, I think you spoke about this in your debrief at the end of the test, about how, look, we love the 360s, but the fourth one, you were never going to make that, were you? Like, that is the rough with the smooth of this. But I suppose, yeah, exactly what Lizzie says, it's just that degree of confusion that, England all actually fell foul of themselves in their third innings here, but more often than not, they're able to put on other people.
The thing is that I think there's still an element of them disrupting everyone, but they're not as confused as they were before. Like, teams do understand that. We've been talking about this in the inside. They do kind of wait for England to make mistakes. And England will make mistakes, but then England sometimes bring the game back because they keep swinging, right? You almost have to kill them off as a cricket team.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And I think we've seen today, haven't we, just quite how important Stokes is in terms of what he can inspire. There was no way they were prizing the ball out of his hand. The other day when Tim Southey was sent down, poor old Tim Southey was sent down to tell him to stop bowling. I don't know why Baz didn't do it himself, but scary. But you can just see just how important Ben Stokes is. Like, as a captain, almost more important than any other captain in world cricket in terms of what he can do to inspire a group of players who may not be as good as a group of other players. But whilst he's there with ball in hand, he just doesn't know what he's beaten, does he, that man?
Yeah, you said you got to kill them off. I just had real Mike Myers, Halloween. You have to make sure. Don't just leave them on the floor. You have to make sure. It didn't really work in that movie
because he kept coming back for other movies.
Yeah. There were 12 of them in the end, I think.
But it is a little bit like that. It's fascinating. So It'd be really interesting to see what you think about this. That you look at the inflexibility with Crawley. Crawley's going to play no matter what at all. We all believe that, right? Whereas coming into this series, Key was saying, well, we might have three. We might have Pope at 3. We might have Bethel at 3. You know, we're going to be really flexible. What are they trying to get to with that? Because that's the bit that confuses me. In one case, they're being completely inflexible.
The ashes. They're trying to get to the ashes.
but then, is it not also important for Pope to feel like he's backed? Like it does feel like there are still favourites within a system where everyone's great. And we love you all.
Yeah, I think there are, but I think that Pope can feel pretty. I mean, he's still there, isn't he? And I think they genuinely, I don't know. I think they genuinely really love Pope. I think they feel like he's stayed as vice captain, hasn't he? He hasn't been ditched out of the vice captaincy. And I thought he might be. I thought they might give it to Brooke, or they might do that weird thing where they don't have one and they do it game by game. I think he feels comfortable, Pope. I think it's just us who's putting pressure on, saying...
Well, it was Rob Key who also said we could use either of them,
well,
wasn't it?
yeah, I think Rob Key says a lot of things. He says a lot of things and not necessarily the same thing week to week. And obviously there is Jacob Bethel, snapping away in the wings, but he's really young, and his time will come, and I think they probably said that to him, and it just takes one injury, one twisted ankle, in he comes, everything's sorted. It's much as it's inflexible, the stability of selection is one of the reasons that England are quite intimidating, and that the players themselves feel, what's that awful expression they've used, 10 feet tall? No one's 10 feet tall, but you know what I mean.
I mean, Kyle Jamieson might be, but most people...
Harmy might be as well, actually.
They are, with the batters, are they the same way with the bowlers? Do the bowlers feel as backed up? What I get online, and you probably get this with the Cricket Info audience a lot, is the main question I'm always asked is, are the bowlers in on this as much as the batters? Because it is a system set up by someone who likes batting for batters.
Yeah, I like that. By batters, for batters. That should be the mantra, really.
Of all cricket, really. But
yeah, well, exactly.
Certainly this team.
I think the issue with the bowlers has always been that because they bat so quickly and there's all this talk of putting time into the game, that the rest is very little. I always think back to this with James Anderson, actually. And while I'm sure you talked a lot about the decline of the Duke's ball and things like that, I always think rest time is so important during tests. Australia get panned for how slowly they bat sometimes, and then you get their 3 horsemen coming out and bowling rockets every single time they step on the field. And it's like, well, they've had a day and a half rest between innings. I think fundamentally, though, with the tactical side of it, I think the bowlers are totally happy with how things are. Occasionally you'll get someone remonstrating that they would like a fielder out, but if your captain doesn't care about your economy rate, then neither should you, really. And I think everyone is getting up to speed with that. As I mentioned before, like Archer was obviously a bit late on that. Jack Leach was also would love the security of having one man back straight, and then just got out of that. And obviously Stokes makes some he allows some the odd fielder out for a particular bowler. I think Bashir every now and again does like to have not quite square leg, but someone in that mid-wickety region who's not quite kind of 3/4, and they kind of joke about it as a catching position, which I suppose for Bashir it is. But yeah, I think by and large that's where I suppose Stokes sets the standard, because he's like, I'm going to be this fit, and if you're going to bowl, you need to be this fit, because I'm going to bowl you a lot.
It's really interesting as you're watching Stokes in the field, because generally most captains, if they're making changes, will say to the bowler, we're going to have 2 short covers now, or we're going to have the 2 guys out. He just moves the field, and sometimes they turn around and start to bowl, not realizing that he's completely changed it. Like it's so, everything is so dependent on Stokes that if Pope was captain, it would be a completely different team, just because he would never think that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is literally almost every ball, isn't it? And very often I wonder if it's nothing to do with where he thinks the delivery is going to go. It's just a sort of mind game. I'm in charge. I'm going to make sure that you as the batsman don't know what I'm doing, don't know why I'm doing it, why have you put a man there, and you as the bowler, it's my team, you do what you're told. But he's not dictatorial. I don't know. He's got a really good balance, actually.
Yeah, it's not that
it's not dictatorial. It's not like you do as I say.
It's just that I suppose it's almost practical, right? Because if he stopped to ask them every time, it would be every single ball he'd be having that conversation. It almost saves him time to just be like, you over here, and the guy comes in, runs, and he goes, oh, is that where my field is now?
Well, that's one of the things that I suppose over the course of the last couple of years, we've spoken to bowlers new to the setup about what it's like being captained by him, and one of the things early on is he says to them outright, I will set the field, you just bowl. And some bowlers are comfortable with that, some bowlers aren't. They all generally get used to it. But yeah, like I agree with Lizzie. I think like someone like Jaiswal, for example, who is very set in his ways. I think every day of this series so far, he has started the morning with the bat in hand, just hitting a few balls. But he's someone who's clearly very particular, very precise about his preparations between deliveries. And it's quite funny every now and again seeing him double take, be like, oh, there's 2 of you over there now. Oh, there's 3 of you over here. Like, I'm not, as Lizzie alluded to there, it's not the case that it's totally kidology, but it's very different. And I'm not saying like Stokes is a trendsetter in that way, but he's clearly always thinking. And maybe that's part of captaincy that he really enjoys, because he's quite honest about the fact that he gets bored very easily. And if you're bored easily as a captain, then I suppose you would do things like constantly move fielders around.
It's also, like, one of the things I've always found really interesting about them is this started before Bazball, weirdly, but the way that they spam something when it's working. So, like, if Joe Root starts bowling fast, he just bowls faster and faster and faster until it works. And you see that with what they do now. It's like, okay, so full balls worked last night, so we're just going to bowl full balls now, right? Now we're going to try and hit the knee roll, and now we're going to bowl bouncers. They really, and because, as you said, Stokes does get bored, right? You see this element of like, okay, 40 minutes of this, 40 minutes of that, 2 minutes of this, 2 minutes of that, but they're just going through, and then they will fully commit to the bit, and then they're bored of it, and they go to the next one.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, both formulaic and sort of not formulaic.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really weird. But I can imagine if you are the opposition batsman, it would actually quite irritate you. That you like there's a great big playbook, and you don't know which bit they're picking out of, or indeed why they're picking out of it, and why now. And that's gonna start you thinking as a batsman. And probably the worst thing you can do as a batsman is overthink what the opposition are doing with their field. And there's just an element of, with Stokes, I don't know, it comes with a bit of machismo, doesn't it? It really does. Just, there's a real kind of thing of, I know what I'm doing here. I absolutely know what I'm doing here. You don't know what I'm doing, but I know what I'm doing, even if he doesn't know what he's doing. And it's really fun to watch, but I imagine it's really irritating if you're the opposition batsman.
Yeah, no, there is a little bit of, like, sometimes I'm like, is he a tactical genius? Is he just following the field? Is he just bored? It's like Chance the Gardener in their film Being There, where you're just like, he might be the smartest guy in the world. He might actually just be a gardener. Like, you're not quite sure in which direction he's going. They're going to win this test. I don't know what the odds say, but 85% chance of winning from here, maybe 90% chance of winning from here. They'll be 2-1 up. They could still be it could still be 2-all. They could still lose 3-2. Let's say they win the series 3-2 from here. What do they have to do in the Ashes for them to continue to be able to do whatever they want?
Oh, that's quite an interesting one. I actually think, to answer your question full on, I don't think they have to change anything to do what they want in Australia, because the record in Australia is such that doing what they want would be doing something different entirely, which is absolutely the right place, or the right thing to do when you haven't won somewhere in 15 years. So I think if they win the series, what they need to do is basically, right, let's go away and don't do anything. Almost kind of, right, this is really good, don't touch a thing. Whether they believe it or not, whether it is actually, or whether we see it to be that way, they would clearly be in a certain headspace if they win the series, that everyone will be comfortable. They would have got Crawley, for example, to Australia. That was the whole point.
It's the whole point of Test cricket at the moment, is that one day Zach Crawley will go to Australia.
Get him to Greek, the film with Russell Brand. That's what it is.
I said a really highbrow film, and you said a really lowbrow film.
I know, but you love your film. Yeah, you did film studies as well, didn't you? So that's why you're here with us. But basically, yeah, I think a lot of this, from the selection to the pitches they've asked for to the bowlers they've picked, have been geared towards going to Australia. And if they come out having beaten beating a very good India side at the end of their summer, they'll be perfectly happy, and they will feel that they can do what they want in Australia.
I even think if they lose the series 3-2, the nature of the series has been that there is nothing wrong. There's nothing fundamentally wrong, even if they lose 2-2. And wouldn't it be amazing to go into the Oval at 2-2? Because when was the last time we had a series decided? I mean, it's been ages.
Anywhere.
It's been ages, hasn't it? And so, kind of, it would be great if India could win at Old Trafford and we go into the Oval keeping the series alive. What's been a fantastic series, and a real test for England, because they just haven't had that.
Yeah, the Oval is basically our SCG, where it doesn't get any live games. The only difference is it doesn't close at midnight, like Sydney.
What happens if they lose the Ashes? Because a lot of it's funny, a lot of this has been about the Ashes because it comes off the back end of the other Ashes, and it's English cricket, so 80% of all things are about the Ashes anyway. Even the 100 is about the Ashes in one way or another. Is there an element of, if it doesn't work, and it spectacularly doesn't work, do you just have to break it up and start again and try and find something else? Or do they go, it's one series and we've actually done really, really well? I think they've gone from, in the 3 years beforehand, they had a 44% win percentage. Under Bazball, they're at 64%. So even if they lost 5-0 in the Ashes, it shouldn't make a big difference, but that's not how English cricket works.
It's not how English cricket works. I do think that what will happen, possibly, is there'll be a change of personnel, but not a change of philosophy. I don't think we're going back to, Alistair Cook style, an Alistair Cook England team, even if Stokes stops being captain.
He looks pretty fit.
He does look really fit, and, farming's good for him, but do you know what I mean? I don't think we're going back to old school English dull traditional cricket, even if we have a change of personnel, even if it spells the end of Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum, Rob Key goes back to the commentary box. Whoever comes next, I think, will continue what we've got. I mean, it's going to be fascinating, the Ashes, because the trouble is we appear to be all going in with slightly high expectations, and we've been there before, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, I think you should have high expectations because Australia might be forfeiting the first 3 batting positions. So, if you're ever going to go to Australia, it's probably a good time when they're 3 down for none before you've even started. Who goes first of Key, McCullum and Stokes? And does it matter if you lose one of them? Or is the overall Illuminati pyramid of Bazball so strong that you can take a chunk out and it just continues to go?
So you're asking who I think is the likeliest, the first to go?
Yeah, of those 3.
Oh, McCullum, yeah,
okay.
I think so.
If McCullum goes, then can they continue to... Can you Bazball without Baz?
You can, because Bazball is really like a concoction of Rob Key's idea that we worry too much about nicking off in this country. Not literally, but that's it.
You see it on the tube every day. You see people going in just so worried about nicking off.
But that was kind of his framing early on. We always worry about the negative too much. Why don't we think about the upside? And in Stokes, you've got a talismanic leader who, as I suppose the discussion is centred around the idea that when he's out in front, you want to follow him. And McCullum is someone who, not someone unlike Trevor Bayliss, who was like, you know what, Owen Morgan, I think you've got this. I might just kind of hang around from the sides and occasionally interject when something needs to be said. For example, there was the Trent Bridge test in the first summer where Ben Foakes goes up to him and asks, if we lose another wicket, are we going for this? And then he gathers the whole team together and says, look, we are going for this. What is the point in drawing this game? Like, absolutely none. So he's brilliant in that way. And I suppose that would be, how McCullum has done the job would be the template for the next person, whoever that may be.
What might be more interesting is if England win the Ashes, does Ben go out on a high? This is Stokes is a man who needs a challenge.
He needs a mountain to
climb.
He
needs a mountain to climb, and maybe in his body with the best one in the world, it's not going on forever, is it? And so what might be more interesting is you win the Ashes. Is that when he decides that now is time to kind of hand on to the next generation?
What if they lose the Ashes? Is there still a mountain to climb afterwards? Because the mountains...
Well, the mountain's a long way away then.
That's what I'm saying. It's a distance off.
Then it's the 27 Ashes at home, isn't it? But at some point...
We're already talking about that Ashes. Wow.
I mean, at some point...
I've actually written a piece on the... No.
At some point, his body is going to pack up, isn't it? It is. He just isn't going to be able to keep doing it. And then I don't know. Does the House of Cards crumble? Do they all go?
I mean, that's the thing. But it's all well and good to be. When the white ball thing finished, I had Matt Roller on my podcast to talk about the book, and he's just like, and I said, "Are you sure they're going to be able to keep doing this? Because I'm looking at what's coming through, and they don't look the same quality of players. I understand that they've got this great template." And he's like, "No, it's a machine now." And we saw that machine explode in white ball cricket, so much so that I think, Roller and Wigmore have actually started refunding people for their books, right? It really didn't go the way that we all thought it was going to go. It's all well and good to be okay, so we take Baz out of this and you find another. There aren't that many Bazes, there aren't any other Ben Stokes, and there probably aren't that many Rob Keys out there. So to find that triumvirate is actually part of the special nature that they've had there.
Well, I mean, but the example of the white ball.
You can't just keep hiring people from New Zealand, mate.
But you absolutely can, and they will. But the fact that you mentioned the white ball thing there is they realised that they lost too much too quickly. It's funny you say that there aren't many Bazes. Probably on reputation and just stature in the game, yes. But also a lot of coaching now is what Baz does, isn't it? It
is, but I think Brendan McCullum has a special reverence within this country where he can kind of get away with anything. I'm not sure that is quite the case of these other. I don't think Dan Vittori has the, I don't think, with his fashion sense, he's going to be able to just, swan around and have the same gravity that McCullum does. There is a difference in masculinity and reputation.
I know, but there's various ludicrous scenarios now where, who knows, Kumar Sangakkara could be the next England head coach. They're kind of swimming in those waters now in terms of what. It's suddenly become being a test coach has become an attractive job. Obviously, the ECP pay a lot of money for their coaches, but the fact that they got McCullum in the first place was a huge coup. The fact that he then got an upgrade, not just to combine the red and white ball roles, but also get an extension to that deal, is going to be attractive to a lot of people. Bear in mind, there was a situation where they were interviewing Gary Kirsten, God knows who else, and now they're just right. Yeah, he's pretty cool. I like how he looks in his glasses. Come on down.
It has changed a lot, hasn't it, Lizzie? It's sort of, I suppose Ravi Shastri played a big role in this as well. Of when he came in, we were all wait, what? And now it's opened up a little bit to which, if you have a good reputation and and the team is looking for someone, as Vish said, it's not like people are out there. Baz isn't out there going, I don't know if you're holding the bat the right way, is he? He's saying, would you like more champagne and cigars?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's just not a cones and bibs man, but how many of them
Cones
are?
and bibs man.
Cones and bibs man.
I'd like a T-shirt with that on it. I think I am a cones and bibs man.
How many of them are cones and bibs? I sort of think if you've got to test level, you shouldn't need a cones and bibs man, really, should you? My view is that Key, McCullum and Stokes come as a three, and you get all three or you get none.
Yeah, I wonder where that will go in the future. How far... we talk about Baz Ball with brains. How much further can that kind of be pushed, do you think? Now that other teams have started to use Baz Ball and everything else, is there an element now tactically of England cannot continue to play the same way they were anyway, because everyone's we understand this a little bit better?
I mean, you only upgrade that with the players, don't you? You only get players who are equally attuned at doing both. I think the disappointing thing with Harry Brooks' dismissal yesterday is that he has so many options, he used the wrong one. And we've seen him use the right one for a longer period of time. But he's someone who's perfectly capable of doing the route coasting role. And then you look beyond that, maybe Jamie Smith has that in him. But then, even as I'm saying that, it's look, if everyone's the best player in the world, if you've got the best players in positions 1 to 7, you're going to be fine.
If you have the best players from 1 to 7, you probably don't need the funkiest strategy of all time. Lizzie, how much longer do you think England will play the way they are before it just starts to naturally evolve into something different?
Well, I think we're already seeing it, aren't we? But, I mean, the way the schedule is, and it deeply infuriates me, we finish at the end of July, and then we don't find out again until November, do we? In totally different conditions. And then, after the Ashes, and there's another 6 months. So it's really of course, with a 6 month gap, things change in 6 months.
Just because I know both of you cover, Vish probably doesn't, but you cover county cricket occasionally as well.
I do.
You used to. I don't know if you do anymore.
I still do.
I thought you were too big time.
What else is there to do in the summer? We're just going to play in June and July.
That's fair. Are you seeing it seeping all the way through the game? I'm certainly, like, I'm playing club cricket, and it's really noticeable that people are taking chances in a way that I feel boring now. Whereas when I came to England, I played my shots, everyone was like, oh, settle down. And now it's much more the other way of, like, people are playing shots that I just don't remember, existing before in club cricket.
Yeah, and indeed putting themselves in match situations that they wouldn't have put themselves in before, chasing or, setting targets, or it certainly has changed. You see it certainly in clubs like Durham, Surrey, Durham particularly, completely overnight, didn't they? They sort of changed their philosophy totally based on what they were seeing in the England team.
And the 2 kind of games that you saw last year, did you notice it as well?
Well, actually, we've probably not got time for this, but I think a lot of counties hate Bazball because they play, a lot of the players at those counties feel that they should be in because they've got a better record than X, Y, and Z. So,
then Zach Crawley and Sharp Bashir. Let's be clear.
Yeah, whoever do I mean, yeah.
Thank you very much. Liz from the Times, Vish from Cricket Info. We'll be back with cricket in just a couple of moments here on talkSPORT Cricket.
Welcome back to Lord's. Lunch has concluded, and we've got Chris Woakes running away from us from the nursery end, bowling to new batsman Jasprit Bumrah, who comes lunging forward and pushes this one defensively back to the bowler, who does some keepy-uppies with his feet. Ravi Jadeja now needs to try and win this Test match rather than simply survive, you would think. Never before in the history of Test cricket have this many runs been scored by the last 2 wickets to win a Test match. So history beckons. Jasprit Bumrah doesn't beckon though. He backs away as Woakes is into his run up halfway through it. Seen some movement behind the bowler's arm, so he's perfectly within his rights to back away. 2 orthodox slips, Ben Duckett at a 4th slip, Zach Crawley at a gully, Ollie Pope at backward point, and we've got an extra cover mid-off. Captain Ben Stokes after that marathon 10-over spellers at cover. Here is Woakes once again, little off cutter to Jasprit Bumrah, defends it out on the onside, 112 for 8. That wicket, Steve Harmison, in the last over before lunch, it just sort of has punctured the tension balloon, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. It did puncture the tension balloon, and it was ready. It was needed for by England, because India go into that lunch break and they go in with a little bit of momentum. Their tail would have been up.
Here is Woakes once again, and Bumrah pushes at one outside the off stump and is beaten, and now angrily rehearses the leave alone. Thrusts a bat angrily above his head. Should have left it.
Yeah, he should have left it, but Chris Woakes has drawn him into playing it from down, the ball going down the hill. And here we go, Jofra Archer's got the cap off. And how does Ravindra Jadeja play this? Does he take the single? Does he expose Bumrah? Does he wait for the field to come up last 2 balls and try and be aggressive and hit a couple of boundaries and try and lower the deficit that way? It's going to be intriguing to see how the experienced all-rounder handles this next phase of play.
How will he, Jeremy Coney?
I think he's going to find it very difficult to get back on strike, isn't he? The way that the field's being set at the moment, quite deep, giving the single. So it's then a question of, it's a question basically of when do I want to take it? Because it might be hard to beat those players for twos, mightn't it? You'd have to be hitting the ball very cleanly, and you're probably going to get a boundary.
Here's Jofra Archer, bowls, and Jadeja steers it back of a length down towards third man. So just quickly doing the maths, Steve Harmison, 68 overs left. The target is 81. If they take one and over, the match ends in a draw.
Yeah. And we thought the first 3 days were boring.
Bumrah, 2 not out.
Of 3 balls.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's mission nigh on impossible for Jadeja. How does he go about it? Here's Archer, bowls to him, plays defensively up towards mid-on. It's not actually as silly as it sounds to think that they, I mean, they could bat an hour doing that.
Yeah, they could. And this is also be the challenge of Ben Stokes, manoeuvring, putting up with what he feels as though he can put up with, i.e. does he bring the field in after 3 balls? Does he bring the field in after 4 balls? Does he say, right, we'll only need 1 ball at Jasprit Bumrah?
Here is Archer, round the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja. It's down the leg side. Oh, they might get them in buys. There's 4 of them. Oh, he got some bat on it. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was right in at the pads. Heading down the leg side anyway, and Jadeja has got a little tickle on that. So that's not in the script, Jofra.
Well, he was caught fine on the leg side, wasn't he, at the first innings? He's just got a very fine edge on that as well, this time just wide of Smith.
So the 4 runs brings the requirement down to 77 to win, 116 for 8. Here is Archer again, and Jadeja does take the single, scampering through for a quick one as he drops it down on the offside. 4th ball of the over. So we've got a clear indication of how Jadeja sees things panning out now. He's going to let Bumrah face 2 and over.
Yeah, that's the obvious, the sensible one from a batter that's in with a tail ender. If he does end up not being on strike for them last 2 balls and the field does come in to try and prevent it, then he probably has to be aggressive and try and hope to hit a big shot and it doesn't go for 4 so he can get a single, or take the runs from the big shot and hope that Jasprit Bumrah gets off strike early the next over.
2 slips, gully leg slip, Archer in, bowls, Bumrah chips it defensively, tentatively up to Ben Stokes at mid-on. Harmy, you as always are on Stokes' watch. You're going to give us a physical conditioning update after his 10 overs this morning.
I think he looks $1 million. I really do. I think he looks great, and there's a lot of talk about looking after his body, and I'm sure he's getting pretty bored of that. He's as fit as you've seen him. He looks good. He's bowling fantastically well.
Here's Archer, and that's pushed away by Bumrah up towards Archer, who does his own fielding, and there's no run. There was a time when he came back first of all from that long extended injury when he looked underweight.
He did, but he looked underweight,
ripped and muscly now.
Yeah, he looked underweight, but he still looked strong. He looked a bit gaunt, but he still looked strong in the areas that he needs to be strong in. What he'll argue and say is that, you know, my body, my sort of injury worries are now behind me. And I've got the operation on my knee, it's fixed. My hamstring, that was operated on, that's fixed. I'm bowling as well as ever. I'm being durable. I think there was a little bit of it seemed to be a scare, but it wasn't a scare on his groin. I think he was just play acting there and going with, you know, what India had done from a time wasting point of view. So I don't think there's any problems with Ben Stokes' body at this moment in time, and I think he's in a good place, and England need him. Could do with getting Mark Wood in that situation, and then boy would we have a bowling attack. Fire of a bowling attack.
Wokes now with spread field, 3 on the leg side boundary, and Stokes himself is at wide mid-on. There's a deepish mid-off, and 2 on the cover boundary, so 5 on the boundary, a slip and a gully. Wokes in, bowls, Jadeja struck on the pad, trying to whip it through the leg side. Just got to be patient. You've got to 76 runs now required, so England they just still need to remain patient. They've all played a lot of cricket, not necessarily all a lot of test cricket, but they've played a lot of cricket. They know that strange things happen. They know that there could be a partnership of 30 or 40 to worry them. Here's Wokes again. Jadeja pushes one firmly down the ground, takes the single, second ball. Jofra Archer fields it with his right boot. You can't rush it. You can't rush anything on this pitch with this ball.
No, you can't, and I think they've made a mistake there. Jadeja knows he's made a mistake. He punched his bat in anger. I think he's thinking that's gone past Jofra, and he's either going to get 4 or guaranteed 2. So slight misjudgment for India.
Yep, I agree about that. I think, and maybe he would be able to hit straighter with the slightly slower pace of Wokes. I don't know. It depends on what length he actually gets, and can he make length out of it himself, Jadeja.
Here is Wokes again, bowls. Bumrah pushes it up towards mid-on, fielded by Bryden Cross.
You know, Bumrah himself hasn't shown that he can hold a bat so far in this series, has he? But we know in the past he can be quite idiosyncratic about the way he plays his shots, and they can also be quite effective at times if he gets away with things. It's got to all go for him, doesn't it?
That's exactly what I was just thinking. You know, it's not going to take very many runs. You know, 2 or 3, 4 or 5 boundaries to make England jittery, and I just wonder whether, you know, Bumrah's not going to get there in dot balls and singles, I don't think, as Wokes is in again, and Bumrah comes forward. That one slides off the face of the bat to backward point.
Would they start feeling a little bit nervous at 150, between 150 and 160?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think if they can get that, they
with
will.
no more wickets, is
no
what
more
I'm
wickets,
saying. Yeah.
I think, but for Jadeja to play well from that. Just want to watch here. Bumrah, the last 2 deliveries, has gone right across. He's batting down the slope. He's gone right across in front of all 3. Does Chris Wokes try and bowl him round his legs and go at the base of leg stump?
Here is Wokes bowls, and Bumrah chuckling because he's played a forward defensive with almost a foot gap between his pad and bat. They've both lunged forward together but apart.
Yeah,
simultaneously, I mean.
I think he's fallen down the hill. He's just leaning over a little bit as Jasper Bumrah. His head's going and his arms are going with him.
Slip cordon increased.
That's right, yep, second gully as Bumrah now forward, this time with the bat and pad moving simultaneously but together rather than apart. And he's managed to keep it out to the celebration and appeals and applause of the Indian supporters in the crowd. 118 for 8. Do you know, Jahami, do you know what I mean? You're one of the best number 10s of all time. So historically,
I was an even better number 11.
But I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, does Bumrah try and hit a couple of boundaries? That's what he's better at doing that than playing this.
Yeah,
game.
if he gets a big wide off volley, he's still got to have an instinct that I can hit it and still be proactive that way. The idea of just batting for your off stump, yes, I think that's important. But I think you've also still got to be in a position to be important of scoring. And I think if he gets a wide one outside off stump, he still has to throw the kitchen sink at it. Because at the end of the day, they need runs to win.
Jofra Archer now to Jadeja, leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and then executes a aggressive square cut afterwards. He's playing a lot of shots after the ball has gone by, as Jadeja.
I think it also depends on at what point in the over you're in. If it's Jadeja facing 4 balls getting a single and Bumrah has to face 2, then all of a sudden You know, you're shutting up shop and trying to get through the over. If you then have to face, you know, the start of an over, you're worth playing a shot just in case you get one into an area where you can get off strike.
Archer again around the wicket, bowls. Jadeja looks to cut. He does play a shot. I think that's the right thing to do, even though it is Jofra Archer, but he misses, and it just bounced a bit more.
I think it was an attempted cut, though, wasn't it? It wasn't an uppercut. In other words, he hasn't opened the face to try and get it down fine, which would give him a boundary. There are men out at backward point and also third man. Duckett's trying to get someone's attention. Do you want me finer? Which way? Which way do you want me to go, captain? So he's thinking about that as well.
Here is Archer again, bowls. Oh, Jadeja, that again, it just climbs quite steeply, and it's surprising because the ball in 43rd over now. It's been soft for 45 minutes before lunch, really noticeably soft, and yet Archer's getting it through, and it bounced, and Jadeja once again beaten by the extra bounce.
Now we're getting ready for the second half of this over, so this is the part in which Jadeja will start looking. Fielders will be starting to move in a bit more keenly.
Duckett's having a conversation with someone in the crowd. I think mostly sign language, but I think he spotted a mate, or they're calling out to him. Here's Archer again. That one is steered away by Jadeja for a single to Zach Crawley on the deep backward point boundary, so it's all changed now. Single taken once again from the 4th ball of the over. It's a good effort if Duckett does have a mate sitting in the Edrich stand. It's quite a long way away, but he was just waving and pointing. What time are you going to finish, Ben? I'll see you in the Danubius.
We've spent some time in the Danubius ourselves.
I think, yeah, we're going to make an offer on Monday.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Our expenses has gone into the Danubius.
Here's Archer again. Short, pulled away by Bumrah for 4. There you go. That's what I was thinking. If India are going to give themselves a chance, Bumrah's got to play some shots. That's what he does. And that's a very good pull shot.
Wasn't idiosyncratic at all. It was exactly the right shot to play for that delivery. It was short, bounced, came quite lazily from the surface, and he felt, I can get inside this. And he did play it. Now a man's been dispatched out there. So he's covering the boundary.
Since this one being a little bit quicker, yes. That was a little bit of a drag down.
It was
a bit floaty, it was a bit loopy. This one might have a little bit more on it.
Here is Archer then. What's his response? He goes full and straight. A bit of a double bluff. Bumrah might have been expecting the short one, but well, it's one great fast bowler to another. They're probably pretty good at reading each other's minds. Jadeja on 24. Bumrah off the mark with that boundary. India 123 for 8. 70 to win. It's not squeaky bum time yet.
No, not yet. No, England's still well in the ascendancy at the moment because of their bowling this morning and their catching and so on, their cricket generally. So
change of bat for Jadeja.
Yeah, well, we saw he's prepared to play a cut by the look of it in that last over. See if he's going to continue with that policy. Trying to get twos, trying to lift them over into areas that are more vacant than others. And then on the 4th ball of the over, he's quite happy to take a single and get Bumrah on to strike. Doesn't matter who's bowling.
You have a call for a new bat, Harmy?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I've broken one either.
Did you carry 2 or 1?
I actually carried 3.
Wow.
I did, yeah.
For number 10?
For a number 10, yeah. I think I carried 3 for about, the same 3 for about 5 years.
You only used the 1, though.
I only used the 1, yeah. I wasn't somebody that spent a lot of time in nets either.
You let the other 2 know that they're This is my favourite.
Ensure the best one behaves itself. Here's Wokes then to Jadeja. Forward he comes, rock solid in defence, and pushes it up to Archer. There's a single wherever Jadeja wants it, other than to first slip and 5th slip probably. But again, we've got 5 on the boundary, 3 on the leg side boundary, 2 on the offside boundary. Mid on and mid off are both deep enough to concede a comfortable single. So wherever Jadeja wants one, he can have it. Here is Wokes around the wicket bowls, and Jadeja swings and it doesn't connect it cleanly at all. He said no to the single. It was in the air for a while. Ben Stokes runs around from halfway back mid-off to pick it up, mid-on to pick it up at mid-wicket.
Just lost his shape on the stroke, didn't he? I think that's the sort of length he can kind of look at, and I was thinking more to hit him straight back down the ground a little bit more and use the full width of the bat. Here he's just lost his shape at the end and dragged it into the leg side.
Tension's beginning to build again. It just felt that England began the afternoon session such strong favourites. Wokes in again, bowls. Jadeja clips it off his toes, says no to the single, very acutely aware that there are people listening all over the world. Your old mate Rhys Jenkins is still in Budapest, still in the same.
Is he still in the pub? Still in the same place?
Still in the same square.
Yeah.
And he says it's hotter yesterday than it was yesterday. He said, sent a message. Did you see? He said Harmy would be struggling. I think it's 35 degrees, but he's got his listening on his phone.
No, good man. Keep the liquids flying.
Outside the off stump, he's certainly keeping rehydrated of a sort. Wokes in, that's wide of the off stump, and there's left alone. Oh, and our old mate Macca, Andrew McKenna, of course, is on the Lions tour. He says, I'm sitting in Bangkok airport watching you guys, great fun. Fair to say there's a bit going on. Macca is on his way from Bangkok to,
Australia. He's doing the Lions.
He's on Australia.
Yeah,
Right,
First test coming up.
First test coming up.
Of course, he's on his way.
Yeah, good luck, Macca, with that. It's going to be great coverage, that. British Lions against Australia. They kick off at a decent time as well. I think it's 10 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah, it's a good time for rugby fans.
Here is Wokes again. Jadeja on the back foot, steers it away to Gully. Straight to the fielder. Zach Crawley, 123 for 8. Jadeja now 24 off 68 balls.
This is where Jadeja's got a look to either somehow manage to get the single or play the big shot. He either needs a one or a boundary here, because the boundary keeps the scoreboard moving and keeps the pressure on the England captain. A single, just keeps the tension going and keeps the pressure on the fielders by not being able to get the dot ball and bowl 6 balls from Archer to Jasprit Bumrah. So whatever happens here, India need a scoring option, whether it's a single to keep Jadeja on strike or a boundary to take the runs to win into the 60s.
Slip in a gully, 3 men on the offside, 3 on the onside, saving 1. Drives inside edge onto the pad, trickles out into the offside. I mentioned at lunch that it's the end of the over, so Bumrah will be on strike, but this many runs had never been scored before by the last 2 wickets to win a test match, and so that but how often are we seeing historical records being broken these days? More and more and more often.
Absolutely, it is. It's 350 on day 5 at Headingley. Who on earth would have envisaged that being able to be chased a few years ago? So, yeah, a lot of these bowlers now can bat. They do know how to hold a bat. They can play the aggressive shot. There is there was a partnership here between Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Shami 4 years ago that arguably won the test match here at Lord's for India.
Here is Jofra Archer again. Jasprit Bumrah plays defensively, and there's no run. I just you got to have sympathy for Jasprit Bumrah, haven't you? I mean, it's not his job. It's like you being asked to drive the school bus. There's people qualified to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it always comes down to the bowlers. Always comes down to the bowlers in the end. Everybody has to bat. Always comes down to the bowlers in the end.
Here is Archer again. Down the leg side, almost carries to leg slip. Zach Crawley diving away to his right. Just couldn't get the hands underneath it. Daniel Douglas says, hello, Harmy, from your old work friend at AAF?
American Air Filters, yeah.
Danny Douglas, currently lying around a pool in Turkey listening
happy
in.
Days. Well, I hope you're enjoying your holiday, Daniel. Good times them. American Air Filters, and work with me old man. My dad and Alan Shearer's dad worked there as well. They worked together. My dad and Alan's dad worked together for the best part of 20 years in American Air Filters.
Here's Jofra Archer again. Bumrah has a swing. Can't blame him for that. He looks heavenward and admonishment, and he's cross with himself, and he's walking away. He really is having a serious talk to himself. But you know what? He's got to play a shot.
It's just nipped up the hill, hasn't it? It's just nipped up the hill. He's not happy because he thought he had that covered. He could have done with it being a little bit closer to him before he started swinging his bat. But it hasn't come off the pitch as much as he thought it was going to, and it's just held its line. I think it's gone up the hill a little bit.
Here is Archer once again, and looks for the Yorker. Bumrah manages to dig it out. It was wide of the off stump, but it was the length that Archer was looking for.
I love the way he walked out to square leg too, just like the batsmen do, and admonishing themselves and that sort of thing. But Bumrah came out of that quite well, I think, himself.
Just looking at Jasprit Bumrah's highest fourth innings score in Test cricket, 10 not out against New Zealand at Pune.
I think they'll take that, yeah. 10 not out will be good for India, yeah.
4 not out at the moment. Here is Archer again, bowls. Bumrah steers this one away behind square on the offside to backward point. Duckett fields. What have you spotted, Jeremy?
Well, I just wonder if there was a half a single there. I mean, if Jadeja's that keen, you know.
Yeah, is he
got that wide of gully.
If they're gonna start taking the single and trusting Jasprit Bumrah, then you could argue and say yes, there was a single there, with a view that the fielders would come up and Jadeja would have a chance to potentially make more of an aggressive stroke and try and hit a boundary.
Here's Archer again over the wicket, bowls. Bumrah forward, pushes it away on the offside to the rapturous applause. There seem to be a lot of Indian supporters in the mound stand, which is just to the left of us on the ground level. They're cheering. They're going to be absolutely exhausted if India get close to this. Cheering every dot ball, and I'm not sure that I'll be up for it. The tension might just wear me out if India. Imagine if India needed 25.
25, yeah. I've been involved in one of them games. Remember, 20 years ago, it was 107 to win, 2 wickets left on the Sunday morning of Edgbaston. You're going out, the best place to be. It is, you know. It was nervous every time I went to final leg. I was so nervous, but actually in the contest and your ball in hand, you're in control of what's going on.
Wokes into Jadeja and pushed blocked square of the wicket on the offside.
I remember Ewan Chatfield. You remember Ewan Chatfield, Manners?
I do.
Our number 11. He and I got 50 in a last wicket partnership to beat Pakistan in a test match at Carisbrook down one of the colder
50
grounds.
for the last wicket.
Yeah. And Lance Cairns was number 10. He got hit in the head by Wasim Akram. Wasn't wearing a helmet, and it only took him 3 balls to find the target. Al Wasim.
Here is Wokes again. Bowls a slower ball Yorker. It's my favourite delivery. I think it's so unusual, and it's I guess high risk. I mean, maybe it just came out a bit fuller than he intended it to.
Yeah, slower ball. I just wonder if Ben Stokes is thinking about the spin option. Whether Shoaib Bashir could bowl Joe Root.
Here is Wokes again. Jadeja lunging forward, pushes it up towards mid-off. I always thought Ewan Chatfield was incredibly calm. He didn't seem to have a huge oscillation in his emotion.
No, he didn't. He didn't. He was pretty nervous that day, I would have to say. I mean, it's all, you know, as I say, Lance Cairns was hit in the head and wasn't wearing a helmet, and so he was carted and carried off. It's always a comfort as you go out as number 11 to see the guy ahead of you being carried off.
Here is Wokes again. Bowls. Oh, I don't know what that was. Harmy will be able to explain that one. It was a very, very high, wide full toss. Would have been called a wide had Jadeja not managed to somehow shovel it, just about reached it and pushed it out on the offside. What was he trying there?
He was obviously trying another slower ball. Was he trying an off cutter? I haven't seen it again on the on our monitor, but I think he's just trying another slower ball. You always try to, like a wobble seam, the slower ball coming out of the split fingered, and it's just gone off probably gone off his index finger, and it's gone up the hill as opposed to, you know, coming down behind the ball, underneath the ball to try and keep the seam upright, as though it looks as though it's a quicker one. It looks as though it's a seam up ball, but because he's trying to come down the back of it, he's just holding his pace back. But it come out of his hand horribly wrong.
124 for 8. Here is Wokes again, bowls. Oh, Bumrah pushes it an away swinger and misses it. And now again, angrily rehearses the leave alone. Leave it alone, you idiot, he says to himself. But, I mean, it's fair enough. It's a good away swinger.
It's a pace of it, isn't it? And, you know, because it's a lot slower than Jofra, he's not looking to hit Jofra. But because Chris Wokes bowls that little bit slower and entices you in, you feel as a batter, you go, and I can, not only can I hit it, you just chase it, as where you're facing Jofra Archer, he's bowling 90 mile an hour, Ben Stokes, Bryden Cars. You're just trying to defend it and get him behind it.
Here is Wokes once again, sticking to the orthodox now, and that one bounces a bit. That just have hit the Lord's Ridge, and I think it's hit Bumrah on the gloves, and there's no run. 124 for 8. The target is down to 69. Jeremy, in this partnership then, did you face 4 or 5 balls and over? Did you play it like this?
No, Chats. And I mean, it was so far away that we kind of decided that we'd have to take all the runs that we could. And so what we're seeing out here is a similar sort of thing as that when I faced, they all spread out, and Chats and I could have a cup of tea if we wanted to and take a single if we wanted, you know. And so it was again a question of deciding at what point would you take the single. Well, it seems to be the 4th ball here as far as Jadeja is concerned. And Bumrah, you know, if he gets the opportunity, he's doing. And Chats to his credit, you know, as long as he came forward, we had a chance, you know. But he did like to play back. And so there was a constant battle and conflict working within him. You know, but slowly he got more and more confidence. Really interesting.
I mean, so you needed over 50 when he came out to bat.
Yes,
so
that's
you're
correct.
not really expecting to win at that point.
We just felt that we'll give it our best go, and we'll stay there as long as we can and see if we could get closer and closer to the total.
And what point did you think we're going to win?
Well, we got to tea and we'd scored 22 of them. A tea on the last day.
Jofra Archer again around the wicket, bowls at Jadeja, sways out of the way of it, limbos out of the way of it.
And Chats actually got 20 that day. Chats got 20, and they would all close in around him, and he would kind of he got the bounces after a while, and then Fred Goodall became involved. The umpire said, "You won't do that, Wasim Akram, to the number 11, because he got hit a couple of times on the, you know, single off the sort of the side of his cheek."
He's off Archer, and that one is inside edged onto the pad by Jadeja. It was just about to launch into a big LBWP. I do hope he celebrated appropriately. I always got the impression that he'd be the kind of chap that would celebrate by reading a good book.
He was very nervous. He had a cup of tea, I think, and you could hear the cup against the saucer. But it was fabulous. It was fabulous. He actually hit a 4. He got a boundary, all off his helmet.
Archer again to Jadeja, pushes it square of the wicket on the offside, just stands in the crease and guides it away. So he headed one to the boundary, did he?
Yeah. Actually, he also got a tuck off his pads away for a boundary as well, straight after tea. It was great. And actually, the crowd doubled over the whole partnership. They came in, all the students, because it's a student town, Dunedin, and they were banging on all the things they could, and they were burning their couches, as they do down there. And they had a great time, and Chats was the centre of attention, poor guy.
It's Archer again, and that's left alone by Jadeja. There are some people born for the spotlight, and others clearly not destined for it, or not seeking it. 124 for 8, 69 to win for India.
Interesting, 2 balls to go in this over, and Ben Stokes has left the field out, and basically saying, right, we'll take one ball of Jofra Archer to Jasprit Bumrah, hoping that Jadeja might just push it one with a gap in front of him, either on the leg side or the offside, and try and entice a mistake from Jadeja that way.
There's some bluffing going on here.
There is, yeah. And if he gets a single, he's got one ball at Jasprit Bumrah.
Here is Archer running in from the pavilion end, up to the crease now, bowls, and Jadeja, no problem with that, just guides it away to one of two men sweeping on the cover boundaries, Ollie Pope, and it does mean that Jofra Archer will bowl one ball to Jasprit Bumrah. Am I just imagining it? Am I speaking fairy tales in saying that Archer and Bumrah will more likely be able to read each other's minds and predict what they might receive?
Yeah, possibly from a fast bowler against a fast bowler, you have an idea of where they're going to bowl and how they're coming at you. So you know if it's on a bouncy pitch, you're going to get more short balls. On this pitch, not going to get as many short balls, but there might be one here because you've got a leg slip and a short leg in play for one ball left in the over.
Yeah, Ollie Pope's just taken delivery of the helmet from a 12th man. Here is Archer, bowls, and Bumrah opens the face of the bat and steers it quite comfortably down to Chris Woakes on the third man boundary, but they don't take the run. I'm sure somebody somewhere, several people, will be counting the number of runs that India turned down, and then some clever clogs at the end of the day will say, well, they lost by 45 runs and they turned down 40 of them. That could have been. Doesn't work like that. More from Harmy, and then it'll be Jon Norman.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that, and I think it's important from India's point of view just to keep, even if they're going at 1 and over, you're keeping England in the field. You're keeping the pressure on Ben Stokes. He's then having to make changes. The ball's getting softer. Who then becomes the enforcer once Jofra Archer's bowled another 2 overs? Does he go Bryden Carse? Does he maybe change tact and go to a spin option? He's got Chris Woakes on, who has, apart from the wicket, not really looked as threatened as what Ben Stokes would like.
Woakes it is. Down the track comes Jadeja and cuts this down to deep backward point, but turns down the single. 125 for 8, so India have added 13 runs since the lunch break, and they have not lost another wicket. This game would feel very, very different, and it's felt like this for a while if India were they just had one more wicket. One more wicket. I'm not saying they would be favourites, of course they wouldn't, but the task that awaits England would just seem that much more difficult, and of course they'd have 2 batters at the crease. Although Bumrah's seen off 20 deliveries, the over, or rather the ball is into its 48th over as Chris Woakes runs away from us, and this is in on off stump, and Jadeja pushes this out through the covers, but again turns down the single. Sid's back. How are you doing, Sid?
Lovely lunch.
It was a very lovely lunch, wasn't it?
And I've just walked in to see England are bowling for the second new ball.
Yeah. Manners did describe it a bit earlier. If they were going for 1 and over, they would give themselves a good chance towards the end of the last session.
Yeah, we could even have a draw.
We could have a draw.
What does Winviz say about the draw? Woakes again, and Jadeja this time turns down a single to square leg.
I'd love to be Jadeja at this point. They're not trying to get me out. Every 5th ball of the over, I take a single, and I hope that Bumrah faces out the last one.
And it's working nicely, just to frustrate the England captain, frustrate the crowd. Like I said before, you get complete change of tact, and Chris Woakes hasn't looked as effective. Ben Stokes is going to start bringing people up.
Yeah, Zach Crawley, Sam Cook, Bryden Carse, Ollie Pope, all off the boundary. The only fielder on the boundary is at deep forward square leg for Ravindra Jadeja as Woakes comes in. Oh, there's a big shot for leg before wicket, and the finger's gone up. Woakes has trapped Jadeja in front. He's going to have to review. But it seems like India have lost their 9th wicket, and Woakes has struck again. India 125 for 9. And we'll wait and see what the third umpire and how the third umpire gets involved.
It's always the last 2 balls of the over with the batter trying to get off strike. For me, if he's not inside edged it, it's close. Has it impact outside the line? Has he just got outside the line? The angle that we're seeing looks as though, I think this could be umpire's call on outside the line. And if it is, and unfortunately he's out, has that hit the bat first or has that hit the pad first? I actually don't think there's any bat involved there, Jon Norman.
I think it's hit the pad. It's all about this. Does the ball hit in line? It doesn't. Jadeja's had a let off. It looked like it was going to be close. On point of impact, was it going to go the way of England and umpire's call, or was it going to go the way of India? It goes the way of the latter, and you can hear the crowd's reaction to that. Jadeja survives, and India 8 down.
I've seen a funny trend with Shaikat, the umpire. He's a banker when the top order is batting. He never gives out any LBW, but when there's last 2 wickets, I don't know, he's in a rush to get home. He becomes like Pistol Pete, who's at the other end though.
Here comes Wokes, and down the track, Jadeja. He goes skywards, and it is landed in the crowd over the boundary. Ben Duckett running along from square leg. He fancied he might be in with a chance of a catch, but it's gone on, and Jadeja's just added 6 to the score. What drama here at Lord's. India still believe.
He's given up looking for the single after that last ball. When he was trying to maneuver the ball, he missed it. He fancies he's better off batting with a clear mind and not looking for singles.
That's exactly right, Sid. I think what that LBW shout's done to Jadeja is possibly put a little bit more clarity into his mind. I'm not going to bow half-hearted. If I do have to face the last 2 balls of an over with a field up, I'm going to try and get 10 or 12 runs. And that, for me, is the best way to go about the job, and then hope that first ball or second ball the next over, Jasprit Bumrah can get off strike. Put England under pressure by going that way, because you're constantly reducing the runs to win and make Ben Stokes make decisions.
And that review was not very convincing. He didn't do it out of conviction. He just went for it because he had it. And then when you get such a break, you probably sometimes feel that it's your day.
Well, I tell you what, there was one fielder out on the boundary, and he's not the tallest man, but it did clear the boundary. Actually, I think it landed just in front of the first row of spectators. Last ball of the over, and Jadeja with the field in, goes again. It's not going to be aerial.
And he gets the single that he wants.
He gets the single, and he'll face the first ball of the next over. And India's target reduces by another run. They need 61 runs to win, and England still, after that successful review, need 2 wickets.
Yeah, still 2 wickets, and it's just livened the crowd up a little bit more. It just went into a little bit of a lull, didn't it? A little bit of a hush. Game was going nowhere. Happy with 1 and over. Now Archer's gone. Here comes Cars. I think Stokes has to take control now, and from this nursery end, Stokes needs to go and win the game for England. Either that, or possibly change the pace and bring a route on, or if Bashir's fit enough to bowl, get him on the field and have a bowl. But for me, Chris Wokes, that would be it for me. Get Ben Stokes back into the game and see if he can win it for England.
Jadeja facing, and it's his old mate Bryden Cast bowling from the pavilion end, and this is left alone. 61 runs to win. England need 2 wickets. The game is still alive. It's 20 past 2 in the afternoon here at Lord's. Surely we're not going to get a tea break. If we do, then we have got an Edgbaston 05 situation on the go.
Yeah, well, a tea break, you'd think they'd be up close and would have won by then, wouldn't it?
No, it depends. If that 6 is an indication of how Jadeja's going to go about things from now on. Cast again. It's a touch short and left alone. Too wide for Jadeja. There's boundary riders out. There's two slips in place. They're quite wide. Ben Duckhead is down at third. Backward is deep point is Crawley. Archer quite deep at deep extra cover. And then Stokes at mid on with deep backward square leg, and also Sam Cook at fine leg. So there's singles everywhere as Cars continues. He bowls on a length outside off stump. It's wide, third ball in a row.
Harmy, did you like doing this when you were bowling to a batter and a tail-ender, that you just spread the field out for the main batter and get only one or two balls at the tail-ender?
Not really. You felt as though you could, like what you said before, the point you made was a very good one. You stopped trying to get the said batter out. You know, you all of a sudden you're not looking to try and nick him off. The game's in a holding pattern for 4 balls and you're waiting for the main event to start with 2 balls to go.
Pass again. Oh, he does play at it. Jadeja throws his bat at another wide delivery from Cars. 2 balls left in the over.
It also depends on that batter and who that batter is and where they are in the context of the game. I think that review there has just focused the mind of Jadeja again, because I think when it does get like this, and it does go into a little bit of a holding pattern where you're only getting 1 and over and possibly 2 singles every now and again, that the batter maybe loses focus as well on them trying to get you out.
The field has not come up for this 5th ball.
And Cars comes in, and there's a run there. Kind of pops off the leading edge, the outside edge of Jadeja's bat. He has a little look at it, but there's no one close to the bat, and so that is the run, meaning that Jasprit Bumrah's got to survive 1 delivery from Bryden Cars.
That's odd that there were singles all over the ground on the 5th ball of the over. They're giving themselves very short odds of getting the tail ender out if you're going to bowl only 1 ball at over and over at him.
I agree, but I think Ben's also looking at, if we have give him 2 balls and he hits 1 of them for 6, then all of a sudden the game gets shorter and shorter as well when it comes to the scoring option. So I think at this moment in time, Ben's quite happy for Bumrah to have 1 ball and Cars to have 1 ball at Bumrah.
Here comes Cars, and he goes full, and it's defended by Jasprit Bumrah. You hear the crowds, 60 needed for what would be a quite ridiculous victory if India manage it. 1-0 down in the series, of course, battling back to take the 2nd test quite comfortably in the end. They've been ahead of this game on numerous occasions, have been ahead of this game, of this series on numerous occasions. But here they find themselves way behind. 60 needed then, and England need 2 wickets to win.
Vokes gets another over.
Yeah, I thought Stokes might have brought himself on by now. I really do. I thought he's created the chance, so we have to give him that. It's looked obviously a lot slower from this end and a little bit innocuous from Chris Vokes' end, but he has created the chance, so I think Ben Stokes has gone with that and given him another over.
I don't dislike the idea of bowling Joe Root. He gives it a rip, and this is a dry pitch 5th day.
Yeah.
There are rough patches that's out of the off stump,
especially Jadeja, and see if Jadeja wants to come out of his crease and see if he can take 20 off a Joe Root over.
You'd rather Joe Root bowls now rather than with 25-30 needed.
Absolutely.
Still 60 runs away. I think England are still 21 runs away as Vokes comes in. Ooh, and Jadeja
for a moment
flicks this through mid-wicket and almost looks like he's going to take a run to the first ball that Chris Vokes had bowled.
No, for a moment I think he thought he could get 2 because this had not gone at full pace towards the boundary riders, and then after taking 2 steps he realized no, the 2 is not on, so they went back to the crease.
I just wonder at what point does Jasprit remind Ravindra Jadeja, I got 30 odd on this ground before. I can bat, you know. I can bat.
Here comes Vokes again, round the wicket, and Jadeja tries to guide the ball down to 3rd. There's 2 slips in place. Easy nature pitch right now, and the ball is how many overs? 49 overs old. scuffed towards Joe Root. And Harry Brook gives it a shine. Jadeja 34 not out, and Bumrah is 4. India still, you still feel they need another 20 from this partnership before England will start getting a little twitchy. Wokes is in, and Jadeja's down the track and meets the ball with the full face of the bat. It's pushed out through cover. Cast comes in from the boundary, but once again Jadeja turns down the single.
No complaints about the soft ball today.
No, that hasn't. And so not many subfielders on either. We've had a couple.
I think that Bumrah, and it was a genuine one as well, because Bumrah did get hit on the glove, didn't he? And he just had someone come on. I think that was the only time today.
So wickets are falling, the ball is not soft. And because time is not a factor, we are not getting any time wasting done.
Exactly.
Here is Wokes, pitched up and driven up to mid-off. Jadeja will take a single, and that moves the score along to 134 for 8. And Jasprit Bumrah, who's faced 21 deliveries, needs to see out 2 more to get Jadeja back on strike for the start of Cast's next over.
I would have thought he would wait for one more ball to see if the field comes up and if we can get a boundary.
Yeah, I get that. But I also think he's possibly thinking, you know what, if I'm looking to score more in the 6 balls of an over, actually Cast might be easier to penetrate the field with, i.e. over the top of the sort of slip cordon or hitting them through, because obviously playing off the back foot.
Pack slip cordon. Oh, he slipped in the Yorker on leg stump. That was a delivery we were wondering if we'd see before lunch. Was it before lunch? It was, with Bumrah moving so far across off stump. It's exposing leg stump. And he gets the bat down in time, just.
Right idea, wrong pace.
Yeah.
Summed up perfectly.
You know, this is radio or audio, so you know the idea is to make succinct points last as long as possible. Last ball of the over, and the cheers from the Indian fans will tell you that Jasprit Bumrah has negotiated it. He's defended again. So this match continues, 134 for 8.
I see a yellow bib coming in.
Oh, maybe there's a message from the dressing room.
Yeah.
Come on, win the game, guys.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think either of them. It is a message, because I don't think either of them.
No, they didn't signal for
anything.
No.
Jadeja, Bumrah had his back to the bib coming out, and Jadeja didn't instigate going towards it. So there's obviously a message from the hierarchy upstairs to see what's going on. I'm perplexed to understand what that would be. I can't imagine them saying, look, we need to take as much as we can and leave Jasprit on strike and have a go, because actually they're doing a great job in frustrating England at this moment in time.
Yeah, it is a bit strange. I wonder what they could have been said. Cast is continuing and driving. Punch drive in through extra cover, no run. Well, it's not just go for the runs, lads. Maybe it's see it off play like this until the spinner comes on.
Yeah, or maybe just a reinforcement. You're doing well.
Simple plans, isn't it? Simple plan, simple message.
Yeah.
Keep going. No need to change exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not come straight after that 6 that Jadeja hit, so it's not as though...
Do not hit 6.
Yeah, exactly. You know, just keep it as you are. Here is Cast, and he bowls wide, and it's left alone by Jadeja.
The thing, though, is you're putting in as much energy as you would while bowling normally with orthodox traditional fields. We're back. Apologies, we lost power for a few seconds, and I'm sorry to say the game is all over.
And Jon and Harvey have left.
No, we've had 2 white balls left alone by Jadeja.
Here is Cast again, and this is guided along the ground by Jadeja. Come for the cricket, stay for the comedy. 135 for 8 then, and Jasprit Bumrah, we're here again. He's got to face 2 deliveries at the end of the over. So if this is the tactic, and India essentially are going to score 1 run and over to win the game, we are going to go to day 6. Because we don't have... Oh, we do.
We have enough.
58 overs left, 58 runs to win.
Absolutely. Maybe that was the message.
Maybe that was the message.
We'll do it at 1 run and over.
Yeah. Here comes Cast, and it's defended by Bumrah. 3 slips, a gully, and there's also a leg slip, as well as fielders at fine leg and at third. And Bryden Cast is targeting the stumps. I thought you were about to say something, Hob. You're all right,
No. I was actually looking at the ball. The ball was on the screen. I was looking at the ball, and it looks as though it still looks decent, to be fair. It looks as though it's got a nice shine to it. It's
just soft.
Yeah, just a bit soft. I'm not sure if it's the ball that goes soft or the pitch goes a little bit soft in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah, heads go soft after a while. Cast again, and once again, Jasprit Bumrah leans forward and plays defensively for the 19th time in his 25-ball innings. He's 4 not out. God, remember that pull shot against Jofra Archer? How many boundaries have India scored since the wicket of Washington Sundar?
2.
1 4 by Bumrah and the 6 by Jadeja.
I knew you guys were the right people to ask.
I mean, Bumrah can just show him how many Indians have pulled Archer for this innings or this test match.
In front of square as well.
Yeah, dismissive pull. And we have Stokes back. Harmy has his wish.
Yeah, but Ben Stokes' spell earlier today, 9.2 overs. He had to bowl a couple after picking up the wicket of Akash Deep late last night. 9.2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19.
And that one was an unplayable ball that seemed a long way up the hill, not down the hill.
Yeah, to dismiss.
And it also needed a review.
Yes, it did, didn't it? Okay, 58 needed for India. 2 wickets still for England, as it was at the lunch break. And Stokes is coming in. Round the wicket, and good length delivery. Is defended by Ravindra Jadeja towards the leg side, and Stokes has to field there because there is nobody anywhere near the batter on the leg side. 1 man out at fine leg, 1 at deep square, 1 at squarish mid-wicket with Jofra Archer at quite deep mid-on. On the offside, Joe Root at a wideish first slip. There is a gully, a deep backward point. Fielded just in front of deep point, and Wokes at deep mid-off. Here comes Stokes again, pounding in, pounds the middle of the pitch, and this time he has to field from the offside.
Is Jadeja doing enough to try to place the ball into gaps and look for couples? Because I also noticed just before lunch, Nitish Kumar Reddy was looking very good, and he was middling every ball, but straight to mid-off, mid-on. There was not enough intent to actually be scoring runs.
Yeah, I think that's just Reddy's technique. I don't think he's worked out the sort of how to manipulate gaps. And, you know, he looks $1 million. He looks good, solid in defence. He's got a great character. I really like his character, but he seems quite rigid in the way he shapes up, and he's a very, very good hitter of fielders.
Stokes in again, cheered on by the crowd, and Jadeja just leans forward. It looks like he's going to try and just, with soft hands, guide that down to third, but it actually goes out in front of square, or just along towards point where it's fielded. No run.
Between Reddy and Jadeja now, it just feels like I'm watching an extended net session because they are middling the ball, but after that there's nothing.
Yeah, and I think this is also a difficult ground to get two on. It's not. I mean,
It's just there,
the pockets that are the areas for two. I don't think you can get two even as quick as Jadeja is.
Stokes is in, and this is clipped along to deep square leg. So there's the run for the over. Although that run rate, oh no, it's still hovering around 1 and over. Bang on 1 and over from here. So Jadeja's done his job. He's faced 4 deliveries and taken a single, and now Jasprit Bumrah's got to do his job, which is to block out 2 deliveries.
Still at a run and over. Maybe they'll get a quick 2 in at some point, and then they'll be ahead of the run rate.
This is better for England for me. Ben Stokes against Jasprit Bumrah. You know, Ben Stokes gets the ball to bounce a little bit more from this nursery end.
Just got to make Bumrah play here, as he's in. He does play, and there's a comfortable single there down to fine leg, with Bumrah still moving across the crease.
I think he's telling Jarrod I should be 20 not out by now.
There's an alternate reality somewhere where singles have never been turned down in the history of Test cricket, and maybe some surprising come from behind wins along the way. In 2005,
they were taking singles. Yeah.
They were taking singles.
Yeah, they were.
Because they're
taking
tail
singles.
enders at
Yeah,
both
both
ends.
taking it.
3 slips, Gully backward point in place, and Bumrah is squared up just a fraction, but plays with soft hands, and it rolls that through to the Gully, 1 of 2, and that's the end of another over. So
Bumrah is holding up his end of the bargain, and he's not looking shaky. He's not looking like he can edge the ball anytime, which is why it just makes it a little strange that England are just trying to get only him out, and maybe they need to change the plan. Oh, okay, we see a change in plan, which I think we have been calling on for the last 15 minutes. It's Joe Root from the pavilion end, where he will be turning the ball with the slope.
Yeah, I think this does make a huge amount of sense. I think I'd have potentially gone a little bit earlier with Joe Root, just to dangle the carrot for Jadeja. You have catchers in position because it's natural to have that catcher in. I would have a man. Ollie Pope has given the helmet to Jamie Smith, but I'd actually put Ollie Pope in a catching position. Have him at short leg, have your slip, have a man round the corner, and then have everybody out and say, well, if one turns and jumps, we've got the edge, we've got the wicket. If you want to come down the wicket and play the big shot, so you look at the field, it's pretty well spread. Like Sid's saying, they're not trying to get Jadeja out unless this goes straight on and nicks at the slip. It could just spit out the footholds and hit a glove and then just go and loop up into safety.
first ball, and this is pushed up to mid-off. Look, who knows what's going to happen, but certainly with 57 needed, you would think with the spinner coming on, you would just dangle the carrot a little bit more.
And I get the general idea that you don't want to give free runs to Jadeja, but he's not a reverse sweeper and you don't need a deep third.
This is straighter and defended back to the bowler, Root.
I don't remember Jadeja reverse sweeping ever, and we've got a man, especially for the reverse sweep, trying to protect the boundary for the reverse sweep. He's not Ben Duckett. He's not Ben Stokes.
Root again, that round arm style this time, and it's just pushed to mid-off again. No run. I mean, if this is going to be a waiting game, then it's just a question of whether when that magic ball comes, England have enough magic balls as single is taken to the fourth ball of the over, just guided along the ground to point, and that means Jadeja's done his bit. He's taken the single, and now we know what needs to happen from the next two balls.
But like you say there, John, you make the point of if the magic ball comes. But if the magic ball comes and there's no fielders in position to catch it, no point bowling a magic ball.
But this now is the danger point for India, because Bumrah, he's got so used to forward defending, he gets low, he's going to plant his right foot down, and if Root can get one to jump, he's got two short legs, a backward short leg and a forward short leg in place. And also the outside edge is in play with Root.
So this is a much more attacking field for India's number 10, Jasprit Bumrah. Will he be on the losing side again in this series? Joe Root about to come in, he's bowling over the wicket, and Bumrah comes forward and defends. Listen to that crowd. No turn there, straight on. Hush around the ground as Root is in, and again.
Big stride in, meeting
Huge
it
stride.
right on the half volley, and just like that, an hour has flown by. We are into the drinks break on the final afternoon. Half of the day's play gone. India still need 56. England need 2 good balls to get them those 2 remaining wickets.
I don't need to say anything. See ya.
No, I mean, who would have thought we'd still be sitting here at 2:30 and, well, 20 to 3 on the 5th afternoon. I mean, today just played beautifully. So has Bumrah. Bumrah's been solid in defence against the seamers, and there against the spinner. England just might need a break just to calm down a bit, regroup. Not everybody's on the field. Quite a few of them have gone off the field. Just think Ben Stokes just needs to have a little passage of calm here. Keep reinforcing the message in the players, the plans that they've got, and also we just need 2 good balls on this wicket to win the match, to go 2-1 up. They need 56 and they're going at 1 run and over. Even if we get down into the 40s, into the 30s, let's not panic. We need 2 good balls. They're still a long way away going at the game plan that they have right now. And what is interesting is Shoaib Bashir is now on the field and is now warming up. So it looks like Neil Manthorp, that Shoaib Bashir is going to come on and try and help get these last 2 wickets.
India can't get there like this, right? So we saw Jadeja charge down the wicket and flick Wokes for that 6 into the mound stand. They're going to have a kick, aren't they? They're going to have to put a kick in, a couple of kicks maybe, a couple of fast laps.
Yeah, they are, but I think at this moment in time, I think if you're India, you're going, we'll kick when England make the mistake. And I think that's the kick, and it could be Shoaib Bashir. Shoaib Bashir come on. If Joe Root had stayed on, the fast lap kick could have been, right, we're going to take this one downtown and go 15, 16 in the over, and that's the kick. And then we go back to, 1 off every over and just slow the game back down again and put pressure on the England captain. So they can win it from here like this because they're frustrating England and they're doing a very, very good job. And Jasprit Bumrah's playing for his off stump and he's only facing 2 balls and over. There is going to be an over where Jadeja fancies and goes, right, England are now at rock bottom. England are now out of ideas. England are now where we want them. And if it is a Shoaib Bashir over where he goes downtown twice into the pavilion end, because I'm assuming he'll bowl from the pavilion end, then that could be the fast lap and then go back into, well, you're going to have to make another mistake.
You know those sums that Jeremy Coney did the close yesterday when we were doing following on? He said, at the scoring rate that we've had throughout the course of the 4 days, which is 3.2 runs per over, India began the day needing 150 to win. That's going to be 30 overs. That's 8 overs each from the 4 English seamers. India would have done all of those calculations. So people are, so if they're wondering why India are happy to go, seemingly be going nowhere, they are making progress, not on the scoreboard, but
no, they are
with England bowlers running out of gas.
Absolutely. Jofra's got possibly another burst in him. That's it. I mean, Ben Stokes has got probably this burst in him, and that's it.
Are people worried about how slow they're going? Because the only problem they have is it's 27 overs to the new ball, and there's plenty of singles on offer when Jadeja needs them. He might be able to milk a couple of 2s. There'll be probably 4 byes at one stage as well when something hits the foot marks or anything. I think I'm pretty happy if I'm India and I'm doing this and I'm doing. I'll be honest, if you had said to me yesterday that today there was a tied test match, or today I'd see Joe Root bowl, I would have picked a tied test match before I would have picked Joe Root bowling. Like, they've already had some victories here. They might not win the test still, but I know Jasprit Bumrah has been working very, very hard on his batting for a long time now, and to be fair, it hasn't quite worked the way he's wanted it to work. But he, as Harmy said, he's protecting the balls he needs to protect. And I mean, the only interesting thing for me is, Manners, that I've seen Ravi Jadeja hit 37 runs in an IPL over once. Maybe get it under 37 and just take it down in the over.
Yeah, I watched that game as well. Chennai Super Kings is incredible, wasn't it? Ben Stokes is about to resume after the afternoon drinks break, and it's banged in shorts bouncer to Jadeja, one for the over, or your first one for the over, says umpire Shafadullah. 137 for 8. The requirement is still 56 to win. It still seems like a long way at the rate that India are scoring, but you know, it's that quick lap, isn't it, Harmy? It just sort of breaks the field open. At the moment, we're back to the 10,000 metre where we've got the group of
10,000 metre, but you're not even a 10,000 metre runner.
I do one every day.
I thought your ultra marathon was your races.
No, that's my. You can't do that every day. I haven't got time. Flicked away behind square on the onside, and they don't take a single. Ben Duckett does the fielding.
You probably just do 5k a day, Harmy.
No, not really. Yeah, I might cover 5k a day, but I don't run it. These knees wouldn't have doing the 5k a day. No chance at all.
What was the story of
golf course memories?
Talking of knees, you know, people sort of flippantly say, "Oh, Ben Stokes is fine now that he's got a new knee." Are you aware of the nature of the surgery that he had? Was it cartilage? Or
I'm not sure. I think it was quite severe.
Here comes Stokes around the wicket, bowls to Jadeja, who's forward and pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. It's somebody with lifelong wretched knees. Jarrod, do you have any idea how Stokes managed to get so fit? From it was buckling on him, wasn't it?
They won't tell me what it is, but I have sniffed around quite a bit trying to get this, because as you know, I'm obsessed with knees because I have terrible ones myself. I think it was cartilage replacement, which a lot of professional athletes are getting now. I don't know if Andre Russell has had the same thing, but I think he was bone on bone. I don't think there was any cartilage left.
Here is Stokes once again, and again that's pushed out into the gap. Loads and loads of singles available, and he's taken one with the fourth ball of the over, as he has been doing these days. It's probably they probably just like an inject a new one in now.
I think it's a synthetic something that I think they put in there, but they used to cut your cartilage out and then they would give you an artificial knee back in the old days. I don't think they do that as commonly now. I think now it's more the if they can replace the cartilage, and generally that's the thing that's what causes all my problems.
I can't see Ben Stokes going for very many social runs when he's retired.
No.
I can't see any fast bowlers. I don't know any fast bowlers who go for a social run. Here's Stokes again, pushed away by Bumrah towards mid-off. The ball is doing absolutely nothing. It's occasionally a real effort ball from Archer or Stokes. It might bounce a bit, but I haven't seen any sign of reverse swing or
no, nothing. But Bumrah got reverse swing in the last innings of yesterday, but no, nothing. You're talking about how do India win this and fast forward this. They limp along here to about 30 to win, and then they lose a wicket. And if they lose a wicket, then Jadeja will feel as though he can go aggressively for 30.
Leg slip, 3 slips and a gully. Stokes in, bowls. Bumrah blocks it again resolutely up to Jofra Archer, who shows his football skills. Actually, that's brilliant. He did 7 keep me uppies, kicking it from one foot to the other and then into his hands. It was perfect. Shoaib Bashir into the attack. So he spent most of the day off the field. How come he's allowed to bowl straight away?
Impact injury, wasn't it?
Cool.
Look at man.
Impact injury.
Oh.
Of course, it's external rather than internal. So if he'd done a hamstring or anything we couldn't see, then he wouldn't be able to bowl, but it was an impact injury on his little finger. So Shoaib Bashir, what did Joe Root bowl an over for first then?
Perhaps a bit faster, just to see if there was anything for him
Just
out
to see
of
if
the
there's any
footmarks.
spin, to see if there's anything out of the footmarks.
Okay, it's not going to be fast lap time first over from Bashir.
No, it's
is it?
not. No, it's not.
Well, this is a good end to bring him on from, because Jadeja basically wants to hit him over the leg side, and that's the longer boundary here.
And it's uphill. There's a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Bashir in. Jadeja blocks it defensively out on the offside. Make a note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 55 to win when Shoaib Bashir came into the attack. 138 for 8.
There's 2 spots he can go, and one is dead straight back over Bashir's head where there's a gap, and the other one is mid-off where Stokes is up.
Here is Bashir, bowls, Jadeja blocks it defensively once again.
I think I'd move Stokes back about 15. In fact, he's moving back as I say that. I think he's just a bit close, another maybe 5 or 10 metres back from there.
Well, all credit to Jadeja if he does try to go over mid-off. Pushed away defensively once more as Bashir fires that one in a little bit quicker. Just to reiterate, 3 men on the offside boundary, 3 men on the leg side boundary. A 45 degree for the sweep on the leg side, and Ben Stokes halfway back at mid-off. So 6 on the boundary and a slip. Here is Bashir once again. Quicker one, much quicker! Big appeal, no, he started. He's got very enthusiastic. It's always nice when you hit the batsman on the pads with your quicker ball.
It does, yeah. Oh, I tell you what, why has he not continued that other than nicking it? That looks close. He must have hit it. Yeah, Ben Stokes is signalling he's hit it.
Ben Stokes is a long way away. I hope someone closer told Ben Stokes that. Because
massive hit on it.
Yeah.
I was about to say, this is where it gets fun, because they're going to bring the field in now. Why are they leaving out a deep cover?
Deep extra cover even.
That's weird. Okay.
And a deep backward square leg. Otherwise, we've got a slip, a backward point, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Bashir in, bowls, Jadeja cuts and does go to backward point where Bryden cast fields, and there's no run. Still, India are outsiders. 55 still needed.
Look, everyone's in now.
Yeah. And are you going to throw it up, Shoaib Bashir? Are you going to toss it up? Or are you going to bowl it flat and full? I mean...
Oh, they've come in and he's like, no, I really mean no singles.
I tell you what, most of the fielders are stationary. That's how close they are. This is a weird looking field. Take a picture. Here is Bashir, the ball. It's a strike, my goodness, driven by Jadeja up to Stokes at mid-off. I've never seen anything like that before, other than in a situation where scores are tied and there's one to win. I've never seen a field like that.
But it feels as though that's where England are at this moment in time. They do feel, from a pressure point of view, this is where we're at. We need to stop the single. We need 6 balls at Jasprit Bumrah. Be interested to see if Bumrah tries to play a shot here. You know, in this situation, you're 2 balls and over, surviving for off stump. When you've now got 6 balls to face, or potential 6 balls to face, is it worth trying to be more aggressive, trying to play that big shot? You get a boundary, great. If you don't get a boundary, the likelihood is you'll get off strike, and you've done your job for your team.
I sounded like Ricky Gervais in the afterlife there, didn't I? Take a picture. Take a picture. That was brilliant. I've just never seen a field like that in a test match. It's I mean,
also like where Stokes was, it wasn't even mid-off. He just sort of came in, didn't he, to a random position where he'd been standing.
It is the incomparable and tireless Ben Stokes who's back into the attack, and Jasprit Bumrah pushes that ball away on the onside. Do you know what I am surprised about, unless I've missed it, and we are prone to the odd comfort break ourselves, is England attempting to change the ball. I mean, it's done nothing, unless they've got a reverse swing plan going.
We talking about it before with Sid and John, like being very few high visors on, very few talks about ball changes. I mean, I know England are a little bit behind the over it, But we've had very little stoppages in play. The ball seems to be hard enough at this moment in time.
Here is Stokes again, bowls to Bumrah, and he's once more absolutely studious in defence. A little bit behind the over. There's 53 overs left in the day.
Yeah, they're -4 though, England, aren't they? And I think the time allotted has been put onto that.
Okay.
So they're -4 from an over rate point of view.
Just starting to look at the ball there, actually. I do think they are preparing it for reverse, and I think that's the reason they're not giving it away. They don't want to have a ball suddenly changed and have to re-prepare it for reverse, and maybe it won't scuff up on one side.
3 slips and a leg slip. Jasprit Bumrah steadies himself once again, but Stokes in. Ooh, and that one nips back up the hill, hits him on the pad. Stokes' arms go up, and there's no appeal. Maybe it was heading down the leg too high. Actually, it's hit him above the pad.
It's hit him in the unmentionables. I think he's waved on the physio, talking about breaks and play.
You said high vis, and almost straight away you got one.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the physio can do here.
Well, exactly. He's running on with his bag of goodies. What's he going to do? Get the deep heat spray out? I don't think so. And ice pack? No, not. There's absolutely nothing he can do apart from sympathise and give him a drink of water.
Always good to have a count, though.
Was he going to give him a concussion test? 138 for 8. Just a reminder of the drama that we've had today with India resuming on 58 for 4. So many people said, oh, it all depends on Rishabh Pant, and the great man was removed by Jofra Archer in spectacular style, smashing through his defences to remove off stump, bowled for 9, 71 for 5, became 81 for 6 when KL Rahul was trapped LBW by Ben Stokes. Given not out, and Stokes was so impassioned with his LBW appeal, he was down on both knees, literally begging and demanding in equal measure, and it was not out. He decided upon himself to review it. Didn't seem to be particularly enthusiastic support from Jamie Smith or the slip cordon, but he went for the review, and he was absolutely right. That ball was hitting top of middle and leg. KL Rahul gone for 39, and Washington Sundar caught and bowled spectacularly by Jofra Archer. Tentative leading edge, Archer diving away to his right, taking a one-handed return catch. And when Nitish Reddy, 4 balls later, was caught by Jamie Smith off Chris Wokes for 13, India were 112 for 8. They're now 138 for 8, with Jasprit Bumrah on 4 from 34 balls, Ravi Jadeja 39 from 115, and India continued to believe in not the impossible but the highly unlikely. Less highly unlikely than it was. Jeremy Coney.
Hello, Manners. I wonder, I think this is better that they bring the field up. I think it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Dangle the carrot a bit to see if you could give them a few runs.
Or put all the fielders back to the boundary and try bounces.
Well, you could try that, but I'm just thinking we see it all around the world, don't we? This back.
I think Stokes is going short here to Jasprit Bumrah. Yep, he does, and he goes for the hook shot. And there's 2 men out, long leg, deep backward square, and a mid-wicket 3/4 of the way, 2/3 of the way back. So 3 men there for the short ball, and Bumrah's taken it on. Is he compulsive?
Yeah, we've seen this. You and I have seen this in a Test match against Stuart Broad. They're almost. He might need to wait a couple of overs before he does it, but he scored over 30 runs in an over against Broad. What's the record?
37.
37 runs. There we go. Get 37 off this one, and then over at the other end he goes for 37. They'll have more than they need.
Yep. Here is Stokes again. Bowls. Bumrah pushes it defensively behind square on the offside to backward point. That over at Edgbaston included 5 wides. That's why it was 37. But there were a couple of top edge hooks over the keeper's head, one of which went for 6, you remember?
Yeah. Well, there weren't that many off the middle in that over. There was a couple that were near the middle, at least. I wouldn't say he's a compulsive hooker. He is, but for a tail-ender, he's much more likely to play the hook shot or the short ball. I think he's just one of those players who doesn't particularly get into a good position against it, and that is an option he can use.
Short leg in now, I love it. In outfield, 3 men on the hook and a short leg as Stokes is in. He goes for it again, another bouncer, another hook shot, another miss. And Jasprit Bumrah is now gesticulating quite angrily to the square leg umpire, Paul Rifle, to say, what's going on? Why isn't that a no ball? That's a no ball. You can't bowl me 3 bounces in an over. And he's now marched up to Paul Rifle, and Rifle, thank goodness for once, is actually saying something back. Hopefully it was all friendly and good-natured, but I think Bumrah might have a point there. Wasn't it 2? Wasn't it 3 in a row?
But I don't know, they were all over shoulder height, were they? I don't know. I mean, we'd have to go back and have a
We'll
look.
go with Paul Rifle then. I mean, he's the official. You're not going to... It is a bit silly. I mean, it might relieve the batsman's tension, but he's not. The umpire's not going to change his mind. Oh, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, okay, no ball.
I think Paul Rifle's saying one of them was not over shoulder height. That's what he's saying to Bumrah now. Bumrah's still going. Bumrah needs to refocus here because this isn't helping him.
Right, everybody on the boundary apart from Slip. Show Bashir into Jadeja. Blocks it out on the offside. And there's no run. Oh, I mean, it's just tactical. I sympathise with those lovers of cricket or enthusiasts who aren't perhaps quite understanding all of the, I don't know, all of the reasons why they're seeing what they're seeing. That one is edged by Jadeja, past Joe Root at slip, Harry Brook at slip, and fielded by Bryden Cast, third man. They don't take a run. There are little subtle reasons why these things are happening, but for cricket lovers who are more used to cricket at a lesser level, below first class level, they might just be looking at it going, well, doesn't anybody want to win this game? So Bashir is in again to Jadeja on the back foot, steers it away behind square on the offside, and they have taken a run, third ball.
This is where it gets so frustrating, and those watching on YouTube will see Jeremy Coney, because there was a run in the last ball and he's taken it now. It doesn't make a big difference, and this is where I think you get yourself in trouble in these sorts of games, because you have to, whatever the internal logic is, I think you have to follow it up, otherwise it confuses the tail ender as much as anything. He needs to know what their plan is.
3 men around the bat, slip leg, slip short leg. His Bumrah is forward defending. No run. What's happening with Jofra Archer? He's at deep mid wicket, and is that Tim Southey who's having a chat to him there? There's a member of the medical staff, the backroom staff, as well as one of the...
I don't think it would be Southey, because Southey's quite tall.
No, you're quite right. Here's a quicker one from Bashir, defended by Bumrah. Anyway, they've had a chat to Jofra, and they've moved on. Doesn't seem to be a problem with Jofra Archer. It's Shoaib Bashir to bowl the last ball of the over. Jadeja 40, Bumrah 4. Quicker one, much quicker. Fired that one in, looking for the LB. And Bumrah is up to the task. Blocks it away defensively on the offside. And there's no run. Jadeja 40, as I say. Bumrah 4 off 40 balls, and those 4 came with one very, very fine pull shot against Jofra Archer. Otherwise, 39 dots.
It's probably one of the best pull shots we've seen in this game, because the ball hasn't been particularly easy to pull. I've seen Duckett and Jaiswal go out to that shot. I was having lunch out the back with Sid Monger and with Jasprit's wife, and then Dennis Carter came as well, and there was shock from everyone at the table when that shot. None more from his wife, who's here as a broadcaster directly above us at the moment, because it was such an authoritarian shot, wasn't it?
Jeremy, what's Ben Stokes' plan now?
Well, it's still pretty much... Oh, you mean was he going to bowl short or not?
To Jadeja. Here we'll find out this ball. That's down the leg side. Flick and a miss from Jadeja.
I still favour, because you're 50-odd runs away at least, that you bring up, even if Jadeja's on strike. In fact, that's when you want it. You bring your men up and allow him, provided I'd really like to see Bashir turning the ball, would be a help to go with it. but there doesn't appear to be much. But at least he might be able to bring the rough into play outside Jadeja's off stump and maybe get it to do something.
Slip in a gully to Jadeja, otherwise everyone on or close to the boundary. That one is down the leg side. Jadeja flicks it off his pads. He wants to come back for the second. Bumrah says no. Now, there were two there. I think that is based entirely on Jadeja's scruffy reputation as a runner between the wickets, because Bumrah was never interested in the second. He dawdled the first.
Well, that's because they've got into a habit, isn't it? And that's exactly all they're interested in is singles, isn't it? Yeah, and now he's taken it off the second ball of the over now instead of 4.
There were two there.
He wanted to, but Bumrah had to know the plan as well, you see, and he doesn't know.
That's what I mean, because you keep changing the plan. Bumrah was jogging through, and Jadeja's running at the other end. Bumrah would have been run out if they went for 2 there.
Yeah, exactly, because he ran the first so slowly.
So again, that's what I mean. Even when he was hooking last over, Jadeja doesn't go down and talk to him. Jadeja's not a communicative player sometimes in these partnerships, and they have to build it together.
Oh, we've got the fly slip. Who is that at fly slip? He's waving his arms around to his captain. It's Wokes, and he's...
Is it?
He's asking... Everybody's asking. There's a deep fine leg as well. So fly slip, fine leg, backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, wide mid-on.
Now, it was Root down there. Root's asking for another change or another fielder somewhere. Stokes doesn't want it.
Okay, or I think he was suggesting. Here is Stokes going for the short ball to Bumrah. Doesn't bounce much, and Bumrah's back onto his stumps, defends that from maybe somewhere between waist and chest height. 140 for 8, 53 needed to win.
Yeah, it yawned off the pitch, didn't it?
Oh dear me, honestly. Really, bounced like a punctured tennis ball. It is Root, I think, at fly slip, unless it's Harry Brooks a long way away. He's in front of the pavilion.
It's Root.
And it was Root was just waving to Stokes, saying, "Am I in the right place? Is this where you want me?" They go with Ben Stokes' gut feel, which is usually very good, and that's short again down the leg side, bounces gently, unthreateningly, and Bumrah turns it again on the leg side. So at lunchtime, Jon Norman, the boss, provided us with a 2-hour commentary roster, and I have to confess I rather scoffed at the idea that we'd still be commentating at tea. And at the start of play, and somebody said, "Oh well, the new ball might be due sometime after tea," and I took it as it was meant, humorous, sarcastic even, like it was never going to happen. Well, both could be possible. Now, extraordinary to think. As Stokes is in again, bangs it in short. Bumrah defends it again without a great deal of difficulty, nudging it off his hips onto the leg side.
If he's setting him up for the Yorker here, this is the time, because that last ball, Bumrah was so short, was coming short, that he started to get inside the line before the ball was bowled. So if Stokes is very good at picking up those sort of micro changes within a strategy or a technique from a player, and if he has, I reckon this is the one we even a knee length ball, it doesn't even have to be a Yorker, straight at the stumps. Is Ben Stokes bleeding?
Probably. Oh, his feet certainly. Short pull shot attempted by Bumrah, and Ollie Pope is under the helmet in at short leg, and well, he obviously hasn't come out the middle of the bat, and it hit the splice, I think, and just for a second Ollie Pope thought that he might be in the business of a catch at short leg, but it's dropped down short. Where have you seen blood?
It's all around his groin, but I think it's either a finger or an elbow. I think he might have maybe dived on one before, but yeah, he's been dabbing it around his groin. He's got lots of blood on him at the moment.
Well,
and it's blood, not shining the ball.
No. It was like dots. I don't think it's anything major. It's just
he could just be biting his fingernails.
Well, my first concern was that he had lots of. We know he does get hit in the groin quite a bit when he's batting.
That doesn't bear thinking about. No.
Well, that's what I mean. But I don't think it's that. I think it's something else.
Jadeja 41, Bumrah 40, 140 for 8.
But all that adds to the legacy, the brand.
Can we I think we should spend a second or two just commending India, whatever happens, whatever the result of this game is, for the spirit and fight that Jadeja, led by Jadeja. Here's Shoaib Bashir to Jadeja, a left-hander. Everybody on the boundary mostly. 3 on the offside, 3 on the leg side. Same field, 4 on the leg side. Sorry, with Chris Wokes is now 3/4 of the way back. He was at regulation 45 for the sweep. He's now 3/4 of the way back. So almost 4 on the boundary as Bashir is into Jadeja again, turned away off his pads. Take runs off Bashir, surely Bumrah.
I would have thought so. There's not much return, as I say, but surely he can get it into an angle where perhaps in between fielders, not too hard, hitting where the 30-metre circle, if there was one there, and try and take 2, but let Bumrah know about it.
Here is Bashir again, and turned away for a single on the leg side. That's, well, they've gone through for a walk, never mind a run. So it'll be all change as Shoaib Bashir set to bowl to Jasprit Bumrah. 141 for 8. Requirement is now 52.
I really think Bashir just needs to get the ball above Jadeja's eye line. I don't see the point of pushing him back here at the moment. I know he wasn't that far away from an LBW before. I think you want him to attack you, don't you? At least once or twice.
Well, that's why I say I would encourage him by bringing men up.
Yeah, I mean,
at least, you know, and then
or bring the men up, and then bowl darts, or keep the field out and give him some air.
3 men round the bat, short leg slip, orthodox slip. Bashir, quicker one. Bumrah defends it, just blocking it, square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run.
You think also there would be someone on the offside, wouldn't you? Just in close there, it's sort of a square kind of threaten the defensive shot of Bumrah.
Here's Bashir, much slower one, driven in the air and wide of Stokes at mid-on, and out towards deep mid-wicket, fielded by Jofra Archer. And for all that excitement, nothing happened scoreboard-wise because they didn't take the run. Got him to play a shot.
Absolutely, because it was floated up. I mean, tail enders find that very hard to leave.
Bashir with the last ball of the over. Quicker one down the leg side, hits the batsman on the pads and is deflected away down to the boundary for 4 leg byes. India will take them in whatever way, shape, form or flavour that they come. Those ones are coated in leg by paste, and it's 145 for 8, and the requirement is below 50.
Yep, we've into the 140s now. We've spent a lot of time in the 130s, I've got to say, but we're into the 140s now. Bumrah actually is more likely to hit the boundaries than Jadeja.
Right at the moment, yeah, I think that's right. The interesting thing about that was, again though, Bumrah didn't know what to do, and at the very least, even if that didn't go for 4, they had to run 2 on that, and Bumrah's standing in his crease, and Jadeja's standing next to him going, what are you doing? So they've had a long conversation here, and it looked like Bumrah was trying to talk to Jadeja, and Jadeja was like, no, just listen to me, this is the plan.
Someone out there can get the T-shirt for Manners, coated in leg by paste. I'll be grateful. How is this game still going? Brilliant that it is, though. 145 for 8. The target now this side of 50. 48 needed, and it's Jadeja facing Stokes, who's in, and this is blocked up to Jofra Archer at mid-on. There's been some talk about, you know, taking singles, not taking 2s. But the level of concentration just to... with the intensity that's being asked of Ravindra Jadeja, who ever since he's been out there, essentially this test match has been in the balance. And Jasprit Bumrah has faced 47 deliveries. Between them they face over 100 deliveries for the 9th wicket. And every single delivery has been an event short, and this time Jadeja sticks his bat out the way. I've been tempted just to try and get a little bat on that, get that down to fine leg.
That's what I was thinking. The chances of Smith taking that catch, I mean, maybe it's just not worth it, but that's 4 runs, that ball, really, isn't it? He only needs to turn that around the corner, but it's not the way he's thinking about it at the moment. He does have to, at a certain point, factor in this second new ball. And he hasn't quite, he doesn't have to make a commitment now, but he is going to have to think about that shortly.
Stokes it is again, defended again by Jadeja.
Well,
the second new ball. You would have
that's
thought
20 overs away.
that Jadeja and Bumrah will, if they're going to get this done, they're going to want to get it done before that second new ball.
You'd hope so.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
20 overs would give them 165. They're currently where we're going to at the moment. So they're still substantially short of what they should be. So they need to start to think about how can we get ourselves closer than just doing this ad nauseum.
I think they'll be happy doing this for another 10 overs or so, as this is wider from Stokes.
But I think there are still twos around. I really do. When you've got men right out of it, is to just get the pace of the shot right. As long as both of you are kind of on the same page, that you are running hard and you're calling to each other, let's look for two, let's look for two. You know, it's those.
Yeah,
It doesn't feel like they are on that
No,
page.
it
though,
doesn't
does it?
feel like that.
Jadeja just hasn't looked for twos, has he? It's just, you can tell the way he's batting. He's just not even thinking about them. Occasionally when he gets a chance, he almost takes one. But
Yeah, it's after the shot has been played that he thinks, oh, there might be two there, rather than forcing it. Stokes again, and he beats Jadeja past the outside edge. A forcing shot, trying to push a single through the covers. Oh, it's not gone too far past the outside edge.
just didn't see a great replay of that. Be interested to see if that was reverse. It was Fuller, certainly went away. He has moved a couple even off the seam recently. It's just that they're happening so slowly, it doesn't matter. But that one, I know he was looking at the ball a moment ago, and him and Wokes have really been working on it.
We have not had a wicket in this session. We've had 20 overs bowled, and we've had 33 runs scored. It's been excruciating at times, but not in a bad way. It just seems so difficult for India.
Fine leg up for this one. So deep mid-wicket out. That's his slog zone, Jadeja. Everyone else is up.
Final ball of the over. Stokes is in. It's fired in way too wide, and Jadeja actually wants a wide. He can't reach it, he says. Stokes has already got his cap, and that's the end of the over. 60 overs bowled. India 145 for 8. 48 needed for the visitors. 2 wickets for the home side, and Jasprit Bumrah is going to have to face the first delivery of the 61st over.
And because of that, and that might have been the plan, they've actually brought Cast back on.
Well, it also says that Bashir isn't doing it. You haven't tempted them, or you haven't seen anything so far to suggest that you're challenging their defence in any way, that they feel awkward. That's neither of them. I'm not just talking about Jadeja, I'm talking about Bumrah as well, that he just hasn't been able to get anything. Nothing like Sundar got yesterday, with drift and then with turn as well. So it looks like Bashir off the field now. Is he gone?
I imagine so, because he's not going to be taking any catches, is he? So that's at the end of Bashir for this test match, you'd think. Will he be back for the 4th? We'll find out. The severity of his finger injury isn't yet known. What we do know is it's Jasprit Bumrah, and he's facing Bryden Cast. That's a very short delivery, and it's been called wide.
Get him in wides. And we have Wilfred Rhodes territory yet. I don't know if we're quite there. That just bounced like a tennis ball, didn't it? It just went straight up and came down to the wicketkeeper.
And at 78 miles an hour.
Well, Bumrah's made the umpires aware, hasn't he?
He has indeed.
No one at mid-off, so he could come down and tennis forehand this through mid-off.
Cast again he goes short, and once again Bumrah follows the line of the ball. Joe Root's just down on the boundary. Had a fly slip.
Not sure whether I like this stroke either from Bumrah.
He's so late on it though.
There's one immediately behind, and there's one at sort of a fine leg position, both on the boundary. And then you've got the keeper, of course. You've got one that goes straight in the air. You've got a bat pad in there as well.
I've seen him play this before, Jeremy, but generally when he gets away with it, because he does swing quite hard at them, it's when the ball's hard and he can carry the boundary. Chances are, if he doesn't get a lot of bat here, it's not carrying the boundary.
There is a forward short leg. This cast is in again. And this time, Bumrah gets on top of the bounce and plays it forward. He's faced 2 balls and that wide, of course. And Cast is just starting to ease through here. He was first ball was at 78, second at 80. That last delivery was 84 miles an hour. And India 146 for 8. We've got 20 minutes until the tea break. A tea break I did not think was ever going to eventuate, and it still might not. Cast again, and this time Bumrah is playing with the bat well in front of his pads.
Well watched though, Bumrah.
Yep.
Well watched. He allowed it to come to him. He didn't push out enough. That you sometimes, if you push out at the ball, you expose that inside edge. And there is a man in close on the leg side there at the moment, so that can sometimes go from the pad to that man just about a pace or 2 away.
In modern cricket, I cannot remember the last time we saw a short leg this close to a fast bowler. And it's 100% the right decision, because the ball isn't going to carry to the normal position at all.
Bumrah again, he's faced 50 deliveries. This is the 51st, and again he gets in line and he's coming through for a single. And he completes it. Ollie Pope is charging over after that from forward short leg. I don't know why he's fielding that, and Jofra Archer wasn't that deep either way. Well, it means Jadeja now has got to see off, or he's got to take a single, hopefully, from an Indian perspective, from one of the last 2 balls of the over.
Bumrah decided that.
He did.
Bumrah decided
Jadeja
that,
was
not
sure
Jadeja.
at all.
You remember, was it Chris Martin who got into the habit of he would pick the slowest member of the opposition.
Mark Richardson.
Was it Mark Richardson? And at the end of the series, they'd run, they'd sprint across the outfield. It was kind of like that, but it was
Bumrah and Pope, yeah. Also, slightly different physiques than the people that Mark Richardson used to run against.
It was a bit like Alex Stewart and Mike Atherton trying to get to the same end to not get run out all those years ago. Right, so the world has flipped round, and now it's Jadeja who's been brought on strike for the last 2 balls of an over, and a heavily stacked leg side field, so we can expect some short stuff. And Jadeja does get a shorter ball, which doesn't really get up, and he just pushes this down the track. So 2 fielders out quite deep on the offside. There is this fly slip as well, and everybody else out on the leg side.
This is where England are just starting to get this. What happens is when you go through this period for a long time, things get a little bit ragged, and like fielders are forgetting to come in now. And the last over they came in at the wrong stage. There were fielders who were in who should have been out. And again, just getting that point that England have to be really on top of it. Maybe the most famous one was Angelo Matthews at Headingley, when Alistair Cook just kept getting the over wrong and had the fielders out at the wrong time and had them in at the wrong time. You've got to stay right on top of this at the moment.
And Bumrah's got to be ready as well. That short leg is still there. And everyone else protecting the single as Cast comes in, and it's just dropped by Jadeja. Back to the bowler, and it will be Bumrah to face the first ball of over number 62 in the innings. 147 for 8. 46 needed from 47 overs, and it's been hovering around that for about 20 overs. I mean, we made a joke about it.
They're slightly ahead of the rate required.
They are just under one and over from here.
Yeah, they can take a rest for a while.
You know, T20 cricket, you want to get it done in the penultimate over of a run chase, just in case something goes wrong.
Are they thinking about net run rate?
$147 for 8 then. I mean,
now this is the short pitch ball field that we're seeing again. Now Bumrah.
Is he going to flirt at it?
Yeah.
Stokes continuing. Goes short. Oof, that's a good short ball. And Jasprit Bumrah shapes to get the bat somewhere near it and then realises he's got to duck out the way.
I can tell you what Jasprit Bumrah, the bowler, would be doing here now. He'd bowl 2 more back of a length or short balls at the body, and then he would either bowl a very fast Yorker or a slower ball, because Bumrah is just walking further and further in front of his own stumps here, and I don't really understand the idea of not trying this. Was it Ollie Robinson? That's exactly what he did to Ollie Robinson on this ground, Bumrah. It was brilliant bowl.
Yeah, and he was walking around to the offside. It was more pronounced before the lunch break. As Stokes comes in, and it's played deftly by Jasprit Bumrah. I mean, that short leg fielder has incredibly got even closer to the bat. And he's just dropped it down onto the strip, and he has a little walk. Takes his glove off. Has he been hit on the glove? No. 46 runs to win, but from an Indian perspective, can these two get through to tea? And then they will see where they are. I think actually it's England who needs a break more than India. I didn't really feel that way before the lunch. Great crowd in here at Lord's as Stokes. This is short, and Bumrah has been caught at mid-on. He's taken on the short ball and he's perished. Finally the breakthrough for England. Late in the afternoon session, time and time again. He was tempted to take it on. He finally did. And Bumrah's innings has come to an end.
We said he's very compulsive with this shot. It's the way he likes to play. This one wasn't that short. It was more like the pull shot he played off Jofra Archer before, where he got it over sort of wide mid-wicket sort of area. Unfortunately, this time he's just spooned it up in the air, and it went very, very high. Was that Atkinson who was under that?
I thought it was Cars.
It was Cook. It was Cook. I knew it was someone who wasn't in this game. He did very well because it went very high, and his balance wasn't perfect for that catch. But look, Bumrah had done his job. Unfortunately, that's the one part of his game that's why he bats at number 10, Jeremy.
He feels pretty bad about it too as he's departing. He actually, I mean, from a cricket perspective, it's quite well outside the off stump, so he has an awful lot of work to do to get that fetched from the position that it is over to the leg side, and that's why it didn't get there really. All he could do was hit it straight down the ground, and that's what happened. So it was more of a baseball shot in the end rather than a cricket shot. So it was just the selection of the line as well to play the shot. It would be better to play a cut, a big juicy cut at it rather than a pull shot.
And that's not really his shot. He does
not.
play pull and the hook. And look, we'd said a couple of times he was swinging wildly at them. Fortunately for India, he finally caught up with one, John.
Yeah. You can hear a few boos in the crowd for the pantomime villain, Mohammad Siraj, as he makes his way to the crease. India's number 11, 147 for 9.
I don't think Jadeja has a choice now. I think he just has to have a go.
Yeah, he does.
Siraj is nowhere near as good a bat as Bumrah is.
Well, he's got to watch out for the full ball here as well, I think, apart from just the short one. Even though the field is, well, there are enough men up to save a single.
3 balls to survive for Siraj. As Stokes comes in and he lets this one go past.
He's so disappointed with himself, Stokes. He's just bowled that way too wide. It just hasn't come out right. And Siraj was leaving it, but honestly, he might have also missed it by that much.
Well, Stokes is a showman, isn't he? He does the hard bit of the job, but also he'd love to be the one to take the wicket. What a spell, what a couple of spells. 9 overs in the morning and he's come back and he's got the breakthrough. Could this be the ball? Siraj, new to the crease. Stokes is in and he hops up, gets on his toes and just plays us back to the bowler. 46 needed. India have always seemed behind this game. If they'd got to tea, maybe needing less than 40, and the Indian fans would have felt that the game was just about in reach. But now it's going to take something extraordinary from Ravindra Jadeja. But as the clock pushes to 3:30 on day 5 of this Test match, the third match in a row that's gone late into the final day. It's Stokes with the ball in hand, short delivery, and once again Siraj gets in line and sees off the over. Over to you, Ravindra Jadeja. 42 not out and still 46 runs to win.
Yeah, is Cast going to come on?
Yeah.
They're having a discussion about it, I think, England here. No, it is going to be him.
And this means that T would be pushed back, I imagine. I'm not sure either. It very rarely happens that we're 9 wickets down on 10 minutes before tea on day 5. Do they take tea? Do they push it back? Who knows?
Can Jadeja finish at this over?
Stokes said after that Headingley test that he was almost on another planet for 3 days after it, so exhausted, physically, mentally spent. I mean, he looks absolutely shattered, doesn't he? One more push for England, that's all they need. The field being pushed out. What does Jadeja do here? Can he trust Siraj in the way that he had done for so many deliveries with Bumrah? It's unlikely. Cast is in, and this is played just backward of square on the offside. And Jadeja, what's he thinking as he paces towards the umpire and makes his way back to the crease?
I was thinking 4 blocks. Boundaries makes the most sense here, doesn't it, Jeremy? And hope you get a single off the last one.
Just 1 run, did you say, or 4?
We'll try and get the boundary off the 5th ball.
Yeah, maybe. Here is Cast, and Jadeja plays quite late, but again defensively, head bowed.
Well, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, there are only certain areas of the park he can get boundaries at the moment. I think probably mid-wicket would be one, wouldn't it?
Which is one of his spots.
Yeah, that sort of area. It's quite a square set and field. Maybe he could try ramping a little over the cordon. There's no one in that area either.
Pass again. Cut away by Jadeja, but 2 fielders out there for that shot. And once again, the single is turned down.
No, that's pretty safe there. The only thing you could do if it was going to be wide out there like that, I think, is a bunt, a hard bunt that would go to sort of extra cover area, and you'd get 2 anyway, even if it doesn't reach the boundary.
147 for 9. 7 minutes, possibly until the tea break. We're not quite sure, as Cast again is in, and driving is Jadeja. Thick outside edge, takes the single to the 4th ball of the over, and so he's going to continue as he did when Jasprit Bumrah was at the other end.
I think I'm pretty happy if I'm England and Jadeja's made that decision. I think he needs to face almost every ball from here on in, having watched Mohammad Siraj bat for a long period of time in my life. Well, I haven't watched him bat for a long period of time, Jeremy, because it doesn't happen that often, but...
No, I think you're right, that Siraj just doesn't have even the defensive qualities that Bumrah has, just to keep the ball out. You'd think you've got to be pitching one of these 2 up, in amongst the stumps, into the pads, that area.
You'd think. Castle's dismissed from a Yorker. I wonder what we've got here. Is Castle's in, and Siraj gets behind the line of the ball and plays a textbook forward defensive block back to the bowler. That's one delivery that's been faced.
It's interesting, actually. He's doing the exact thing that Bummer was doing. He's taking a step right across in front of his stumps, putting his bat out, almost pushing at the ball. Because it's so slow, he's not worried about really edging, is he? It's just making sure you've got that bat and a second line behind you in front of the stumps.
No, we haven't seen a lot of edges taken by the slip cordon in this test match, have we? Cast again, final ball of the over. And it's blocked out by Siraj, who sees off over number 63. 45 needed, more realistically 1 wicket for England. As we edge towards the break. Does Jadeja just try and get through this over and then get into the break? That last over suggests he is just going to do what he's been doing for pretty successfully. Just 1 wicket fallen in this session. So maybe they feel that's the best way to go about it.
So England don't have to take the break either.
So is that what it's... Are you reading that? Is that what Gary's just told us?
Yeah, I think that's... I think I'm right. I know the umpires have discussion, but I only remember that from a situation where Australia got really tired in a day-night game against Pakistan, and they believed that they had to take it automatically, and they almost lost the game because of it. That's that Shafiq, incredible innings.
Jadeja facing Stokes, it's pitched up and driven along the ground to Archer at mid-on. Comes across. It was his 2 wickets earlier today, Archer, dismissing Rishabh Pant, bowled for 9, and then that caught and bowled Washington Sundar failing to score a run.
Intent on that one though, Jeremy. He wanted to hit that for a boundary. I think it was a cutter. It did come up to him a little bit like a cabbage.
Stokes again, shorter, and Jadeja flamboyantly flicks this on the up through square leg, but it's going to be fielded on the boundary, so he turns down the single.
So again, looking for the boundary. So he has changed what he wants to do a little bit here. Just see, Siraj wanted to have a chat with him, and Jadeja's like, it's all right, we'll talk later.
Plenty of time to talk. Stokes again. Jadeja, fuller delivery, slower ball Yorker. Although Stokes looks like he's otherworldly, the look on his face at the moment. I wonder whether it is time for a change.
He's moved long on, or mid-on and mid-off back, and now he's just bowling cutters. Still putting a lot of effort into them, to be fair, but I think he realises that Jadeja has changed. One thing I would say, Jeremy, is the ball will come onto the bat a lot harder once we get that second new ball. Is Jadeja thinking perhaps that's when I can get my boundaries?
It's too far away, I think.
Stokes again short, and this is cut to deep backward point, and Ravindra Jadeja will take a single from the 4th delivery of the over. And you know the drill, folks. You know what Siraj has to do. And see, this is the thing, isn't it? It was a batter error in the end. This approach, which reminds me of the way A.B. de Villiers tried to bat out that. He tried to bat out a draw, as did all of the South Africa team in the 4th innings against India. And again, they couldn't win, and they felt narrowly close. It was a narrow defeat in the end, but it was clearly set out. They did it for the best part of 25 overs. But here we are with Stokes over the wicket, short delivery, and it's down the leg side, and Smith flings himself to his left. Whatever happens here, we will be heading to Old Trafford with this series still very much in the balance, even if it is England winning 2-1, because India have still largely dominated the series as a whole. there'll be a few batters who'll just be a little rueful about their dismissals. Rishabh Pant in first innings, Jaiswal in second.
Rahul in the first innings.
Well, Rahul will be regretful for Rishabh Pant's dismissal. Outside edge, and it just dies in front of Ben Duckett, diving to his left at Gully. So Siraj has done what he's had to do. And what are we getting? We're getting
Extra half an hour, I think.
We are
that was
getting
the
an extra
announcement.
half an hour. So,
Well, Gill's had 2 failures in the Test match as well, hasn't he? 16 and 6.
I was saying this on yesterday that Zach Crawley hasn't actually batted particularly well in this game, but by taking 85 balls away of the new ball without batting particularly well, has ended up being an incredibly important thing, which has probably helped England get into this situation. Allowed them to face a little bit more of the older ball at times.
I'd love Stokes and McCullum to come out and give that as the reason why he's definitely in the squad
How
for
Zach
the Ashes.
Crawley won us this test.
But you did say it yesterday, and you certainly had a point. Carse is in, and this is driven. A punch drive from Jadeja. It's well timed and fielded at mid-off by Chris Wokes, I think. The other side of the ground. Actually, I don't know if that is Chris Wokes. Is that Sam Cook again?
Who fielded that one?
Yeah.
Ben Stokes.
It was Stokes, was it? God, I need to get my eyes checked, I think. 149 for 9 then. Jadeja 44. Siraj yet to get off the mark. And we're going to be pushing on an extended session as Carse is in. And there's just a feeling from Jadeja that maybe he does want to take a single, but then realises no, second ball of the over. So he pushes this up to mid-on and he turns back and gets behind his crease.
Yeah, just another cutter. Looks like they've just decided to bowl cutters to Jadeja from here. Make it even harder for him to time the ball. And he hasn't really timed many. I'm trying to think of the last one. He hit perfectly. He hit that 6. I'm not sure he even timed that one perfectly.
Here comes Carse again. And it's blocked it by Jadeja. Yeah, I remember that famous Stokes innings in a losing cause, the 100. The last time we scored 100 here at Lords, and that's what the Australians were doing, weren't they, with wickets at the other end. They were just trying to make it. They were bowling cutters very short and wide and stacking the leg side field, and in the end, he top-edged one. It was just too difficult to get the ball over the boundary. Carse again, and this is guided through vacant point. 4th ball of the over for another single. Jadeja moves to 45, and there's applause for the 150. I mean, how are India going to write this one up if they do lose? You know, if they'd been bundled out for 110, as they looked like they were going to be, then it would be all about disaster and choking and how do we lose another unlosable test match. But the way they've fought ever since then is going to give them something to take from the game. And you know what, a lot of the dismissals in the second innings, you'd have to say, came down to good bowling as much as anything, or terrific fielding. Siraj with 2 balls to face. Ooh, takes his eye off a short delivery and almost throws the bat at it without looking at it. And the ball has hit him on the thigh.
He'd actually be better off to duck all of these and hope one of them hits his shoulder and goes for 4 leg byes. Leaving his bat anywhere near it is the worst option, I think. It was like he was pushing away a wasp. There, Andy.
Well, I imagine as the ball hit him, probably felt like he'd been stung by a wasp. But yeah, here he comes again, and that is very short from Carse, who seems to me to be hobbling a little bit. There's been a couple of times he's just, after delivering the ball, he's just looked a touch uncomfortable. Siraj has seen off the over. India still require 43 runs to win. We're going to be going on to a conclusion. If England are to win, we'll go past tea. If India are to take what would be an unlikely at this stage victory. 43 runs still separating them from that win. and England need 1 wicket. India 150 for 9, and after a quick word, or a long one, from Jarrod Kimber, it'll be Neil Manthorp.
So they are in a position now where the new ball is one way going to play a role if they can't get a wicket here. And how much that changes will be interesting.
Short and wide from Stokes, and it's cut by Jadeja out to sweeper on the cover boundary. It's Harry Brook out there. 150 for 9, 43 runs to win. I say this Test match looked it's looked quite well decided at various points, as good Test matches often are. You remember that India were 42 for 1, needing 193 for victory on around about 6 o'clock yesterday evening, and it looked like a stroll towards his target, but it's twists and turns since then. That's only the last day and a bit. Outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump, left alone by Jadeja. What were you oohing about?
That almost went through Smith's legs, that one. I think that was very close. There's no one that was going to stop that if that got through as well. He got the helmet behind him. It hit the foot marks and it just didn't bounce right. And the second bounce, I think, spun on Smith a little bit there. We'll get him in penalty runs, as Wilfred Rhodes said.
But I think you're right, that you've highlighted one area of the game where India have lost too many wickets too quickly. They went from 1 down to 4 down, didn't they? Quite quickly. And lost 2 batsmen at that time.
Here is Stokes again, short, pulled by Jadeja powerfully, but there's 3 men on the 4, including long on, but 3 on the leg side boundary. It's gone straight to Duckett, no run. We've had a problem with the lower order, and it all started when Karen Nair left a straight one. And
didn't even use his bat.
No.
Very odd.
Brain fade, Ravi Shastri called it overnight, and unfortunately the 33-year-old is copping undue amount of flack, because he left the straight one and then 2 more wickets fell, including the night watchman. But to blame him, so here's Stokes again, bowls, and that was keeps low again. I don't know whether Stokes took some pace off that, but Jadeja pushed forward and it seemed to roll underneath his bat. It's uneven bounce now, more low bounce.
I don't think, I mean, it was a strange dismissal, you're right, but I mean, there are other batsmen who didn't quite do it either. Jaiswal's sort of laboured pull stroke, you know, hook from no position at all. He set himself up to cut. He likes the cut, doesn't he?
Uppercut,
that's right.
Exactly. For it.
Exactly. So that was a little strange, and as I say, 600 runs to Gill, and to get out not on the forward defensive shot, which has been right at the heart of the 600 runs, really.
Ben Stokes still soldiering on manfully into his 23rd over. He's in once again. It's wide outside the off stump. Chase that one, says Ben Stokes, and Jadeja does, and ends up on his knees. He's reaching so wide for that one. It's 150 for 9. I say that there's I mean, at 112 for 8 at lunch, again, India looked absolutely dead and buried, but the Test match, rather than being dead, was in a state of torpor, wasn't it? It just there was still a heartbeat while Jadeja was there.
Stasis, not going anywhere. Really, so slowly and imperceptible movement.
And yet there is still a heartbeat, and it is still beating. Here is Stokes, and Jadeja swings one away behind square on the leg side, and he's got that one away for 4. Last ball of the over, and the Test match heart continues to beat, as does India's hope. 154 for 9. Jadeja is 49 now from 149 balls. Nicely done by Jadeja, but it does mean the 4 runs have come at the cost of Mohammad Siraj having to face the next over.
Yes, not much you could do about that. They need the runs. probably all of us know that they're not going to, it's unlikely they'll get there. Something unusual has to happen for that to occur.
Something very unusual has to happen. 39 now required. After 3 days, these teams can literally not be separated by a single run. 387 apiece, just the 9th time it's happened in Test cricket history. And here we are with 2 hours to go on the final day, and there's just 39 runs and a wicket between them. And bouncer from Bryden Cast, Mohammad Siraj ducks underneath it. Taking you back to 2005, Harmy.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's while you're in the game, while you're in Bryden Cast's shoes, you feel as though you've got some level of control. But while you're down at fine leg or Jofra Archer at square leg, there you're shaking like anything. Are you going to be the team that give away 45 runs for the last wicket to lose the game, and you go 2-1 down in the series?
Oh, neither team deserves to lose this test. Here's Cast again. Pushed away to Ollie Pope at short leg, and he's dived forward and taken it on the half volley. He was so close to a brilliant catch at short leg if it came off the bat.
Oh, it did. It came straight off the glove, I think. He's just scooped it up. Here's Ollie Pope. It is a brilliant effort. He is really, really close there at short leg. Siraj has got the glove in the way, and Ollie Pope steers down. He just can't get underneath it. Wow, that was a great effort there from Ollie Pope. Come on, Bryden, on the stumps.
2 slips, leg slip, short leg, very close now. Cast in again, nudged away by Siraj, past Pope, but straight to Jofra Archer at square leg. I was just chuckling because there are 2 12th men, 12th and 13th men on duty for England, patrolling around the boundary's edge, and it's Sam Cook who's getting a toweling down and a drink. He's the 12th man.
Yeah, it's actually the fitness coach. Was it Pete Sim and Mark Saxby who started with the England team in 2005, the one with the white sun hat on. He's the masseur.
Well, and maybe he's got sweaty palms because of this match situation. I think a few players will have, and that's pushed away by Siraj again. It's just wide of Pope, banged in short by Bryden Cast. There's some England bowlers who are going to sleep well tonight, and for several days after the test they've got a week off before they go to Old Trafford. But it's the, I mean, how long does it take, Harmy, to come down from the emotions, you know, to get the adrenaline out of your system after a day like this?
You probably won't sleep tonight, but if you win, I mean, with a few beers on board, it won't hurt as much. You might as well have a hangover to sort of make the rest of your body feel that much sorer in the morning.
Here's Cast once again, thundering in, bowls, Siraj defends, pushes it straight back to the bowler. Crowd are cheering every single ball. Earlier in the day I was saying they were cheering every run. Now they're cheering, and then every dot ball, and now they're just cheering every ball, whatever happens.
It's been amazing, hasn't it? It really has been amazing. 5th day, Lloyd has turned out in all its glory, and England and India have shown what it means to play for your country and fight like anything, not to give an inch. It's been boring at times, but it's been exciting at the same time as well.
It was intriguing. It was fascinating in the first 3 days.
No, it wasn't. It was boring in the first 3 days.
It was boring at times. Here's Cast again, bowls, Siraj once more, leaping onto the back foot, plays it defensively up to Ben Stokes at mid-on. I suppose it was interesting. A lot of milestones, and there were lots of runs, and the pitch was slow, and so it was. It wasn't boring. It wasn't boring. It was attritional.
It had gone back 15 years, hadn't it? Really, it had gone back.
Yeah. 20.
Yeah, it had gone back to when Sir Andrew Strauss and Alistair Cook and Jonathan Trott were batting for England, and nobody really was bothered about watching that side of it. They woke up when Kevin came out, and then a little bit of Pryor and Swan slogging it and Broad slogging it.
It was one of those test matches that that you would keep an eye on. It's like in the old days of Grand Prix racing. You know, big. Have they started? All right, I'll come back in an hour.
I was gonna say, you watch the first bend and you go, all right, he's going to win. I'll come back to see the checkered flag.
There was an element of that to it, I'll concede. Here is Stokes again. Oh, top edge! Flash from Jadeja over the top of second slip. Harry Brook couldn't reach it. Short and wide, 50 for Jadeja. More significantly, it brings the target down to 35. Well, we said 3 hours ago, when India needed 95, how interesting it would be if they ever got into the 30s, and now they are 35 runs away from victory. You need some luck, but Jadeja almost reluctantly acknowledges his 50, because it'll feel like a pretty hollow one, won't it?
It will if he loses. I think he'll celebrate. You'll see a proper celebration if he's 50 means on a winning cause.
Still the 2 slips, 3 on the boundary on the offside, 4 on the leg side. Stokes in, bowls to Jadeja, tries to run it down to third man, and he just chops it down into the crease, and it trickles back towards Jamie Smith. Very unusual to see so many of a Capacity Lords crowd in their seats at this time of day. But why would you be on the nursery ground now?
You wouldn't be, would you? I mean, there's nothing to be in the Harris Gardens and the nursery ground for. I know there's some TVs out there, but there might be some entertainment out there. This is entertainment. This is box office. This is brilliant from England and India. 4 on the leg side boundary, 3 on the offside. Stokes in, bowls short. Jadeja pulls it away down towards Ben Duckett at long leg, and another one of the thousands of moments that we've had during this test match when cricket enthusiasts rather than purists will be thinking, what's going on? Why isn't he running? Well, because we're only halfway through the over. Ben Stokes in his 23rd over. Gee, I wonder what his knee surgeon is thinking at the moment. I'd like to think he's thinking, come on, Ben, get that wicket.
What are you doing to my work? Here is Stokes again running away from us past umpire Shafudul up to the crease now. Bowls. Jadeja nudges it out on the onside and does take the run, leaving Siraj to face 2 balls.
Just a thought, Manners. Have a look. You've kept all the scoreboard really nicely there in your little exercise book. How many extras did India give away?
In the first innings?
And the second?
31 in England's first innings and 32.
There you go. What's the difference now? Between the sides?
34.
There you go. Now that's an interesting... Those are 2 interesting numbers, aren't they?
Yeah, there was a lot of buys down.
Yeah, there were.
Just
tricky ones, I understand. Tricky ones for Jarrell.
Yes.
Yep. But that's... extras were important in this match.
Oh yeah, 63 of them there. Here's Stokes, bowls to Siraj down the leg side, and he's fended it off, and Zach Crawley fields it at
nearly got a 4. Nearly got a 4 down there.
34 needed by India. 34 to win. 159 for 9. There's nothing you can take for an excess of adrenaline, is there? You can't really.
No.
You can't. There's no point saying, stay calm, everybody, stay calm. You can't. Well, you can say it, but you can't. You can't make it happen.
Unfortunately, you can't have a stiff drink either. Whiskey and fine leg.
2 slips, gully, leg slip. Stokes in, final ball of the over, and it's again defended resolutely by Mohammad Siraj, who's up onto his toes and knocks it away out on the onside. When India resumed this morning, they had faced just 17.4 overs. 17.4. They were 58 for 4. Somebody made a joke in the lift saying, I wonder what effect the second new ball will have, as I made my way into the ground, and I dutifully chuckled and said, yeah, well, we won't be featuring that.
Jadeja just run off here. I'm not sure what's going on here. Just run off, whether he's going to the toilet or what. I mean, this might not be a bad thing for England, just to try and regroup, get everybody in, understand what's going on, keep sticking to the plan.
Just confirm that, I mean, there's nothing controversial about that. If he needs a toilet break, he needs a toilet break, and he's perfectly within his rights to do that. And he's just said to the umpires, sorry, I need to go.
And he has gone, because he's gone into the toilets and not into we've just seen him run up the stairs. He didn't go into the changing rooms, he went into the toilet area.
It's quite invasive, that camera in the pavilion, isn't it?
I'm surprised the members let it in.
Yeah. I am.
'Cause they don't let many others in from
Jeremy
the
was
outside.
talking earlier about playing a test match here and going to the toilet just before you go out to bat, and there are 10 members already standing there.
They're all in their egg and ham and sandwiches, you know, sort of colours, and they're asking you to hold the walking stick for them. Can you just hold on to my chair for a moment?
Like before you go out to play, you'd have to move them out the way to get onto the field, and you go, excuse me, pardon me, and then they look at you as to go, what on earth are you doing? And it's like, well, if you don't let me pass, the game can't start because we can't get on the field. But I wasn't sure if they were doing that or looking at me and going, oh no, they've picked him again.
You know, this is not an apocryphal story, it's a true story. When South Africa played their first test match at Lord's after readmission in 1994, their opening batsmen, Andrew Hudson and Gary Kirsten, went down one flight too many because they hadn't
gone into the toilets in the basement.
They went into the basement.
This is ridiculous now, though. I mean, he's run up. There are toilets downstairs as well as upstairs, and I mean, this is ridiculous. We've lost, for the amount of time we've lost in the game. I mean, for somebody just to run off the field, yes, it could have been, it should have been a tea break, but I mean, it might come back to haunt him here. It might come back to haunt him. Going off the field and breaking up the play the way it's done, it might come back to haunt India, this.
It's actually, not being too facetious, but it's actually a decent jog, that. I mean, he's gone all the way off the field, up the steps into the pavilion, up another flight of steps, done what he needed to do, and then it's quite a jog back. I mean, for a guy who's been batting most of the day.
Well, it tells you and it shows you how far it is to get to the changing rooms from the middle here at Lord's in that old great pavilion, because of how long it's taken Jadeja, and he ran off and he's ran back on. He hasn't dawdled. He's now dawdling trying to put his gloves on, but it's a long way.
There was a look of recognition on Jeremy Coney's face when I relayed the story about Andrew Hudson and Gary Kirsten, so I'm assuming that isn't the first time that visiting.
No, that's correct. We had to replace a player in one of the test matches, and the new lad, we gave him the wave up on the balcony.
Here's Bryden Cast beginning to Jadeja again, pushed defensively, no run.
And because he was new, he went the wrong way and could not find the ground, and you could hear doors being forced under the ground, and he actually came up and he appeared over there when he had to climb the fence onto Lord's ground. That was his first entrance to the game.
Was it Mone Mokal that walked into the groundsman's
shed?
Yeah, because obviously that's where the 12th men were fielding, and they had entered the ground on and off.
It was at the Oval, wasn't it?
And at the Oval, he walked into the groundsman hut. There's a toilet in there. That's where he used to run off in the breaks of play.
Slip in a gully. Bryden Cast to Ravi Jadeja, and he whips it away off his pads down towards long leg. Zach Crawley does the fielding. No run once again. Turned down. Second ball of the over. Jadeja 54 off 155 balls. It's 159 for 9. It is just half an hour. We don't play until the last wicket falls or the runs scored. I mean, we do take a tea break, don't we?
I think so, yeah.
It is still.
Well, we had half an hour, so that when the last wicket was taken, but it's probably got another 5 or 6 minutes, I would say now.
I think we will have a tea break, because here is Cast again, bowls a bouncer to Jadeja, and again he sways out of the way of it in complete control. Health and safety issues these days. You're not allowed to play more than 3 hours.
We play until Ben Stokes is 4'10". because he is getting shorter.
Yeah.
Has so many overs he's had today. What is it, 23 completed now?
It's been a heroic effort from Ben Stokes, really has. 3 for 47. Bryden Cast has 2 for 27. He's in his 16th over. It's been a real hard shift put in by the England fast bowlers. Cast in again, bowls. Jadeja cuts out towards Ollie Pope at deep point, and they have taken the single off the fourth ball of the over. There were one or two confusions when that partnership between Jadeja and Bumrah, when Bumrah didn't seem to know what quite the plan was. 160 for 9. The target comes down to 33. I think that's just about in sight emotionally, I suppose. Jadeja, he can visualize that, how he can visualize scoring 33. When it was 93, I think that was a bit far, wasn't it? You couldn't really picture how you might be able to get there, but now they're still going to need a quick lap. There's 2 short legs in. Here is Cast, bowls to Siraj, and he steps inside the line of it and turns it away behind square leg down to the substitute fielder Sam Cook. They don't take the run because there's only 1 ball left now.
What do you think he does? We've got 12 after this over, which will be the 69th, so you've got 11 overs to go until the new ball. If you go with that, the way they've been going, you're going to be short, aren't you? Quite substantially short. Is there going to be a period where he has to attack a little more?
Jadeja?
Yeah.
I just think they still need a fast lap, don't they? They need a couple of 8 to 10 run overs. You would have thought at least one. Here comes Cast again. It's driven down the ground. He's gone full and straight. There's no mid off. They could run 5 here. They're going to run. They've run 2, and Siraj wants to come back for the 3rd. And Jadeja says, "Let's just keep it simple. We'll just stick with the 2. You stay down there. I'll have the next over." I wasn't even being sarcastic. They probably could have run 5. Just stopped short of the rope. 162 for 9. Target down to 31. Siraj has 2 from 19. Earlier, Jasprit Bumrah made 5 from 54 balls with 2 scoring shots.
And it's been a big effort from Cast. I think 41 in that first Test match he bowled. He bowled 37 in the second, and he's now up to 40 now in this 3rd Test match. He's run in and done his work. He's not shirked his responsibility. I think Mohammad Siraj was looking there to try and run 4. He was definitely come back for a 3rd, and he was potentially looking to come back for 4.
Ben Stokes for a 24th over. Here he is, bowls to Jadeja, hits him on the pad. It's heading down the leg side. The deflection is collected by Jamie Smith, and it remains 162 for 9. The cakes and scones have been out in the media centre dining room for so long now, they're turning dry. But that's okay.
I don't think they could. I don't think these scones could turn dry. They'll still be moist.
You'd have to
tomorrow.
leave them overnight, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would.
Just looking at the numbers for Ben Stokes. He's bowled 10 overs in the morning session, and he's now about to bowl 10 in the afternoon session. Here he is again, bowls to Jadeja, full and straight, pushed out on the offside. It's just, I know it's not unprecedented, Harmy, and and you've got a couple of stories, few and far between, when you bowled double-digit spells, but he's 10 in both sessions. That's unusual.
Yeah, it is, but it just shows you where, like we said many times during that first innings at the end with Jon Norman when we was on, it wasn't going to be that innings that was going to be the problem. It was this one, and giving Stokes his options.
Here is Stokes again, bowls to Jadeja, and he has a little fiddle at one outside the off stump. Oh, you know what? Joe Root's first slip, I think he's jumped up in anticipation there when he saw Jadeja pushing away from his body, and that was close to the outside edge. This pitch is absolutely bone dry. Looks like a 5-day pitch now. The bowler's footmarks heavily indented.
Ben looks the main option. He looks the only option. You know, Archer's been out for so long. Wokes looks ineffective. Carson's back-to-back games are not stacking up. Bashir's off the field. I mean, it was always going to be an issue to take 20 wickets.
Here is Stokes again, bowls. Jadeja struck on the pad, and Stokes runs his fingers through his hair and holds his face in frustration. Jadeja, for the first time, is perhaps just beginning to look a bit weary himself.
He is, yeah, and he's obviously he's also trying to work out how, you know, without having that fast lap, how he's going to get the 31 runs, or at least 21 runs in the next 10 overs.
Yeah, you wouldn't be wanting Mohammad Siraj to be facing the new ball.
2 balls left this over now, guys.
Field still out. Here is Stokes, bowls. Jadeja nudges it on the onside and sets off for a single, and Siraj drops his bat, almost collides with Stokes as he attempts to field off his own bowling. The crowd are booing because Siraj and Stokes is staring at Siraj, who is now the pantomime villain anyway in the crowd's mind. But I don't think they did collide. Anyway, Siraj dropped his bat.
No, they didn't, but I think Ben's a little bit concerned that Siraj threw his bat just in front of Ben when he was turning. I think that's what Ben was having a look at. I don't think it was the fact that there was ever going to be a collision. I think it was the fact that his bat went onto the floor in the general direction that Ben was about to turn to.
That wouldn't have been deliberate, would it?
No, I don't think it would, but
just irregular.
I think it's at this point, anything I think is irritating in the England captain, and especially anything that's got to do with Mohammad Siraj.
2 short legs in, one very close, one close. Here is Stokes, bowls that bouncer, and it's fended away. It's a fend and a pull at the same time from Mohammad Siraj. A kind of self-protection shot that you would play to a large dog jumping up at you. That is the tea break. So they didn't take a run. Ben Stokes standing with his hands on his hips, having bowled 10 overs in the afternoon session to go with the 10 that he bowled in the morning session. Tea is taken half an hour late, with India on 163 for 9, with exactly 30 to win, as we go into the final session for the 3rd consecutive test match. It has been an epic battle. I think we've still got 2 to come at Old Trafford and the Oval, but you have to obviously say that England are still favourites with number 11 at the crease. With 30 required, 70 overs bowled, 10 overs to go till the second new ball. It's still a mountain to climb for Ravi Jadeja, and he is going to have to be the mountaineer here. Mohammad Siraj can be his Sherpa, carry some kit for him, but speechless, Harmy. I just couldn't see this game going till tea when India resumed at 58 for 4.
No, I couldn't. And then you see 110 for 8. You still didn't see it. And I mean, it's been a brilliant performance from both sides in this 3 Test match series so far. I still think it's hard to call because of the way Jadeja's played. But England just need the one master ball. They need the one bit of luck. They need the one misjudgment in error from an India point of view that potentially could be a run out. It could be a chip up in the air. I mean, it's box office. It really has. The atmosphere has been in the stands. It's been noisy. It's been quiet. It's been everything you want from a 5th day and a game which goes into the last session. We still have got no real clue of where the outcome of this game is going to be. The one thing we can say, it's not going to be a draw. We could possibly get a tie, and it's a bit too close to call for in England or an India victory.
30 runs required, 1 wicket by England. We'll take a short break. We're all in need of a cup of tea ourselves, but you grab one wherever you're listening, whatever corner of the world, that you're tuned in to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Grab a cup of tea or whatever is appropriate at your time of day, and we'll talk to you again with the final session in around about 15 minutes' time.
Restarts at 4:32 on the ground to balance.
Welcome back to Lord's, wherever you may be listening. In any far-flung corner of the world, you are tuned in to, or you are online to one of the more dramatic test matches that Lord's has witnessed. We've never had a closer finish in terms of runs. This will be the closest if England win. If India win by 1 wicket, that too would be unique. So we're in uncharted territory, this famous ground. And Shoaib Bashir is going to bowl the first over after the tea break. We're into the final session. It's been delayed by half an hour. And there's only a slip, otherwise everybody else is on the boundary or very close to it. Bashir in, bowls to Jadeja down the leg side. Very nicely taken by Jamie Smith, part-time wicketkeeper. Can we call him that, Steve Harmison?
Yeah, well, I don't even call him a part-time wicketkeeper, but it was a great take. It was a great take.
He doesn't. I mean, what it means is he doesn't keep all the time. Doesn't keep for
not for everybody.
County. Yep. Bashir in again, and Jadeja plays it away defensively up towards mid-on. That was tongue-in-cheek. He's a very fine glove man. He's an even better batsman, and I suspect that he'll get better with the gloves
and with the bat, which is scary.
Which is a scary thought. Here is Bashir again, and Jadeja turns it away behind square on the leg side. They've taken the run. Third ball of the over. 29 required. The countdown really is on now, Jarrod Kimber. Countdown it is on. Into the 20s.
Must already qualify as one of the closest test matches in test history already, wouldn't it?
For sure. It's the closest. It will be the closest statistically here at Lord's. But amongst all of the 2,700...
If you could just quickly go through them in your mind.
There haven't been very many closer. A couple. Here's Bashir, quicker one to Mohammad Siraj. He's fired that one in. That's understandable from Shoaib Bashir. You would want to try and beat the tail ender with number 11 with a bit of pace. You would want to trap him LBW the easy way. The hard way would be to toss one up and risk being slogged for 6 and get him out that way. This one turns down the leg side. Didn't mean to say that was quite the element of surprise in my voice, but it did rag across the right-hander, and Jamie Smith didn't take that one cleanly.
I think you want every ball above Mohammad Siraj's eyes. I'm pretty sure I've seen him hold out against spinners quite a few times. Yeah. At least until he hits one boundary.
That's right. Siraj comes forward to the next one from Bashir. Again, not tossed up and pushed defensively out to the feet of Ollie Pope at short leg. And there's no run. 164 for 9, 29 required. And the wonderful Sam Ellard has delivered me a cup of tea. Did you place an order with young Sam?
I don't know. He wouldn't have gotten from me anyway, so it made no difference. I brought him some presents in this morning,
which he devoured.
Well, I was going to say, which didn't touch the sides.
Sausage rolls and chocolate cookies. Yeah. That's the staple breakfast.
He enjoyed them that much. It wasn't. I mean, yesterday there was crumbs all over his shirt. I mean, there's none today. I mean, so he must have enjoyed them that much.
Well, now Jofra Archer has had a session off. Not really, because he spent 2 hours on his feet, but he didn't bowl between lunch and tea, and he's been brought back by Ben Stokes. One final push, please, Joff.
When was the 2019 World Cup final? What was the date? Is it today?
Today, yeah.
Tie's the only option then, isn't it?
The tie was mentioned by Jarrod Kimber in the Super Over last night, when he said that all 3 results possible, win, lose, tie, because the draw wasn't. And here is Archer then. Can he finish it off? Bowls to Jadeja. It was a tired-looking delivery from Jofra Archer, to be honest. And he defended away without difficulty by Jadeja.
It got to 80 miles an hour, but I tell you what, it really it didn't look like it was going to out of his hand.
I know that feeling oh so well. When you set off for your mark and you're going out, 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 you're bracing for impact and it's out, 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 and then it's one big yelp as your front foot hits the floor. And then things start to sort of warm up a little bit, so it gets easier.
That was genuine medium pace from the fast bowler. That one is outside the off stump. That's, as Harmy says, a little a little swifter, not brisk, but a very tired delivery.
He pushed that one with his hand to get it faster, and it went to 81. The last one was at 80.
Yeah, it does. It hurts.
He might as well have run behind it,
It
blowing.
does. It's a great effort from Jofra. It really is. To go to the 5th day, to get to the last session, to fight the way he's fought. It's a brilliant effort for him.
Here he is around the wicket again. To Jadeja, tries to cut. No timing, and it's bottom edge down into the ground. It's just such a tired pitch and a tired ball, and tired players, and tired bowler. I mean, it's exhaustion. It's, you know, it really does remind me of the finishing stages of an ultra marathon, with people staggering about, losing their sense of direction and just struggling to put one foot in front of the other. Archer in again, bowls, quicker one that time, and a straighter one too, and Jadeja has a little push at it and is beaten outside the off stump. I don't know whether he's beaten or whether he's just, I mean, he's also tired. Everyone's tired. It's been an exhausting contest, exacting and tiring and demanding, physically, emotionally, mentally, and one team is going to have to regroup in a way that perhaps they never have done before, and get themselves back up for the next test. Here's Archer again, bowls, Jadeja defends it out on the offside. Archer does his own fielding, but he can't prevent them scrambling through for the single. Again, it's the 4th ball of the over, and now there are just 28 runs to win.
I just checked with Gary Morgan of the stats of Mohammad Siraj versus different bowling types. Against right arm pace, 78 runs from 224 balls with an average of 5.57. Against off spin, he averages 2.2. And I think many of those I've seen him try and hit the ball over the leg side and either get bowled or hit it straight up in the air. So I'm not surprised that England, the way that they play their cricket, have probably looked that up at tea and just be like, okay, let's get a couple above his eye line, see if he'll go for one. In the same way that they knew Bumrah would go for the hook and the pull.
They did. Here is Archer now to bowl the last ball of the over. It was the 5th ball of the over, took the single, and that's short and it's pulled away. Paddled, really, rather than full-on pull. They've taken the single. Siraj set off for the single. Jadeja said no, and then they changed their mind, and they have taken the single, which means that Mohammad Siraj will be on strike for the next over. Was that just a brain fade?
Well, possibly. I'm not sure whether they've had a conference inside and said, right, we're going to attack every run with the threat of Bashir. Not so much Archer, but the threat of Bashir. And it's, I mean, in these contests, in these situations, I mean, the closer you get, the harder it is to get over the line.
Well, I wonder if the idea there was, Harmy, he was like, with the spinner's on, might as well go to the other end. Not as worried about the spin as the pace.
Yeah, exactly. Not as worried about the finger spin of Bashir, rather make sure I steer down this end for Jofra Archer. Time will tell.
Toss one up, Shoaib, before it's too late. 3 men round the bat. Here he is, bowls. Siraj struck on the pads, bounces out on the offside, and they go through for the single. Now, England will be disappointed by that. England will be very disappointed by that. There's 3 men around the bat, and that ball has popped out on the offside, off the pad, no more than 10 yards away, and they were all waiting, I think, for each other as the appeal from Shoaib, but anyway, they've run the leg by.
Just expecting, again, the fielders are expecting them not to run first 3-4 balls of the over. Realise it was Siraj on strike and not Jadeja.
Clever alertness, game awareness from the Indians. That was disappointing from England. Remember that moment. Here is Bashir, bowls to Jadeja, goes for the sweep shot, misses it, hits him on the pad. Every moment now, almost every ball is a potential piece of analysis in the final match dissection.
It is, and I'd be tempted to take what I can off Shoaib Bashir. That's how you get closer without using the second new ball.
Here's Bashir again. Jadeja forward, plays defensively, nudges it onto the offside. Harry Brook comes in from slip to field. 167 for 9, 26 required.
And it only takes one ball. I said before, the closer you get, the harder it is from a batting point of view to get over the line, because you get a bit giddy.
Bashir in again to Jadeja, steers it onto the offside, sets off with a single, and they complete the run. Jamie Smith has his right glove off in a flash and has a speculative shy at the non-striker's end. The ball hits Jadeja on the pads. More shades of 2019 World Cup final.
Siraj wanted the extra run, but Jadeja was about 40 metres beyond the crease. He wasn't turning around quickly. Maybe when he was younger, Manners, he might have turned around there, but at his age, don't want to test the hamstrings, keep running.
Ollie Pope is putting the helmet on and getting himself into position to go at short leg. So there are 2 deliveries left in this over, 25 required now. 3 men round the bat, slip, short leg. Bashir up to the crease, bowls, forward comes Siraj, playing defensively. The crowd in the mound stand are absolutely enthralled.
When do you think it gets really tough, Harmy? It's probably within about 15 to 10, isn't it? When you start, at the batting side, you start to think, oh, okay, now a mistake and we're out.
Now I'm favourite.
Here is Bashir, last ball of the over. Siraj again sends the crowd into raptures in the mound stand, way down to our left as he manages to block it out. Still just a bit too far to try and think of pushing for the line, isn't it? Just 25 runs too much.
In that 05 one, Michael was constantly telling us that we'll get one chance. We'll get a chance. We'll create a chance. The closer they get to the line, they will give them. They'll make a mistake. They will give a chance. He's got to be ready to take that chance.
I think Cummins was saying that to the Australians at Headingley too, though.
Yes.
Sometimes you don't take the chance, is the other problem.
But the thing is, you've got to take the chance. You know, we had the chance, I think, 15 to win when Simon dropped Kasparovich, 17 to win. You're thinking that's your chance come.
Do England definitely take the new ball?
And what reason would you conceive that you wouldn't take the new ball?
Just worry about a couple of slashed fours.
That's the risk you take.
Here's Jofra Archer around the wicket to the left-hander. Jadeja hits him on the pad. They want the LBW. Jofra didn't know whether to appeal or to chase after the ball to prevent the leg bye from being taken. But in the end, it didn't look like a particularly close one.
I think he hit it, didn't he?
Must have hit it. He must have.
If he didn't hit it, it must have hit him outside off stump. But I think it hit him inside off stump, but he hit it.
25 runs to win. England 1 wicket away. Remember, at lunch, India were 112 for 8, needing 81 from the last 2 wickets. Didn't look
Smashed it off the middle of his bat. That's why it didn't look like a normal edge, because his bat face was twisted.
Here is Archer again around the wicket. Bowls a bouncer to Jadeja. Sways out of the way of it. Jadeja's a bit uppity about something. He holds his arms out as if to say, what's going on? And he walks now towards the square leg umpire. I don't know what he's gesticulating about, but he looks grumpy.
Paul Rifle then just turned away and he walked away. So they were both walking in the same direction.
Can Archer finish it with this ball? 2 slips, everyone else deep or on the boundary. He's in, bowls, Jadeja is forward, guides it out into the cover region, and it's Stokes himself who comes running in from mid-off to do the fielding. We're into the 74th over. New ball available in 6 overs time. It does happen, what you're suggesting, Jarrod. The new ball can fly off the edge. And
I think you 95% of the time take it, and you know, but there is a situation where you think, do you want to take it?
Here's Archer up to the wicket now. Bowls down the leg side. That was an effort ball, but he's tired. You can see didn't really get through his action there, and it's angled across the left-hander, taken down the leg side by Jamie Smith. Does he? I'm assuming that. I mean, obviously the bowler has a plan for every ball that he bowls, but he needs to be absolutely crystal clear with his thinking now, doesn't he?
No.
Tired body, tired mind.
Exactly. This is the point where one hits the rough and runs along the ground through the wicketkeeper's legs, or get leg bias before.
Here's Archer again, bowls, it's short and wide, and it's cut away behind square on the offside. It will be fielded. Shoaib Bashir slide tackles it, gets his whole torso behind it to make sure that that one didn't screw him away from him, but in the end it'll just be a single. 169 for 9, and the target comes down to 24.
I mean, that's 4 with the new ball, isn't it? I mean, he could be out, anything could happen, but just the way he connected with that's going to be 4 later on.
Yeah, Stokes regretted it. Was it Edgbaston in 29 in the last Ashes?
That was Cummins and Lyon when they had that big chase. Yeah.
And he said he regretted it.
Not taking it.
Not taking it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's tricky. You're controlling the game.
Regretted taking it because it went everywhere, didn't it?
Oh, okay.
Root was bowling with the old one. But I think in this situation you have to take it.
Here's Jofra Archer, runs in again, 2 short legs for Mohammad Siraj, and he bowls him a bouncer, and he's hit him and he's hurt him, and Siraj is walking away in pain and confusion, and he's ripped his gloves off in anger as well, and he's thrown them away. He's down on his haunches, on his hands and knees. The 12th man was on in an absolute flash. Siraj is angry more than physically hurt, I think. He's flung his gloves away in anger. He just looks furious. 169 for 9. Have a look at where he was hit, guys.
No sympathy whatsoever from any of the England fans, from any of the England players. If anything, the England players are getting stuck into him. Rightly so. Mohammad Siraj, give it out. You've got to be able to take it. That's what happens as a fast bowler. Bang. Oh, that's a beauty from. It's the fleshy bit of the sort of upper arm, innit? It's on the left. Was it left bicep? Oh,
yeah, right on the shoulder. Left
yeah.
shoulder, I think.
It's a good one, that. It's a good one.
And it was full on it as well. It wasn't like a partial hit. It's hit the middle of the shoulder and bounced back forward, which tells you the kind of impact.
Thud.
24 runs to win, 169 for 9.
I will say this. I think their best chance of winning India is for Siraj not to play a big shot against the spinner. That probably makes it less likely he's going to play a big shot against the spinner. The problem is the next couple of balls, he's not going to get in line as well. That's the issue. Lots of magic spray out there, Harmy.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be wanting to bowl the spinner now. I really wouldn't. I think I'd be going at him, making sure that he's not going to be standing in front of his stumps now. Make sure his instinct will take him away from the stumps. His instinct, as much as he wants to show that he's a tough man and he's getting it, he'll not. His first instinct will be to back away. And I think England, if they can get the ball onto the stumps and they can get 2 or 3 deliveries at Mohammad Siraj, stand a good chance. I think I'd be tempted to take Shoaib Bashir off here. But saying that, there's nobody else. Stokes can't go back to that well. That well's dry now, and I think, unfortunately, Carter's well's dry as well.
Well, my next question is, if they do get to the new ball, who's going to bowl it?
It's a valid point.
I mean, Wokes, really, because he's the last man standing.
He has to. He's last man standing. He's got to stand up.
And he's bowled less than the other seamers. He's bowled 12 overs. Archer's into his 16th. Stokes has bowled 24.
Yeah.
And Bryden Carse has bowled 16. It's figures of 2 for 30. So Carse Wokes, no, it's got to be Wokes Archer. Anyway, it is Shoaib Bashir. He is going to continue. He's bowling to Ravi Jadeja. And that one is tossed up, given loads of air there. That's the ball you should be bowling to Mohammad Siraj.
I don't mind that, though, with the field out. Why is he trying to dart them into Jadeja? Let Jadeja come down and play the big shot if he wants to.
And I just wonder if Jadeja, after Siraj has been hit, might think I might have to play the big shot here.
Here's Bashir. Forward comes Jadeja. Pushes that one back up the pitch. Bashir does his own fielding. 5.2 overs is all that Bashir has bowled. He's only conceded 5 singles. He's up to the crease again now, bowls. Jadeja tries to work it out on the onside, does so, just tickles it into the acres of unpatrolled space on the leg side, and they're able to go through for a single. Jadeja 61, 170 for 9, 23 required.
Just saw Siraj then just shaking his arm, loosening it, I think, as much as anything. It's almost like a corky, isn't it? Like it, it can tighten the muscle a little bit in your arm.
Lots of company now from Mohammad Siraj. Lots of verbal accompaniment as well, I'm sure, as is that Joe Root's gone in at City Point? Ollie Pope at short leg. There's a leg slip, Zach Crawley. A slip as well as Siraj comes forward, guiding this one defensively out. It is Root at Silly Point. England's leading run scorer, the most valuable asset in the current team, possibly, as Bashir is in again, and back and across goes Siraj. Oh, he's played on! The ball has spun and hit the stumps! Shoaib Bashir claims the final wicket. India have been bowled out for 170, and England have won the match by 22 runs in an extraordinary finish. Ravi Jadeja is left unbeaten on 61, and an exhausted and emotionally spent but triumphant England team are home. Mohammad Siraj is disconsolate. He's being comforted now by Zach Crawley and by Joe Root, who've both gone up to him and put a comforting arm around his shoulders, but there will be no comfort for Mohammad Siraj. There will be no comfort or consolation for India. For England, as hard-earned a victory as any of them will have experienced. More consolation for Mohammad Siraj. England, I have to say, are being modest in victory. They respect the fact that India have given as good as England have given, and right now it just seems that both teams are too exhausted and too emotionally spent to be too high or too low.
Absolutely 100% there, Manners. I think it is. I think it's pure exhaustion for both sides out there. Every single one of them, the teams from England and India, have given it everything they possibly had, taking it to the final session of day 5. 23 runs to win, and how's you look, Mohammad Siraj. You see it again. You see the celebrations from England. He's defended it into the ground. It's probably hit the footmarks and just rolled back. And Shoaib Bashir, who's been off the field for the majority of this innings, has come on to take the winning wicket. A brilliant effort from Stokes, a great effort from the likes of Wokes and Carse and Archer. And Shoaib Bashir, when you needed the wicket, he stood up and he's being counted. England win and go to Manchester. Yeah, very, very tired, but 2-1 up in this series. And like we said at the end of the Edgbaston series, can this get any better? Well, you said yes, because Archer and Bumrah are back. What surprises are we going to have in Manchester? The one thing we can say is that this series is well alive, and even though England are 2-1 up, Jarrod Kimber, I don't think the series is over by any stretch of the imagination.
No. Extraordinary that Mohammad Siraj has middled that ball, Harmy. He's done exactly his job, and he thought he'd done it perfectly. He gets back in line and hits the middle of the bat. It goes down, as you said, hits the footmarks, and he just loses it. He just thinks to himself, I've blocked it, I've done my job, I've done exactly what I'm supposed to do, and then it just casually rolls back, and England realise it, and Mohammad Siraj just doesn't realise it. What a great effort by India to push this as far as they have. But I think you're right. I mean, these two teams are so evenly matched. You could make an argument that both of them have probably thought they've had plenty of chances to be further ahead in this series than they are so far. It probably, I don't want to push this too far, Manners, but it probably deserved a tie in the end, the way that India fought towards the end. But poor Mohammad Siraj. Great effort with the bat, and Ravi Jadeja pushed them as far as they could, and eventually England got that one chance, and this time the bail came off.
2 months ago, Shoaib Bashir took 9 wickets in a test match against Zimbabwe. Today he's taken 1 for 6. Which one do you think gave him more pleasure?
Oh, the 1 for 6. Ultimate pleasure to come on when people are questioning about your place, and he's had a tough series as Shoaib Bashir. It makes you so much better, so much happier. Feel as though you've contributed to a winning, the win that will, take you to Manchester in such great high spirits. Yes, he got a 6-wicket haul in Nottingham. But this, you could see by his celebration, that was special for not only for Shoaib Bashir, but Ben Stokes couldn't move. Jofra Archer hit the deck.
Yeah, he was just laying on the
ground.
ground.
Lay on the ground. This is World Cup 2019 all over again. Ben Stokes didn't celebrate because Ben Stokes didn't have anything in him to celebrate. Yeah. And Jofra Archer just dropped to the floor and lay still and motionless for about 2 or 3, for at least a good 40 seconds before he started running in and giving the celebration.
It's just, they were emotionally and physically spent. I think we're experiencing the commentary equivalent.
Yeah, well, we are, aren't we? Because it's, we've gone to day 5 in all the test matches so far. It's been epic. During this test match, there's been a lot of quiet passages. There's also been some, really exciting things happen. Some box office stuff, some great needle. The needle will carry on. And Mohammad Siraj has had a lot to say, a hell of a lot to say in this test match. He really has had a go at England and got under the skin. But I tell you what, when he got out there was no histrionics by England. There was no in Mohammad Siraj's face. Every single one of the England players went up to him and congratulated him for the efforts that he put in a genuine way. There was no patronising or anything. It was a respect. You play hard on the field, and then what you do, you respect each other in their performance. And I think England did that with the end there, with how they commiserated with Mohammad Siraj, and also how they did with Ravindra Jadeja as well.
I think, if he hadn't won their respect earlier, I think Siraj did with that innings, especially after he got that hit as well. But the way he went about it, but incredible. Just watching him, he's just bereft. And we've seen this before, just getting so close. It looked so much. The way that he was squatting on the pitch, looked exactly the way that Brett Lee did it in 2005 as well, of like, you get it so close, and then suddenly, that ball, 80 times out, or maybe even 95 times out of 100, if it spins back, it just hits you on the leg. It just went around it. By the time he realizes, he moves that foot. What a moment of cricket that was.
And I'm pleased it was a moment like that. I'm pleased it wasn't just a slug up in the air or a giveaway. It was a moment where it was either you want a brilliant ball or you want a little bit of luck from a bowling side. You didn't want Siraj to throw it and to slug it up in the air. At the end of the day, it was a little bit of luck for England, and one I think they've just deserved.
Well, we'll be bringing you following on and more analysis of what has been an extraordinary day, although Harmy and I probably can't guarantee you to provide you with our most succinct and considered analysis, because emotions are running high and the adrenaline is flowing, and Harmy's got to leave in 20 minutes to catch a train. But we will take a very short break, and we'll come back and give you our considered opinion on the closest test match ever played at Lord's, and one of the closest of all time. We'll be back here on the live stream very shortly, so if you would like to hear our analysis and on the following on podcast with Jeremy Coney, then we'll be with you in just a moment.